Hello, everybody. How are you doing today? And welcome to my 1 year on Authortube anniversary stream. And I don't know what's going to happen because this feels unbelievable. Like unbelievable. With my ADHD, I can't believe that I spent a year doing anything. that seems like an impossible thing to have happen, but more to the fact of being the person that I am, who does not like the sound of my voice or the look of my face, the idea that I have edited videos and done live streams for a year where I see and hear myself just, how'd that happen? I don't know. But luckily, you don't have to listen to me prattling on endlessly about like, why God, why? Because I'm not alone. We have the empty seat of Cat. Unicorn it.
So if my headphones were wireless, it would have been farther away. They're not wireless, and I would have just kept talking as if the unicorn was me.
We have a Megan McCarthy.
Hello.
We have a Laura Nettles. And
Hello.
we have a Tessa Dean. And whoop,
Hi, everyone.
So first and foremost, I have to say, if anyone here is unhappy about the fact that I've been here for a year, it's Megan's fault. It's all Megan's fault. It is not my fault at all. I was ready to give up, and then this wonderful person popped out of nowhere and was like, "I'll stream with you," and I was like, "I don't know who you are, but fine, let's try it." And I'm so glad that I did. Like, it's been amazing. I got to meet a wonderful human being. And yeah, it's a year. How So yeah. I'm literally like, I'm never at a loss for words. Like, y'all know me. Like, you've seen me in glory. Like, we can just like go forever about anything, but this has me just completely gobsmacked. Like, I just wow. Alrighty, so today is going to be kind of a mixture hybrid, kind of a streamy thingy, and we're going to kind of talk about like stuff that's happened over the last year, things I've learned, and we're going to be doing sprints and stuff because I really want to get chapter 5 fixed. Like, it's not terrible, but it needs some ooh-shiny like key rattling to distract readers from what is admittedly the more awesome thing going on outside, because it's Mother, and Mother is amazing. So amazing. I make fan art of her for myself and for my own personal use. So I have a problem, but I do want to work on that.
Fan art or like
this actually started as fan art, and then I realized, oh, that would actually make a really cool cover. That was completely incidental.
But it's canon. It's not.
Yeah. And you are the creator, so technically it's canon art.
Except for it's not
promotional art. Goodbye.
It's also not an event that takes place in the story, because when I first made this picture, I just wanted a picture of Mother with her dark wings out, hovering with her halo visible, and I made that just outside the gate to the convent. And it was only, like I said, much later when I went, maybe that would make an interesting cover. So I literally took 3 pictures that I made separately. The picture of my Mother. Pick you up. So I took the picture I made of Mother, a wonderful calligraphic line picture of Ellis that I had made, and the logo for the Blinded Angels, the secret society in the story, and put them together. And I was like, that looks so cool. I really, really like it. that is now the cover. And I like that you can't tell because of how her hands are if she's manifesting Ellis or if Ellis is dreaming of her. Like, I really like how it meshed together. But yeah, I understand wanting to be outside with her. I understand the beta feedback about that because, yeah, I mean, for goodness sakes, my timer for the intro to this and my opening credits that I usually use are both her. So,
oh look, you're live on the Twitches.
I get the feels. So that's what I'm going to be doing today. My psychology cannot handle the compliment bondage today. I am really going through a depressive patch, so please be kind. Don't be too complimentary, or I will shut down into a small little heap of melted Charlie in the corner. Nobody wants that. But what is everybody going to be doing today? Felt like I should say that up front. Oh, my accent came out. Hi, everybody who's wondered what I actually sound like when that's it. So, Kat, what are you up to today? I feel it.
I have no idea what I'm working on today either. I've got stuff on my to-do list, but I don't know how productive I really want to be today. Do I want to just have a nice, easy day, or do I want to push myself and accomplish something?
I had plans to finish so much writing today, and then I wrote 33 words today in total, and I streamed from 9:45 a.m. Eastern till 4 p.m. Eastern.
I was there for most of it.
for Joel's stream.
I did pack a box.
Well, so you have a good excuse. You have moving to be occupying way too much of your brain cycles.
In depression because I have to let my babies go to my mommy's.
Yeah. Maybe the husband's weird rage will inspire a lawyer to do things, and things will get better. I love that was his first response when he heard about all that. It was just like, I know lawyers. I will contact them.
They won't even accept them as an emotional support animal. They will only accept cats or dogs as emotional support animals.
Grr, arg. So I can do names in my head. So Megan, how are you doing today?
Pretty good. I had a job interview today, and that wasn't fun. It was definitely not fun. It was okay. It went okay. I hope they don't call me back for and be like, hey, you got the job. As much as I want a job, I don't want that job. That job sounds terrible.
Relatable feels. So how's everything going in the land of the North, Miss Nettles?
Well, I am working on a flash fiction piece for an anthology called Cursed and Twisted Tarot. They had a list of cards that had art to them that you could pick from to write a story to. So I picked the Page of Swords, which is the Headless Horseman. So I have been researching what on earth the Page of Swords means, and watching and reading Headless Horseman stuff. So I listened to the audio play of the original Legend of Sleepy Hollow, and I started watching the 1999 version of the movie.
I love that movie. I love that book. I love I
love the cartoon version.
The cartoon version is
I grew up with the
iconic.
cartoon version, and then I also saw the Tim Burton version. But I've never seen this version. So
I'm rather obsessed with the Headless Horseman, and I was very, very happy when I discovered the Celtic myth of the Dullahan, which is essentially the Headless Horseman. They are headless
human
riders
spines
with human spines for whips.
Yeah.
So
cool.
Needless to say, in this setting, there will be Headless Horsemen because all the Fae are real. All the Fae.
Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out exactly how I want this story to go. So I think in the story, his head gets blown off by a cannonball. So he's a Hessian, I don't know how to pronounce it, looks like Hessian soldier, which is a German soldier who was contracted by the British Army to fight against the Americans during the American Revolutionary War. So this is in New York. So I found a Hessian officer who was in New York for most of the time, who this headless horseman soldier guy could have been reporting to. So it's like, is he trying to be a spy and like gather intel for him now that he's a headless horseman? Or is he trying to find his platoon that has lost the war and are already gone already? Like, why is he roaming?
The Hessians were ruthless during the Revolutionary War, and I understand why we get folktales about them becoming monsters. Like, when you read actual accounts of some of the battles that were fought against Hessian troops, yeah, I get it. Yeah.
You can read some of those.
I will see if my 355 notes, if I actually put any of the links in for that, and if I did, I'll share them with you, because
Sweet.
I was thinking of having a headless horseman in my 355 story, maybe, because I can't wait till I get around to that. But one story at a time. Two, but one's at the editor, so I'm working on the other one.
Awesome. So yes, that's what I'm doing.
So Tessa, how are you doing today?
I'm not doing too bad. It definitely is Hessian. They were in my area. We have a national park. Well, it's in national park where they fought some of their battles. So that's pretty near to me.
Cool.
So I'm pretty sure it's Hessians. And I'm got 3 videos need editing. One of which is I tried to do Megan's chronic illness one.
Yay!
So when I get that together, I will let you know when I finally get that posted. But I got to start, and I just need to figure out how to edit and do what I want to do. So that one started, and I got 2 other ones, and then I'm working on rewrite again with the POVs for book 1. But I have a July 1st deadline, so July 1st is it. Whatever I got, that's it. It's the way it's going to be.
I feel what you're saying about making some videos, because I've got not only Megan's tag video, but Chandra tagged me in a video today.
Yeah.
So
Tessa mentioned a tag, and I was like, oh, I gotta.
Yep. I've got 2 tag videos that I need to get done. Plus, I
haven't seen Chandra's, but I do have Megan's.
Chandra had a video today?
Yeah, I saw it. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet.
It's not in my subscribers stuff.
Hashtag share your love tag.
Oh, there it is. 8 hours ago. Okay.
Share the love tag.
Found it.
And I don't know the word for this because every word is wrong, but I kind of want to make an addendum video to Camille's I'm Back video, because I have a lot to say about old and new Authortube as well. And I kind of want to make a video, but it's not a response video because I'm really not responding to anything anybody else said. Just, oh, wait, you forgot this. So, like, an addendum. Like, some addenda and miscellanea that just forgot to be added on the end. And not really any errata because, you know, from what I've seen from other people, they're mostly like, yeah, I agree. So but I have feels. So if my brain will not cooperate, I might just take the general if that is me and record a video during the stream because I've been known to do that. So let's see who all is in the chat, shall we? There's a Megan pulling double duty. There is Maggie. Hello, lovely. How are you doing today? There is a Diana with the cute little Alexander face that I'll put them there to just want to pinch the cheeks. I'm the bad auntie. I'm a cheek pincher. I am. I'm sorry. It's a problem.
I'm a squeezer.
I'm a embrace and squisher.
I can
like
be
I
that.
gotta just.
It's what you see. You see the cute little face. You just want. I'm
gonna play with the ears.
I am a hand pusher. Like my favorite thing to do, especially with the babies, is put that one finger in there and a hand gets around it. A little bit of fingers.
Oh.
I'm melted. Oh, hello, CB. How are you doing today? I see Tessa pulling double duty in the chat.
Who's that?
Hello, Writing Violet. How are you doing? Thank you. Again, like I said at the very beginning, I'm confused by this. Like I was saying in the pre-show, how this feels impossible on two fronts. Well, three actually. One, with my ADHD, I did something for a year. How? Oh.
I'll celebrate 2 years because I forgot about the 1 year.
And then on top of that, it's just like it feels like it was like 10 years. Like, haven't I been doing this for a decade already? Because a lot happened. Like, a lot happened in that year. But also, it feels like I just started yesterday. So I don't understand at all. But thank you.
I think I need to take Logan outside.
Well, I
better do that.
I am too. I had a rough patch when I first got started. It was not the most pleasant of experiences, but you know, I'm glad that I'm here too, and I really, really enjoy doing this, and I can't wait to see what Authortube looks like a year from now, because I think it will be different, but better. Hello, Devin. How are you doing today? Hello, Devesha. How are you doing? Thank you so much. I'm glad to see you here. My CoStar app constantly tells me that I just need to listen to you and do whatever you tell me because you were right and I am always wrong. And I feel that that's probably true. So like every time it says that, I'm just like, well, let's load up the Grape Fries channel and see what it says. Did I miss something? Is there a new video out that I missed? Hello, Spence. How are you doing today? I hope all is well.
It's raining. And Chihuahua won't go outside.
Rain
Like
and the
swept
puppy.
away by the drops.
Well, for a Chihuahua, that
He's only this big. He gets lost in the short grass.
Thank you, Diana. That really, honestly, like you don't understand what it means for me to like have an anniversary doing any of these things because it just between my depression and the ADHD, I am amazed when I can do anything for any spate of time. It's phenomenal. Got another 2 chapters to write. All right, that's exciting. There's a lot of that. A lot of my early years, my early years, a lot of those like first couple months that felt like 3.5 years. Yeah, that was the thing.
CB, it is discrimination against guinea pig. Sorry.
Can I just say,
salty.
I'm trying not to think about the guinea pig too much because I don't want to cry on your behalf. Because I had
to call them, and like when they said that, I was barely able to like say goodbye on the phone.
Okay, sweetie.
And then I proceeded to cry for the next 3 hours.
Yeah. Spence, sweetie, I'm the wrong person to say this in front of because I've read some of the modernist bibliomancy and I really liked it. And
I'm curious about the designing of the wardrobe.
I get that, like, and I'm very excited because if anybody hasn't seen on my Discord, Carrie put in a picture of her in that beautiful, beautiful dress that she ordered. Green is so her color. And so I honestly, as somebody who wants to go to do the clothes shopping, I want all of the clothes pictures, but at the same time, I want to see where this book grows, where it develops. I really liked it.
Is modernist bibliomancy what she's writing?
'Cause there's that, and then there's the Hallmark Christmas. What is it? The Vampire Christmas Romance.
Oh, I can't decide which one I want her to work on then.
Yeah.
Like once I actually know what it is,
I just got sent the other one and I haven't got to start reading it yet. It's on the list, but I did read the bibliomancy one, and yes, please. Like, it inspired me to write novels of historic lore because I'm problematic. Don't ask me to read your stuff. It's a problem.
You should definitely check out the cartoon version of Ichabod or the Legend of Sleepy Hollow.
Is that a Disney movie? Is that on Disney?
Yes,
believe
Plus?
it's a
Ichabod and
Disney.
Mr. Toad. It's a duology.
It is on it's on Disney Plus, isn't it? If I remember
Yes.
correctly.
I believe so.
So I
That's where I
don't
watched
know if
it
you have
again.
Disney Plus, but it should be up there. Yes, definitely, because it's so good. That was the first experience I ever had with that. Was watching that during, was it The Wonderful World of Disney? Disney used to have a TV show where they just played like shorts and stuff when I was a kid, and that was the first.
I missed the House of Mouse.
And I think that was
Mouse
the first
Tracks and
time.
Quack Attack.
And then I was like, wait, this is based on a book? Went and grabbed that book and read that book and had nightmares from that book and loved them so much and realized I am touched in the head. Mr. Spence cannot stand the Tim Burton version. I can understand that as somebody who has been told that I once made Mr. Burton cry. Yeah. I just... Wait, what?
What?
Okay, back when I was a blogger, I was sent a lot of clips of movies that hadn't come out yet, and I can't remember which Tim Burton movie it was off the top of my head, but I really didn't like it, and I sent back I was like, I will talk about this, but I don't want you to like come at me for using the clips under false pretenses, because it looks like it's terrible. I don't like this. This is bad. And apparently, according to the email that I got back, my very vociferous feedback made Mr. Burton unhappy.
That's
And
great.
it included a phrase that I'm not allowed to use the clips, and I may have made Mr. Burton cry. And I'm just like, wait, what? Like, seriously, like, you're not supposed to talk about this to the creator. Like, this is why you have publicists.
Yeah.
It's the publicist is the shield. But still, I don't know if it is true or not. I'm just saying it is an email response that I got, and I was never offered anything from any Tim Burton projects after that.
Wow.
So
One of my favorite Tim Burton projects ever is the short that he did in the 80s, Vincent.
oh yeah.
That one's like, you can see every frame the inspiration that he got from the German expressionist films of the 20s. And oh my goodness, yes.
I got to see a Tim Burton exhibit at the LA County Museum of Arts, and it was so gorgeous looking, because they had like his original rejection letters from when he was trying to make a children's book, and it was great to see all the doodles and all the other stuff that they had. It was so interesting. And of course, it's all weird and bizarre and twisted and just the way I like it.
Very German. He was very, very influenced by the German cinema. To the point where a lot of people confuse him for being a goth. Tim Burton has never been a goth. He doesn't even understand what the goth movement is. In fact, Lydia Dietz only looks like the way she does because he happened to be driving by a stadium where Susie and the Banshees was playing and snapped a photograph of one of the girls in line and said, "That's what Lydia looks like." Like, it was just a random goth girl going to a goth concert that became the inspiration for her. Like, it's... Tim Burton and the goth community have a very strange relationship because he does not like being called a goth, and we frankly are fine with that. Like, I have feels about Sweeney Todd, but it's more I have feels about the music.
I was gonna say, is it the singing voices?
It's the music. I'm very much a fan of. If you're going to do a musical, I care much more about having people that can pull off the singing or do what they did in the olden days and loop them. Like, I get that Audrey Hepburn couldn't sing, but you got people to do that for her and she just lip synced to it. I'm fine with that. Like, this, if it's a musical, I really need to enjoy the singing part, please.
That's why.
I don't know if you can hear the rain, but it's loud.
No.
With the new Beauty and the Beast with Emma Watson, I just can't do it with all the auto-tune. It snaps me right out.
It's worse than that. I think it's Sideways did a breakdown of the soundtrack for the new Beauty and the Beast movie, and it's so much worse than you think. And it's because they took about 9 takes and mushed them together. And if you turn the volume up and isolate her voice, you can hear that they literally took isolated syllables from different takes and mushed them together to try to get the effect that they wanted, on top of then auto-tuning that. Like, you can very clearly hear, like, the background sound is different from, you can hear when she's in the booth, you can hear when certain things were happening on set here and in here for different takes. It's wild how much they mangled the audio for that, because again, if you're making a musical movie, use a click track. Everyone should have a click track in their ear so that they understand what the tempo is and what the beat is. Stop not using click tracks. Just stop. It doesn't work. See cats.
But the set design was beautiful. So
it really, really was. And there's so much I like about that movie, and I'm not going to get into another rant about LeFou. See my earlier work. If y'all like Julian's, check out the anime. Ooh,
Dora!
Nice.
I have not seen it yet.
I will have to check that out and see if I can find it on any of the things, because we currently do not have a Crunchyroll subscription. But I will definitely have to check that out.
I used to have a Springer Spaniel. He was named Freckles because he had brown and white spots, and he was so cute.
You're planning on... I know. I'm so excited for this. I can't wait to see how it all comes together. I just can't wait. Hello, Allie. How are you doing? If you don't follow Allie, you should. She's amazing. She streams at the same time I do, except for on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And she's fabulous. Like, her energy, like, when I felt dead on the inside yesterday, I literally, while I was on stream with Meadow, had her stream on in my headphones so I could have the energy to be interacting on the stream that I was on. It was total stream
on yesterday
inception,
with her.
but it was amazing.
It was a good show.
Allie is
fun.
all the amazing. You need to start making decisions what the dress is going to look like. I'm guessing something retro and amazing. I'm just not sure exactly. Like, I don't know. I see you in all of the like 50s bombshell dresses. Like,
For some
all of
reason,
that.
I'm seeing poof sleeves.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
And I'm loving it. Hashtag awesome Allie. See, I have complicated feelings about Tim Burton and his aesthetic versus messaging. Yeah. See earlier comments.
I love that I'm sitting here with a Nightmare Before Christmas hat on.
I love the Nightmare Before Christmas, and
I love this hat because it has skulls and bat. Like, it has like not just the Jack Skellington skull, but other skulls on it too.
if you have not
If
listened
you
to
look up,
the
it's fantastic.
celebrity remake of the Nightmare Before Christmas album, it is so good. Amy Lee from Evanescence
Nightmare Revisited.
does. Yeah, Amy Lee from Evanescence does Sally's song.
Korn and Marilyn Manson, I believe, are both on there.
Yeah.
And I know too much about Marilyn Manson. I'm just not going to say anything. That's an after
I like
show.
that song.
No. It's an after show conversation. I'm just saying. It's, Marilyn Manson is an interesting and very flawed human being.
Isn't
Very
he Nicolas
problematic
Cage's
person.
son or something?
What?
Is he Nicolas Cage's son?
No.
No.
What the heck did I get that from? I don't know.
I do believe he's originally from Florida, which, like, just replace every Marilyn Manson thing you've ever heard with Florida Man, and his life makes so much more sense. I'm just saying. Thank you, HK. How are you doing? I do believe that HK is streaming right now. So if you're a stream hopper, definitely check that out. We are actually going to do a stream. Brian, we're going to do a sprint in just a minute. We are, I promise. I'm just wallowing in my own crapulence for a bit. The new Beauty and the Beast makes me really mad because Emma, was like, like
There was also like more there's more stuff to why that dress ended up so funky.
yes, like if you
including I think a producer's daughter, like gave suggestions too.
There is so much,
and because it was a top
backstory.
person's daughter, they took a lot of the little girls. Like she was like 8.
There's so much unfortunate backstory to that movie that it hurts on the inside. But then again, I realized that I was never going to get outside of the Maleficent movies, and I will fight people over this because I love them. They're my special darlings, and they're the only ones that I've actually liked. I have not watched Cruella yet because I ain't paying $25 for that. It'll be on Disney Plus eventually. I'll see it then. I've heard interesting things. Jesse Gender has a very interesting review of it that made me curious, but I realized when they did the Lion King reboot and they had Beyonce and they didn't give Nala an I Want song, that they have no idea what they're doing. Like they seriously, that was the moment that I realized, oh, they're just randomly doing stuff because you literally have Beyonce. Like you have Beyonce and you didn't give Nala an I Want song. You gave Beast an I Want song, and he really didn't need one.
Yeah. He didn't need it, but I really liked it.
Yeah, it is pretty. But
especially if you like listen to the actual soundtrack and not the movie version. So much better.
But you have Beyonce. Like, how could you misuse Beyonce? I'm just international treasure. Like, just how could you how like they just don't know what they're doing. They just don't know. This one year was jet black. That's one way to put it. Yeah.
Oh, she was talking about the dog.
Oh, sorry. I'm all in my feels right now. You're just gonna have to ignore me.
Or at least that's what I think she was talking
about. It's on Netflix.
Ooh.
In a memento, I have Netflix on the TV across from me. I'm going to add it to the queue before I forget because I'm that person. I am trying to get back into anime, and if anybody wants to message me, please make sure it's got a dubbed version if possible because my eyes are just crap, and a lot of times I can't. Or the story is visual. Or the story is visual enough that I can just follow along with and not knowing what they're saying sometimes because my eyes don't want to do subtitles lately, which really upsets me because I prefer subtitled stuff. But
I watched the first season of Made in Abyss, and that one was pretty interesting.
I'm really basic. I really just like Art High School Host Club and Soul Eater.
And Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood and Death Note and Attack on Titan.
I have actually not watched any of those.
I'm trying.
And everybody's like, "How? Why? You would like them?" I'm like, "Sorry."
Okay, so this is how I'm going to get canceled, and everybody's going to leave the stream. But I hated the original Fullmetal Alchemist so much, and not because it wasn't good. I liked it up to a certain point, and then I felt betrayed by the series to a point where I thought that they just like. I felt like the end of Evangelion. Like if you've seen Evangelion all the way through, when the writer literally just went, I hate all my fans, and did the thing that he did that I can't say because it's not TOS and they will take my channel, my video down. Let's just say it involves somebody pleasuring themselves because of reasons, magic reasons, to just be Evangelion ended in a way that is basically the creator flipping off the audience for an hour and a half.
Oh my gosh.
Because he got to the point where he hated his own fans so much that it's, that last, And I kind of felt like at a certain point, the Fullmetal Alchemist made me feel like that. And I've been trying to watch through Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood because I hear it's better, that they fixed a lot of the issues, specifically some of the issues that I had with the original one. But I'm having a hard time getting through it because that rage of like, so help me show if you betray me again. Like, it's kind of like when you really, really love somebody, but they cheated on you, but they're all repentant, but you don't know if you should trust them. That's kind of how I feel about Brotherhood. Like, I don't know if I should even try to take you back. Like, you hurt me once, shame on me.
Oh, are you in the dress? It's so pretty.
It's so
Nice.
pretty.
I have to say, if I had a dress that looked that fabulous on me, it would be my like princess costume that I would never take off. Like, the hubby would have to secretly wash it while I was sleeping so that it could be clean. Like, I have nothing that looks that good on me. Like, I would be like that kid with her favorite
snug
dress.
right here. That's the only thing. But I got some shapewear coming, so help compress all the rolls.
Oh, honey, as somebody who's had to make more corsets than I want to have to admit, which, by the way, drag corsets really, really easy. Get yourself some cereal boxes, put them around yourself, and then have somebody that you trust not to kill you go around and around and around you with plastic wrap until you're cinched the way that you want, and it's very, very thick, like a good like little thickness to it. Then very carefully with a pair of scissors have them snip it out and then poke some holes in it to lace it back up, and there you go, corset. That's how us poor queens do it. Because corsets are expensive.
Yes, they are.
I found some shapewear for like $20 on Amazon, and I had a gift card. So
Nice.
I have made those more times than you want to know. Like,
because I'm going to be wearing this in July, and yeah, Hellfire heat sometimes. So with humidity.
I feel that I really want to hire somebody who can sew to make me a replica of the Doctor's Wife's dress from the Doctor's Wife episode where the TARDIS comes alive to cosplay in. It's going to not be fun for any summer one because there are layers to that costume. Like, it's going to be hot and sweaty, but I don't care. I just need to find somebody that, because I saw, like, of all the cosplay that I've ever wanted to do, I've never wanted to cosplay anything more than that. Like, I want that outfit. I just want that. But I know it's going to be expensive because that's a lot of different kinds of fabrics.
Yeah.
Thank you for linking Ellie's channel. The only Tim Burton you've seen is. I'm sorry about that.
I did not like that Charlie and Chocolate Factory movie.
Yeah, I know.
I grew up on the Gene Wilder one, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard after seeing the Gene Wilder one to like any other version because there's just no one like Gene Wilder.
Well, two fun things. Roald Dahl actually worked on and wrote the script for the Gene Wilder, Willy Wonka, and the Chocolate Factory one. So we actually get the author's intent put in there. Plus, Gene Wilder, being the genius that he is, rewrote things on the fly to make them better. So, like, that whole scene at the beginning where he falls down with the cane and does the roll, not in the script. He was just like, they need to know that they can't trust him right from the beginning. And he had that idea. That was him. Like, a lot of those little flourishes that you think of as like, wow, that's brilliant Willy Wonka characterization. That came from Gene Wilder, not from the script. And just cannot say how much I love that movie before so much. Yes, I so love Nightmare Before Christmas. Like, it makes me so happy.
On the topic of Gene Wilder, Young Frankenstein. I love that movie.
Yes.
And I love this. I got to see the stage adaptation that came out like, I don't know, like 10 or so years ago. It didn't run very long, but
I think we watched Young Frankenstein in either my AP English class or my Honors English 11 class because we read Frankenstein. So my teacher didn't bring in Frankenstein. She brought in Young Frankenstein. Because, and then like we read the book and there was also some side commentary about Young Frankenstein added in by everybody else. And I had never, by like the people who had seen it. In particular, the teacher. And I was like, I really want to watch this movie now. It sounds so much better than this book. Can I please just drop the book and watch the movie?
If you have ever wondered, is it possible to love Gene Wilder more than I do? One of his autobiographies is simply called For Gilda. And it's the story of him and his relationship with Gilda Radner and how he quit acting when she was diagnosed with cancer, and how he took care of her, and how she was truly the greatest love of his life, and how he will never regret having loved her. And like, it is the greatest love letter to love I have ever read in my life. It is such a beautiful book from such a sweet, sweet soul. Like, it is. It's worth its weight in gold. It will make you cry. Have the tissue box handy. You will cry.
I read
so good.
I read Carrie Ellis's book about making The Princess Bride. And he was his last story about Andre the Giant. Tears.
Oh man.
Tears.
I haven't read it yet, so don't spoil it for me, but
yeah, it's worth a read.
It's so good. In fact, I gave my book to my friend who was going to Ohio Comic Con, and he was going to be there. And I'm like, can you get this signed for me? Because I can't go. Like, I will pay you back.
Sweetie, my great grandmother taught me how to sew. I do know how to sew. I actually have a sewing machine just over there. I'm just lazy. And that feels like a lot of work.
So much work.
Yes, Gene Wilder. Like, I absolutely like. General chat that is an ode to Gene Wilder's perfection. Yeah, because he's one of those few people that, honestly, he was just a good dude, and that those are so rare. Like, he was a genuinely good and decent person who
He always looked like he was having so much fun in the roles that he's played, at least in the ones I've seen him in.
And it's just to give up a career at the height of your career for love. I mean, there's just like, if you wonder why, like, all of a sudden there are no, like, he's in like a lot of movies and then not. That's why. And if you're not familiar with Gilda Radner, oh my goodness, look up compilations of her stuff from Saturday Night Live or any of her other work. She was truly a comedic genius, and just, yeah, all of that. All right, we have prattled on for quite some time, but it's my party, and I'll talk if I want to. And now I'm going to get dinged for that, because of course I am. Even though I didn't sing the actual song. Alrighty, so we're going to be doing a sprint. I do not feel competitive at all, and I don't know if I'm actually going to be getting any work done, so I figured I'd pick Laura's really, really, really pretty paint and water timer. Because if I don't get any work done, it'll still be productive watching all the pretty, pretty colors. And that's not a bad thing. And I guess, I mean, if you still wanted to, like, pick the color that you think's going to win, if you haven't seen it yet, like, what color is it going to be by the end? I guess you could still do that if you wanted. I don't know. But I
made it and I don't even remember what the last color is.
All right.
Oh no, I remember the ending credits color. Okay, so I can't really.
So we're gonna get started on this. I'm gonna try to do some editing and see how that works out. Make sure that you are taking care of yourself. I have my beloved caramel apple tea here with me because it's what happiness tastes like. Make sure you're saving your work. If you haven't opened your document, I've been talking for like 40 minutes, y'all. You had time. Like, I'm just saying, you had time.
Maybe I didn't want to open the document.
Then open your game, because I know you and I love you. And
here's the thing. I tried to play the game earlier and I just sat there and stared at like, no. And I closed it.
Okay. Search for the online flow simulator and just zen out. Because that I'll see if I can find a link to it and put it in the chat, because that was one of my favorite PS2 games, and the creator of it just made an online version of it that anybody can play for free, and you're just an amoeba swimming around. That's all you do, and it's really, really pretty. and there's sound, and you'll get lost. It's a good time had by all. Alrighty, we're gonna get this started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go.
Carrie, I don't think you're muted. Bless you.
Just in time, everything turned orange because, hello, Chandra is here.
Hello.
Okay. Hello. Editing brain, no work. No, just no. That does not happen. So, I may have started playing around with some musics after a fashion. I feel like with everything that I do, I should specifically say that thing that I call music.
I object to this description.
That's music.
So I don't know. I'm just fiddling around. I have a beat that I really, really like that I have no idea what to do with
Sorry.
but I have a beat that I really, really like. So something like there are times when like I don't know how to say this in a way that like makes sense to a human brain, but there are times when I wish that I could rap just because I come up with really fun beats and then I'm just like I can't do anything over this. What the hell? So I may end up opening one of those accounts where you just like sell beats for people who have talent for that.
That'd be cool.
I keep coming up with beats and I'm just like, this is really cool. I have no idea what should happen over this, and it's not like a complete song without something on the top.
You sure should do that.
There.
Isn't there? There's like an iconic song that's how it happened with someone.
That's
like,
how Old Town Road came about.
But there was another one too where the artist created like this contest and put it out there, and someone sent in like a mix of the sample. I don't know what the terms are with the hip kids be grooving to these days. Anyway, they did a thing.
And you think I would?
Yeah, better than me. And then he was on a live stream and he was going through everything that had been sent in, and he was like, wait a second, like, this is actually good. What universe are we living in? And he called his wife in from the other room and was like, you have to listen to this. This is crazy. Who sent me this? Who sent me this? We're using it. It's amazing. It's perfect. Like, that's a thing. You should do it.
I know one of my favorite Stormzy tracks exists because the track was specifically made so that no one could rap over it. And somebody challenged him and he just freestyled over it and they recorded it. Which is why if you actually listen to the song, you can hear people in the background just like, wait, what? Hey. Like you can hear like hark noises and stuff because it literally was recorded on a phone because they're like, wait, you say you could rap over anything. This was specifically, no one could do this. And he's just like because.
And watch it.
Challenge accepted.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown. I'm just saying. I listen to way too much grime music and love him too much. But
you're getting your exercise, Chandra.
I know. I'm playing a game of up down with my cat.
up down, left, right, stop. All right. So
I found a box of Jesus the other day when I was cleaning, and it's a brand new box.
Yeah,
magic
And then
food.
I walked past it and I was like, brand new box of cheeses.
I ate a Mickey Mouse ice cream sandwich. During that break.
Nice.
Not break.
That
Where we were supposed to be working.
Hey, it's a celebration party thing. You do whatever you want. I made a drum do things that are sound technically.
I was on Twitter.
And it's all my fault.
How do you spend your entire day on Twitter?
Pretty much. There's just so much content on there, and it just new content keeps popping up, and it's interesting. And
I recorded a tag video.
Awesome.
Is it what I think it is?
The one that you shot me a message for?
Yes. I'm so excited.
I should do some of those, but like I feel like I need to have the human emotions. So
Why?
hopefully tomorrow. Oh wait. What just happened? What's going on?
Someone's downtown?
I hear it.
I hear it too.
Me too. Whoever doesn't hear it, that's who has it.
Everyone mute. Where? Charlie, are we listening to music that you made? No? Whose music are we? Where is it coming from?
The timer video decided to randomly go off to another thing, even though I have autoplay turned off.
Oh my goodness.
This is fine. Everything's fine.
Oh, you just have it lowered.
Yeah,
It's still shared, so that's why we're
Yeah.
able to hear it.
because I'm just like, because it was really confusing me because I muted myself, but it was still happening, and I wasn't hearing it through my headsets. I was hearing it through my laptop speakers, and all of StreamYard is going through my headphones, so no echo. So I thought somebody cursed me.
But it is Mercury retrograde right now. So technology is not obligated.
It's also YouTube.
So, I was actually saving this to show on stream for when Chandra showed up. I'm doing a moon thingy again this month, but it's going to stretch out into the summer solstice. So I'm doing a little bit of the right every day. And I wanted to get a nice focus thing that I could be doing the little thingies on. So I got a moonstone.
Oh my gosh, it's so pretty.
Let me turn this light off so it focuses better on it. So I got us a moonstone that I really wish it looks cool on camera, but it doesn't.
It
you
looks like
can't
it's going
see-
from white to purple
Yeah,
on mine.
It's all
Little bit,
all
yeah.
the fiery rainbows over here, and this is the best way I found for the camera to show it off. So I got this for us. It arrived today, and I'm going to be using this as part of all of the rituals going forward to empower to bring goodness into our life, because
Nice.
that's the kind of person I am. But it's really pretty. It's really pretty.
That's really pretty.
Because I've bought several moonstone things in the past, and usually they just look like weird milky things. They don't actually have the shimmer and shine. This one actually has all the shimmer and shine, and I'm very excited.
So did you find it like in a local shop or is it like in
No, I actually ordered this one online because we don't have any good magic shops or gemstone shops around here. And it's the same company I got the stone carvings from that I'm using. So I kind of trusted them because those are really nice. And yeah, it's really, really pretty. And I'm very excited. So I got us a moonstone, y'all. So hopefully we can get some goodness in life. Because I'm just saying, a lot of stuff seemed to have happened after the last thingy. So hopefully a lot of good stuff will happen after the next one. So how did everybody do during that one? Let me know in chat and on screen. Though I'm really interested in the details on the magic box of Cheez-Its. I'm just saying, like, how do I find a magic box of Cheez-Its? Like,
It was in a basket.
I want a magic box of Cheez-Its.
A couple months ago, I bought a box of Cheez-Its for everyone in the house. And then I never ate mine, I guess.
That just seems like magic. That's the kind of magic I can get behind.
I had to call my mom because she's taking Anna to her therapy tomorrow, and I wanted to tell her where she was going, and I even wrote like a note and everything in case there was an issue.
But
I really wanted to call my mom, but I really don't need to be lectured about how all the devil music I listen to is why I feel like this. So I just, it'll be fine.
I saw a post on Instagram and I had to unfollow someone because I was like,
Oh no. It wasn't the orange I sent you.
no, that gives me life. No, they were saying that Social Security cards were the mark of the beast, I guess. And I like grew up around that kind of stuff, and I was like, unfollow. I just can't. That's too much.
Okay, so for everybody who fell into the Hal Lindsey hole, I'm sorry, I don't like doing like religion stuff on here, but if you really want to debunk all this stuff, the whole idea that they're the mark of the beast and all of this really comes down to a book called The Late Great Planet Earth that was very popular in the 1970s, written by a man called Hal Lindsey, who said that the recreation of the nation of Israel was prophesied in the Bible and thus end of the world, blah, 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 security card, social security cards, mark of the beast, all that crap. Most of the people in the US, it traces back to them. The problem with his theory is you had 70 years from the founding of the nation of Israel, which means the world would have had to have ended in 2011, and it didn't. So,
what?
Wrong. He was wrong. We have the data. We can't be like, oh, well, maybe. No, we have the data. Data is in. Time has come and gone. Just like the Millerites up the mountain. Nothing happened. Get out your shaw. Let's go home. All right?
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
A weird thing. An argument I like to make about dates, because like the thing about the Mayan calendar ending, I'm just like, yeah, why would they continue it? They were under attack. Why would you continue a calendar that's made of giant stone if you're under attack?
Well, like I like to point out to the hubby, like every time he goes off on one of his anti-Mayan calendar rants, because we still have people around here that believe that. I'm just like, how do you know the world didn't end? I mean, like this, we did kind of enter the darkest timeline for quite some time since. I mean, not to play devil's advocate, but you know, it may have.
The sidebar and unrelated happy light and totally irremarkable topic. There's a Bratz filter on Snapchat. If you need to make yourself into a human Bratz doll.
Excuse me.
That's why I took my glasses off. I have absolutely no shame in declaring to everyone.
Okay, so my biggest problem with this is now all I can hear is Nick Doramio in the back of my head talking about the Bratz movie. If y'all have not seen Nick Doramio's video about the Bratz movie,
I just have a Mayan calendar lying around.
Definitely during the next sprint, find it, put it on in the background. You won't get any work done because you'll laugh too hard, but oh my, it is worth a watch because I don't think I'll ever be able to hear the term brat without hearing his wonderfully queer, sarcastic voice in the back of my head, and I'm here for that.
Well, for the rest of you who aren't interested in Bratz, they also have Shrek right now.
There's also one where it's a Disney promo one. It gave me blue eyes.
Have you seen the beautiful post the beautiful orange post that Charlie made? Have you?
It's fantastic.
Have you checked?
Yes.
It's on Instagram.
I feel like I should apologize. I've been
No,
spending
orange.
It was an
I
orange.
didn't say a color. I said a fruit.
No, it's an orange.
Yeah, it's definitely an orange.
I have been taking some time to just make really goofy and weird Instagram posts lately because I found that since I have an Instagram business account, I can just tell Canva, make this go live. And so I may have scheduled a bunch of random pictures that I've made in Canva.
Wait, you can
So-
schedule them from Canva now? For
Yeah,
a
yeah.
business
If you have a pro
Okay.
account, you have to have a business. You have to have a Instagram business account, which is really easy to set up. And if you are doing this as a business, you should. Like if this is your part, if social media is part of your job, you should just turn it into a business account because the only difference between the two is whether or not you can use tools to schedule things without having 1,000 subscribers. So, huzzah. It's really easy. It's just one of the settings in there. But yeah, you can schedule directly from Canva. And I was like, you should not have told me this. Excuse me.
But I mean, thank you.
And so I get bored sometimes, and yeah, a lot of the most recent stuff that I have done is all from there, including yeah, it won't show orange. Also,
Most beautiful orange you've ever seen.
the animation for today's announcement I also made in Canva and just told it to schedule.
Nice. I'm gonna maybe start doing that because I do a lot of stuff in Canva.
It's really easy to use. You just have to have a pro account because it will not work for. If you have a personal account, it will send it to the Canva app on your phone and then copy and paste it over into Instagram because Instagram's weird like that. Mm-hmm. Unless you have over 1,000 followers on Instagram, you can't. They want your money. The main point of this is they want your money. When you say that your business account, they start sending you emails about, hey, did you know you can spend money on Instagram ads? And you're like, yes. And did you know they're a waste of time for me? Go away. But yeah, it's really easy to use. It's really fun. You just make your image, it locks it, and you can't edit. So make sure you're done, because if you edit it, it will unschedule it and you'll have to schedule it again.
Okay.
But it does warn you. The nice thing is it doesn't warn you, like, if you edit this, I'm going to take it off the schedule. So, yay. Thank you. I'm a dum-dum. I need all of the dum-dum warnings. Thank you. But yeah, I've been playing around with that.
Wait, does that mean I can also schedule to Facebook and stuff?
I did not check for Facebook. It will schedule to Twitter.
So,
as well.
Just so we're clear, the next sprint I was going to spend editing my actual stuff, but I think instead I'll be spending it converting my Instagram to business. And
so you can do it to Instagram business, a Facebook page, Twitter, a Facebook group, Pinterest, a LinkedIn profile, LinkedIn page, Slack, or Tumblr.
Whoa.
So, I'm sorry for the pictures that will be showing.
I might become active on Tumblr.
Oh, I know. As soon as I saw Tumblr, that's why I didn't mention it. I'm trying not to become that person again. But I do have a Tumblr. It's at projectshadow.tumblr.com that apparently has stuff randomly showing up on there because I set up automations a long time ago. So if you want to keep up on everything I do, apparently it just automatically shows up over there. And I know this thanks to Glory because she sees all. So
I think I follow you.
It may start suddenly having more random thingies there because can do now. So God help the world. I did not need this power.
So I actually just took a look at myself and paid attention to how I look. I'm like, I have weird college frat almost buggy teenage
Party.
College boy energy right now.
Party. Just need some Adore Delano in the background and it'll all be good.
I think you should do the Monster t-shirt and that should be like green apple moonshine or something.
Can I just say, just for the record, how heartbroken I was when my house daughter showed up at my house after having not even called for months to tell me that, oh, my life's been fine. It's been wonderful. I've been hanging out with Adore Delano. Danny is wonderful. Love them. Da-da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, and you just did what? You're just telling me this now? Like, seriously, honey, hook a sister up. Like, girl. Like, who took you in when your daddy was mean to you? Just surprise me with this way, don't you? Like, trying to cause me to have a heart attack in my own house? Girl. Sorry, I have problems. A lot of them.
My brain is mushifying. I'm reading my stuff and it's like, this is all telling, no showing. I'm like, wait, no. This is showing, but it's words, so it's telling. Because you're not visually seeing a movie.
Okay.
I think that's why show don't tell was super confusing to me the first time I heard it. I was like, but they're words. You want me to paint you a picture?
Exactly.
I hate show don't tell. I've gotten into a lot of fights with people about this.
You can take my tell out of my cold, dead fucking hand.
Here's the thing that I have done in my own fiction. I have set up in Pro Writing Aid, which is what I use for editing, a custom filter that highlights every filter word that I use because I'm bad with them and they're not necessary and they take people out of the story. So heard, seen, could, can, thought, felt, all of them. And by the way, if you've read Anatomy of Prose, there's a very handy list of them in that in that book, which I may have copied and pasted over into my rule over there, as well as from a couple other sources. You can just search filter words. Kill your filter words. Your story is better. That's the personal experience. That made me better at show don't tell than worrying about whether I'm showing or telling. Anytime I see that I said so and so heard, saw, felt, oops, I'm telling. And I changed those.
I need to add Anatomy of Prose to my collection. I have the other two. I have Heroes and Villains.
Ooh.
But
Are you guys saying that I should go shopping?
inside characters.
I'm just saying, Anatomy of Prose, I will never
Are these
unhear
available
Sasha
on
Black's.
Audible?
I don't know.
She's working on the audiobooks now
Okay.
for 13 Steps to Villains.
I'm just saying, I will never unhear Sasha Black's voice yelling at me every time I break any of the rules, because if you've never she has a wonderful use of profanity that I very much like. She's not joking when 5 pages in, she's like, "Mom, if you're reading this, I love you. Thank you for your support. Please stop reading. You raised a kid with a filthy mouth, and I don't need you to know how bad it is." Fine. It goes on with the book. And yeah, I hear this disembodied voice just cursing me out sometimes, and I'm just like, I did a bad thing.
I don't even subscribe to Next Level authors on iTunes anymore. I watch their YouTube feed because her and Dan are so freaking hilarious on screen together.
I love her accent. It just makes everything she says more, I don't know. But that's what happens when you listen to British accents. It just makes everything
Something about
better.
So I'm just saying it's worth a read. I've reread it so far before each of the editing projects I've done, just to refresh the things that I need my interior Sasha yelling at me for. Because I want these stories to be good, really, really good. And I'm just saying, I may have been brought to tears by a fictitious character based on a real person in my head while working on chapter 5 of the urban fantasy. And it's all Chandra's fault, but I'm fine with it. But it's all Chandra's fault, but I'm fine.
What did I do?
You pointed out to me something that I should have noticed, that yes, everything else is more exciting than what's happening in that chapter. Yes, but you can't see anything that's going on, or there's no reason for the damn book. So I'm trying to figure out how to jingle more keys in front of the reader's face so they're distracted from what's going on outside. That's my current goal, is just jingle all the keys. Jingle all the keys. Don't forget about what's going on outside. Did you see the weird thing? Let's just make Lydia more creepy.
Wait, what have I done?
You wrote a 3-paragraph can we just stay outside with Mother? I mean, Mother Soteria and River, I just need to know what's going on with them. This is fine. I don't even understand the point of this. What's the point of this? No, what's going on outside? And I'm just you got a point. It's not real. I introduced you to Mother and Mother and River, who I love River so much. And then it was just here, let's go on with the peasants. And I understand that feeling.
I'm tracking now because I wrote a lot. So
yeah, you did.
That was
very helpful.
Which thing did I say? Bad Chandra.
No, it's so helpful because I have been, the first 2 paragraphs is now a lot more stuff what is happening, and I've just decided Lydia should be more creepy because I love Lydia. I don't know that I described her well enough. I always get weird about describing my characters because pro tip, everyone will hate how you describe your characters. There will either be too much description for half your audience or never enough description for the other half, and ne'er will they meet in the middle.
I was
get used
actually
to this
having
now.
that conversation with some friends who like to read but don't write, and I was like, honestly, a lot of times, especially in YA, that's more intentional because the less description you give, the more your reader can identify with the character. And since a lot more YA is in first person, you want them to be able to
Be that
self-insert.
character, yeah.
Slip into the skin.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have a particular version.
Oh my Jesus!
You know, I do believe she only has one.
I just unmuted. We're saying goodbye to Logan.
Bye, Logan.
I'm moving. Bye, Augie.
But if
Also, I
you guys
dropped
ever
my
want us
t-shirt.
on the stream, just send us the stream link, okay? So if you want cute Chihuahua content.
Can
All right.
do.
Well, goodbye.
I'd like to say that her bed is still technically here.
So basically, I'm going to lean into Lydia's description in the previous channel where she's simply described as a Black Wednesday Addams. Because that was the description that I wrote down. And I'm just going to go with that. And she's going to be Wednesday Addams. With all the creepy. All the creepy.
Okay, I don't know if this is a personal problem, but I understand that Wednesday Addams is supposed to be creepy, but really how she comes across to me is, hey, can we be friends?
Agreed, but when I when I use words like creepy and trash, I'm speaking for other people because I know the reviews I get.
No.
I know what I do. I write creepy trash and I'm fine with it. But yeah, I'm just gonna lean into Lydia being creepy. So she's gonna do a bit more magics and maybe get into a fight with Peter because Peter really needs somebody to punch him.
All the magic, like top.
Peter just really needs somebody to slap him in the face. Like that's
Todd.
a lot.
I don't know if y'all can hear this plaintive wail.
Yeah.
Oh, sleep in there.
My dog has finally unlocked speech, and this is how she communicates with me.
Baby. I love Wednesday.
Let's see. Going to work. Okay, we need to go do a sprint. Sorry, I've read.
Aphrodite had a question.
All of it. I'm trying to get through. Where are we?
How do you set up your document to highlight them as you go? I always end up searching for them after the fact, but
Okay, I use Per Writing Aid.
which is too expensive for me, or I would get it.
I'm sure there's a tool for this in Grammarly or something. I got into Per Writing Aid during their beta, and I really liked it, and I bought a lifetime back when I was still getting ad revenue. Please give me my ads back. And was actually making some money. I'm trying to figure out where there they are. So in here, they're there. So trying to make sure there's no okay. Don't have to put in a password. So
I need to take a selfie for a thumbnail. Excuse me.
Share screen.
Oh, that's what I was doing over here after I discovered all the filters.
So in the style guides, so when you sign in to Per Writing Aid on the website, you have to do this through the website, and it will sync down to the desktop client instantly. You go down to style guides, and you set up your style guides. As you can see, you put in the word and that it's filtering. I left replace with blank because I don't want it to suggest something. So if you leave this field blank, so you type in your sample sentence, so she could see. What it's looking for is could see. Don't suggest anything different. Just give me the message filtering. So it will highlight it as I'm writing or when I'm going back for in review and just pop the word filtering up to remind me, oh, I need to fix that. So, well, what you then do is in your settings, under the combo report, tick and make sure that the house style, which I'm going to blink back and forth, is turned on. And now when you're using either the what is it called? Real time? If you're using the real time or if you're using the combo report, it will automatically highlight everything that you set a custom rule for. And I have set up a bunch of custom rules. I'm trying to figure out all of the mojo that I can do with that because they do not have very good help files on how to set those up. I wish they did. So I'm trying to figure out all the things that you can make custom rules for. I wish you could share your custom rule sets. But right now, because you have to make a rule for each word that you want to have highlighted. And I also know some words that I just use way too much, and have it highlight them because I'm just trying to lessen their frequency. And again, with those, it just highlights it. And when I mouse over it, it says too much. Because I am me. But yeah, it's really easy to set up. I don't know. I'm sure Grammarly has a setting like that. I don't know any other tools that do. If anybody does, please let me know. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Pro Writing Aid. I think it has really helped my writing out a lot for a couple reasons. I like that you can turn on the homophones, and it will highlight every word that could be spelled differently, but pronounced the same.
Great, I need that.
Yeah, so you can check and make sure you use the right word, which is very handy. That's one of the things that it can look for. You can also look for what it calls agreement, which is that if you decided in your work to spell the word gray with an A, it will highlight every time you accidentally spelled it with an E because you read too many books from England.
Why are you talking about me like that?
Because these are some of my common mistakes. I add random U's in because I read way too much British work, but I'm not consistent about it. So that consistency checker is very, very helpful.
I'm adding Pro Writing Aid to Chrome because I can't afford to actually buy it.
As a person who can't spell even for the life-saving properties of spelling, I have to say my default rule is if in doubt, add an E.
You're unfortunately not wrong. That works way too much. Way too much. And before I forget to say hello, hi, Steven. How are you doing today? Glad to see you here and love the flag. Yes, represent.
Your avatars.
Greg,
Beautiful.
Hello. How are you doing? Yeah, isn't it? Like, I thought about changing mine and then realized, like, I'm doing a channel here and I've changed it 3 times in 1 year already. And, like, is that too much? Is that enough? Is that not enough? I don't know.
The trick is to gradually, even if you change it, gradually change the colors to what you want it to be. So it's like stair steps over, so people almost don't even notice.
Mine were randomly different. If you saw the thumbnail for this stream, I put all 3 that I've used over this 1 year on there because I was like, how can I show the passage of time? And I was like, really easy. Remember, I used to have this face, and then I had this one, and then I had this one.
Oh, I see it now.
Why? The passage of time. Because, yeah, I like to do weird art pictures of my face because I don't like my face.
That's so pitiful.
But yeah, I hope
She knows it.
I hope that helps. Yeah, there's some really, really cool stuff that you could do with it. Sorry, I'm so used to ignoring my dog when she gets all like play with me because I like to get stuff done. So I apologize for ignoring the play with me, Mom. Play.
Oh no, you're fine. She's making okay. So here's the other thing. She's gonna act like I didn't like in the hour that y'all were on. I didn't come over here because I was paying attention to Little Miss Whiny Butt.
And then you stopped.
How dare I?
See, it gets
How
really
dare
mad
she.
at me because one of my characters is named Gray because his last name is Graychick, and so people call him Gray. But as a name, it's spelled with an E because he has an evil dead great grandfather that is not quite evil, but he's very dead and very like problematic that we meet very early in the story. So he wants to distance, so he spells it with an A, just to like just a little bit.
Didn't Nathaniel Hawthorne change his name because his ancestor was like one of the judges in the witch trials or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah, he tweaked the spelling in his name so he wasn't associated.
Yeah. Graycheck is actually the great grandfather is actually a character in the book because the dead live. You meet him in at the end of chapter 1 and throughout chapter 2, where he's just a horrible little shit to everybody. And I love him so much. He's kind of like adult Peeves.
Mm-hmm. I'm intrigued.
Friends.
For all of the Harry Potter fans out there, it's just he's kind of that, except for really malicious and just wants to kill them. Just please, can I kill them? Just much more murderous Peeves.
Oh no.
Murder.
Yeah, just like I just want to kill them a little bit, just a little death. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. I'm dead. I'm fine. I don't see what the problem is. And this is, I'm sure, logical from his point of view because he is dead and he is fine. But
There's nothing wrong with a little light stabbery.
just a little murder. Just a little murder. Sister Murder. Oh, I feel so much.
15 minutes.
We're asking for 15 minutes to be the limit, but like if somebody's just a little bit over, I'm not going to be a monster about things, but try to stay under 15 so that there's going to be a lot of stories in here. I think. I don't know. I finished writing mine. Anybody who's in my beta group has a copy of it. It's in there. Trigger warning, dysphoria. But yeah, it's it's in there if you want to read it.
What what's the deadline for submission?
The 25th. As long as I have it the night before. Because everything goes live on the 26th. So as long as I have it the day before, I can guarantee I get it on the playlist. If anybody's late, I can add them on afterwards, but I can't guarantee that, people will. I don't know how long people are going to be looking through the playlist because I've never done one of these before.
So I should probably start writing, is what you're saying? Yeah.
I like mine. Spence had some nice things to say about it. And like I said, if anybody wants to see the nightmare that is the inside of my head.
Hello.
Right there. Hello, Adrian. Oh, I've already sang twice, so I'm sure we're like, I want to get off of here. And it's just going to be, you're done, you're down. Like a little bit later, I was thinking about, when we're time like winding down, pulling up my Authortube newbie tag video and just like MST3K and all over it with y'all. But I'm sure that YouTube will copyright claim me for playing my own video, but I really don't care. So we might do that anyway. But I'm kind of curious because they claim me over everything. So I would love to see me get a copyright claim for playing my own video on my own stream.
And then you can definitely challenge that.
Oh yeah, so much rage, so much rage. Oh, I hope you like it. I just the ending needs to be spruced up a bit. I don't think I stick the landing as well as I want to, but you can see the contours of it there. The end really needs to be spruced up just a little bit, but
So, random thing. The background remover for Canva is fantastic.
yes,
Oh, yeah.
it
I
is.
like all of the background except like a small section of the chair, and that's because it was right in line with my hair.
The
So it was
background-
like I can't separate from hair.
and they do have a brush that you
Yeah.
can go in and replace more. And don't forget, because I always forget that if you do either Command or Control, depending on whether or not you're on a Windows device, plus minus keys, you can zoom in and out in the Canva window and get in there and detail erase stuff. So, because I always forget that you can do that. Does it have to be a complete short, or can it be an excerpt? I would ask Jace if he has feels about this. I personally, as long as it feels like a vignette, as long as it doesn't feel like somebody, I don't want it to feel like an ad for something else. If that makes sense. Like if it feels like a complete idea, but if I wanted to know more, I could go on and see something else. I personally wouldn't have a problem with that. The story that I wrote is part mythobiography, which I highly recommend people get into. It is so cathartic to write, and partially the backstory for one of the critters from the urban fantasy world. But yeah, I don't mind the idea of I don't mind the idea of an excerpt. It's just if it feels like an ad, like if it ends at a cliffhanger that is followed by "so buy my book" in front of the sentence, people might feel a little. You might get roasted for that. You know what I'm saying? Like it needs to feel like as complete a thought as it is, though open-ended stuff is fine. Trying to figure out how to say things without saying. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Do my words make sense?
You did good English.
Yeah, I'm not the best at shorts. I chose to do prose poetry because I enjoy that so much. And so in this setting, non-binary folk are referred to as unbound. And I knew the reason why, but I had never written it out, why non-binary folk are referred to as unbound. And so I wrote a story called Breaker of Chains, which explores the idea of why they're called the unbound. So I really like prose poems. Like I'm terrible at writing short stories. Like I am not Laura. Like I wish I had Laura's power. Like I am so envious because I want to write all the flash fiction, like all the flash fiction, but I have not this talent. But I do. I love writing prose poems. So if you have not tried that, prose poems are really easy. Basically, pick an idea that you want to focus on. You can write it out as prose, but either in the draft or in the edit, you put in more poetic devices. So one of the things you'll notice in the thing that I wrote is it at one point breaks out into a Jeremiad and becomes very rhetorical and picks up a cadence of a speech and then falls back into a different kind of story. Use a lot of alliteration for various things, using repetition very carefully to drive points home. Also, I was very clear about vowel sounds and consonant sounds. One of the other things that I'm just going to say out loud, because it's just us, like nobody's going to remember this. There are no contractions in the story until a certain point, and that was a very purposeful word choice, so that when you see the first contraction in the story, it is a bit jarring, because there are parts up before that feel stilted, and I want them that way because they're not contracted the way they would be if somebody was talking to you. And using those kinds of poetic devices to get your point across, it's so much fun. I don't know why we don't have more prose poetry. It was a big fad in the 1920s and again in the 40s and again in the 70s. Can we bring it back? I like it. I like it a lot. It's fun. Everybody should try. If you've never tried writing prose poems, you should definitely try. Let's see, where are we? you're trying to finish this week. Yeah, I've started making artwork for mine, which I am very excited. I'm sorry, I just want to reach out and be like, it's okay. Like, wait, there's not a dog down there, but it's okay. Where are you?
I made the mistake of looking at her directly in the eyeballs.
Oh no.
And she was like, oh, it's working.
But yeah, I've started working on artwork for mine. And because I'm going to do like I did last time, where I'm going to make several pictures and then kind of flip through them through the story. And the first one is so abstract that I'm kind of in love. Showed it to the hubby yesterday, and he was just like, "What is your story about again?" I was like, "The one I read." Like, yeah. Like, oh yeah, the way it starts. Like, yeah, it starts a little abstract. Like the ghost with Barrett stream tomorrow afternoon. Cool. Hi, Jules. Thank you. I have to say, Jules is one of the other people to blame for me being here because I loved Jules' streams so much, and I watched them all the time. And one of the not the earliest, but one of the streams that I realized how much I loved streaming, she couldn't stream for some reason. I think it was when your internet cable got cut, and I like freaked out. I was like, somebody has to stream, and like did like an emergency anti-dawdler stream because I needed the stream to happen. And that's when I realized, oh crap, I kind of love doing this. Which was a weird feeling. So yeah. If you're mad at me, just focus it on me because I'm fine with that. But you know, there are reasons I'm here.
So I'm not editing this video, even though there's, I'm pretty sure, like 30
Yeah.
seconds where I'm not looking at the video. I'm looking over at Caitlin, telling her to leave. Because I was recording a video.
It be like that sometimes.
Yeah,
Too lazy.
Short story writers are magical. They really, really are. Yeah. I have often wanted to write short stories. I started off trying to write short stories and no.
Oh no.
You're like 100,000 words later. I realized.
I'll talk to Jace. I don't want to make any pronouncements because we're doing this together, but see if there's anything we can do to trim it down, and I will talk to him.
Can they do 2 videos?
We forgot to put
part 2.
I'm just saying we forgot to put in only 1 coupon per use in the description of all of this. So, you know, if people want to do more than one, you know, but
technically, or you
technically.
can have part 1 in the thing, and then you can have part 2 just on your channel.
Hey, that would work.
Well, if you're doing all 3 daughters, you could just do 1 daughter for the anthology, but upload all 3 to your
Ooh, I like that idea.
Channel.
Yeah.
That's an idea. Right. Prose poems. I am a huge fan, and I don't know why they don't get as much love. But I think it's because they're not as smexy as some of the other forms of writing are. Like, okay. I am loading up a timer because I want to go back to fiddling around with audio. I do see. Okay, it says double checking that my autoplay is turned off, but it's probably not going to listen to me again because you know
It was so confusing because
We were all confused.
Like, who did this?
Well, I just realized I'm also on one of my other channels, so let me switch over to me that's hosting this. And
That's always helpful.
maybe that's how I got confused. I don't know. But
Yeah, because you do have to turn autoplay off for every single one.
yeah, it does say that it's turned off, and it did not. I looked for a timer and it didn't show, the next video will start in so much time before I left that screen. And then it just decided, I don't know, let's go to a random live stream that's going on by a person that I've never heard of before, who luckily was not saying anything horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, random stream. Yay. Alrighty. Let's share the screen. Click for the audio. That one. Because glug, 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 it's water time. I just have to say, for
What are you
everybody
talking
who's
about?
using these, did it not share?
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh.
That's
It's
no,
okay.
so I made a bad water pun. I'm going away now.
Oh, that's okay. Literal brain, so much CBD in my system. I'm happy to be here. I do want to say one thing. Like Laura's video here has way too many views for the number of likes that it has. So if y'all want to show some
Wow,
love,
that's a
Really
big
disproportionate.
difference.
yeah, let's show Laura some love, shall we? Here's the link to the timer, because if that many people have used it, and I'm sure that they've enjoyed it, because if you've not played around with Laura's timers, they are glorious.
When I live, why don't I use Laura's timers more? What's wrong with me?
it just should have more love, like all the love.
Someone throw a shoe at my head.
So we're going to do the underwater timer with ambient noises. If they are obnoxious, if people are not down for it, I kind of like the idea of having some ambience in my head. If you don't like it, let me know, and I will just take it down and reshare without the audio for y'all, so you don't hear the ambient noises. But
I'll just mute the tab.
or that. I'm just trying to be accommodating here. I'm Southern, y'all.
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Tom.
Okay, is this witchcraft? What's going on here? I say it's the word Southern, and Tom appears.
Kill
Hey,
us.
y'all. If I say it 3 more times, will we get a glory? Is this y'all's Beetlejuice? All righty.
Oh, I couldn't remember Glory's name this morning.
Okay.
It's not funny. It's a little funny.
So we had to order something from Amazon last night, and when it came time to do the shipping, it was set up because it remembered the last thing that we shipped, which was a gift for somebody, and I needed to set it for ours, and I just had to look at the hubby and be like, "Sweetie, what is my name? There's so many names here. Which one is mine?" I just which wasn't too bad, because my dad's name was on there and his name is very similar to mine, so I need help. Who am I? How did I get here? How did this happen? Alrighty, let's get into this. We're going to get started on the sprint in a 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1, and go. Oh yeah, nice bubbling noises.
Oh, there is bubble noises. I couldn't hear.
We did it! Another sprint is done! Yay!
Woo!
And it's automatically going.
And it's automatically going because nothing listens to me anymore. YouTube, are you broken? How did you get switched on? Grr, arg. Okay. It's back to off. We'll see what happens. If magic sound happens, I just need to check that tab because it hates me. There are many reasons why I usually don't use YouTube videos for my timers. Namely that YouTube hates me. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what to do with this beat. I really like this beat. I really like it, but it's not doing any of the things that I want it to do. Like, I don't know what to do with it. I want to do something with it. And I just okay, so give me 1 second. Let's just cheat because I can. So hopefully the audio will come through. But I need to turn the loop off.
Bagel.
What?
I don't know.
Eagle.
Is it playing?
No.
Why is it not playing? Did I not share audio? Why are you being like this? I was going to play a preview so you can hear what I was struggling with, but it's not. Oh, I know what I can do. I know what I can do. So how did everybody do? Well, I'm fussing with this piece of crap.
I watched Kat's new video, so that was a lot of fun. And now I'm tagged in it, so I'm going to have to go and make the video.
All the tags. Okay.
I watched Chandra's video, so I'm tagged in that one. So now I gotta go make that one.
Is my plot working?
Love it.
Diabolical, this is contagious.
Okay.
I edited.
Nice.
Got all my pens and highlighters over here.
Look at you over there being productive while I'm over here.
Encouraging distraction.
Maybe.
I also turned on the oven, so the last of my crinkle cut French fries are about to go in.
Oh.
That's actually why I shouted bagels, because my toaster oven dinged.
I just entangled things so that they could, because the only thing left here of Caitlin's is her bed and a couple of boxes. Because her dad came and picked up all her other furniture. Oh, and her couch.
So like half of her stuff is still.
No, the majority of it's gone. Because she had, well, the couch she doesn't want, and she's not taking it, but we don't want it either. So they're gonna have to come back and get rid of the couch.
I don't know if you have like Salvation Army or like a
No.
Habitat.
They wouldn't take the couch.
No.
Because it was secondhand for her, like she got it from her parents because she broke it by flopping on it because it's one of the recliner ones, and she would like slam into it, and so it broke the one section, and so nobody wants the couch.
Okay, so I don't know how well this is going to work, but I'm just going to have to play the sound through the speakers so you can see what I've been working on, and so hopefully you can hear this. And I really like this beat.
Belongs on like a bigger song, like I don't know.
So you know
Right?
what it makes me think?
Can I have the very first beginning section of it that sounds almost like the beginning of a country song, please? Can I just would like that section cut off and like hand this to me?
I can do that. That's not hard. How long do you need it to be? I can make a loop out of that.
So here's my other thing. Have you considered extending it and turning it into a lo-fi writing timer?
Ooh, no, I had not, but that is an interesting idea.
That's a good idea.
Because I could be like, oh yeah, I'm just writing, and just like kind of bobbing my
It's
head.
very hypnotic. Like
Yeah. That's
got
what I
that.
that's
Like,
what I
if
really like
you're-
about it.
If you're altered in an altered state, like it could definitely trip you out for sure.
Yeah.
If you
Like-
could get it to like 15, maybe even 20 minutes, or maybe like take that and then have it like merge into something else and make like a 15-minute one, a 20-minute one. Yes, please.
I kind of had a song called The Great Pretender in my head when I started playing with this, except for I really wanted to do something in 3/4 because it's got such a particular groove that I really enjoy. But yeah, I see what you're saying with that. Yeah, I've been obsessing over this track, and it has grown, it has shrunk, it has gotten like way built out and completely torn back down so many times because I can't find what I want. Like, honestly, I want to hunt down the girl who sings for Morchiba and be like, okay, honey, I need you to just riff over this line for just like a minute for me, please. Can you just like just that thing that you do where the music's playing and you just like go into this weird like trance aria thing every now and then? Like, can you just do that for me? Because I can't. And it's like that's kind of what I want it to have. But
Do you put your music on SoundCloud?
I need to. It might actually be. Let's see. I use DistroKid for the music because I get to upload it once and it just goes everywhere. And by the way, anybody who's doing music, I highly recommend DistroKid. It is $25 a year, unlimited tracks. You can do whatever you want, unless you're a jerk. If you want to like copyright claim people on YouTube's, for example, they charge extra for that per song.
Oh, good.
That's
Because-
fantastic.
Like, just don't be a dick. So $25 a year, they put it everywhere. And when I say everywhere, I just loaded up my because I only have 2 tracks in there right now. I loaded up my screen. When I say I don't know where it is, this is why my music's all of these places.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Because it just you fill out one form and like it asked what my YouTube channel was, and I gave it the YouTube channel, and it just.
You can even listen on
Is that there?
Pandora. Wow.
Yep. Oh yeah, I'm on Pandora, but I don't know if SoundCloud is on here because
I don't see the little mark.
I don't
for
see the SoundCloud, so I should probably do that.
Wait, what are all of those? I don't even
Okay,
recognize most of these.
Yeah, so that one's Amazon. That is Ungam, which I don't know what that is. That is Apple Music. That one is MediaNet. That is Boomplay. That is Deezer. Instagram, Facebook. So like for like stories and stuff, it's there. Don't know that anybody would. I've never used it, and it's my song. That's YouTube Music. That one is iHeartRadio.
I could use it on TikTok.
Yep.
Nice.
Sorry.
Yep.
That's just-
See,
Yeah,
that
it's
is
kind of a big deal.
Claro Music Hall, that's iTunes. That one, what is that one? It's a K. K-Box. I don't know what that is. That's NetEase, Pandora, SARM, SAARM. I don't know what that is. Spotify, that is Tencent. So I'm back in China, y'all. Hi. That is Tidal, TikTok. That is Triller, and that is the Twitch Play.
Cool.
And it does all that for you for free. You just upload all your tracks, you give it all your information, and then you get a long series of emails. You're now on this. You're now on that. You're now on this. And every now and then they send you really weird videos, which I okay. Like I didn't ask for it, but they sent it, so I have now. So let me find them.
Poor Laura.
So right.
Oh no.
You
So
can't
I
find any
just-
directions.
I just got an email with the proof copy, basically, of Twisted Pulp that I'm in next month. And they did an art piece for my story.
Oh, so exciting! That's so cool.
There's a painting.
That's really cool.
Nice.
Yay!
Would anyone like a lightly used orange tabby cat?
You know, the apartment I'm moving into will accept cats.
I will
I'm
just.
salty.
I will. Oh, you said they won't accept
No,
cats?
they will
They
accept
will.
cats, and they'll accept some dog breeds, but they won't accept guinea pigs, rabbits, or hamsters.
Do you want me to mail you my cat and you can mail me your hamsters? Dude, that for legal reasons, that was a joke.
I'm gonna go put my french fries in the oven.
Okay.
For legal reasons, that is a joke. That I rather enjoy the fact that kind of needed to be said. 'Cause here it is. So when I first stop doing things.
Is it the Baby Yoda one?
Yes.
Yes! Yes!
So when I first started with I uploaded my first track, and for absolutely no reason, they emailed me this.
Oh, we can't hear it.
I shared
Oh,
the
wait,
audio.
no. That's right.
So cute.
They sent you that?
Yeah, they just sent me that. Like, I just got a random email that was like, your Baby Yoda has arrived. And I'm like, my what? my what happened now? And when I downloaded it, it was that. And I'm just like, thank you, I guess.
By any chance, is there at the is it Have Mercy or Having Mercy version of that? Because
No, but I should look and see if it's on the thing, because they may have made one and I just missed the email because there's a lot of emails.
I just feel like that song beat with that.
Oh yeah, that would be hilarious. But yeah, I don't know why that is a thing that exists. Like, I guess it's like, here, share this on your social media. Baby Yoda is really big right now. Maybe get people
That's
to
cool.
listen to you. I guess I don't know. They just randomly sent that to me
That's
because
hilarious.
reasons. Like, I don't know. But yeah, I like DistroKid. Also, all of the money goes directly into your account. That's the other thing I forgot to mention. They take none of your royalties, so you get all of your royalties. It's just $25 a year.
Yeah, because you're paying them $25.
Yeah, and you also then get to see who's listening to you where and going, holy crap, why are people listening to this? Like,
Well, first of all, because
That's
you're
nice.
good.
okay, when I've done no promotion in the Chinese language, why are people on Tencent listening to How did people on Tencent find this track? Like Like I just don't. I don't understand how internet works sometimes. But yeah, and just thank you. But yeah, I am rather obsessive over some of the stuff, which is why it takes forever, and why I'm hoping Vela takes off, because then I can tell myself as long as I keep my chapters up, I can work on my music.
True.
So I'm hoping Vela takes off. I'm hoping people like me over there, and I don't have to be obsessively trying to write giant books for rapid release, because I don't know why that's in my head. It's a demon that won't die. But it's what I did. Did some brainstorming on the potential of a new story idea. The idea is essentially the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, but super gay. I'm here for this.
Sorry, no, this is
Timing? What is that?
Oh, that was wonderful. Okay. So depending on how you want to go with this, I could think of a really horrifying horror version of this. Because, plague, pestilence, famine, and war. I can think of a really dark horror version of this. Or if you wanted to go the other way, like, wouldn't that be, let's see. So it's what? Plague, famine, plague, pestilence, famine, and war. So plague, that would probably be TikTok. Pestilence is definitely Twitter. Famine would be the fact that the clubs were shut down for like a freaking year, and like why. And then war. Girl, have you seen two drag queens going at it? I mean, I'm just saying, war has to be a drag queen. Like, full on, big-eyed, like, and I mean, like, drawing their bottom, putting their lashes on their cheeks, drag queen. Because, ain't nobody go to war like a drag queen go to war. I'm just saying. Been a part of a lot of these. I have so many ideas. I can't wait to see what you
will
do.
arrive in a few minutes. Woo! Thank you for the announcement, Tom.
I just love how we're talking about the four gay horsemen of the apocalypse, and Tom's just like, and glory will be arriving. I'm just like, yeah, but will she be holding a cute baby with a dragon trying to attack her? Like, are we going like the full on like gay apocalypse time? But if you do the dragon thing, like the dragon has to like cast glitter down from the heavens. Like, I'm just saying, if you're going like the full like Revelation thing, like, and then the dragon got mad and grabbed a third of the glitter up in the sky and just cast it down to earth, and now everything's shiny now. Damn.
Stick that way, because glitter never disappears.
Can we at Maggie's comment, because I feel like my disclaimer needs emphasizing now.
Oh, let's see, where are we?
They obviously mailed it wrong.
Yes, but
It's
also
third from the bottom.
Yeah.
That one? Maggie.
Yep.
There we are. Is it for royal president?
Oh my goodness.
You're not doing
No.
Yeah, they obviously mailed it wrong.
This is also one of those things where, when it has like a warning label, there's a warning label on it because someone did it badly, and now we can't have nice things.
I can't remember if this was the pre-show or the beginning of this thing, because my whole life runs together, but there's a city just across the river from us in Illinois that has... It was pre-show? There's a city just across the river from us in Illinois that has a law in the books that states that it is illegal to bring a monster within 5 miles of city limits.
They don't define what monster or what type of
I have
monster.
so many questions.
What is the context?
I have so
Why did
many
this all come
questions.
to pass?
Who hurt you? What happened? Why?
So no Lady Gaga fans?
Why is... This law is from like 1878 or something like that. Like, it's one of those really old laws that's on the books, and it's just like, what happened? Like, I need more input, because I thought I figured it out, because there was a train derailment just south of St. Louis, where a bunch of circus animals got loose. And I thought, hey, that's it. Circus animals got loose. Monsters came into town. It was a whole thing, like lions, tigers, and bears. Oh my! And then I realized that was in like 1910. So that was like 40 years after this law was passed. So it was not that.
Excuse me. Laura, can you write a story that explains this phenomenon?
Right?
We discussed this.
Yeah, this is like my whole thing. Like, I need answers because I feel like this could fit into my urban fantasy world. Like, I think Laura could have fun with this, and this would probably fit into the Shadowverse that Kat's writing. And it's just one of those what monsters?
You know what it is? You know what it is? You know what it perfectly explains?
What?
You remember in Underworld when the train thing happens?
Yeah.
I've never seen Underworld.
You're not alone.
You keep doing this to me.
Okay.
I know.
Okay.
I'm aghast.
I own like
I'm
300
agog.
movies, but I still have a giant hole.
So I just have to say, a friend of mine, I'll see if I can find the link to the video if it's still up, did a wonderful video of Underworld footage from Underworld matched with Wish's 7 Days to the Wolves. That just absolute perfection.
Can I get my top 3 Kate Beckinsale movies right now?
Are they
Go
all
for it.
Underworld?
Well, Underworld counts. It's even though it's a series, it counts as one. I'm counting it as one. So Underworld, Lady Susan, and Stonehurst Asylum.
Okay. Yeah, I'm here with you. I am here with this. Yes.
What's the one Shakespeare movie she was in that was really good?
Oh, I don't know if
The-
I've seen that one.
She was in the one with oh God, what's his name?
Kenneth Branagh?
No, it was maybe, but that's not who I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of
I want to see a movie with Kate
hold on.
and Millie Bobby Brown. I want to see a
Oh,
movie
that
with
would be so good.
them as like mother and daughter.
That would be.
Have you seen
so
Lady
good.
Susan? It's not Millie
I
Bobby
have
Brown,
not.
but I highly recommend. Also, I think Lady Susan is Jane Austen's most underrated work.
I am scrolling through her IMDb page trying to find the name of this movie because I know it exists and it's not clicking in my head.
Gotta go flip my fries.
Also, Maggie.
Much Ado About Nothing.
Yeah, there we are.
How did I forget? That's the one I was trying to think of.
There it is.
Have
yeah.
I seen that? I feel like I should have seen that. I feel like I've seen it. Have I seen it?
Yeah,
I need to rewatch it.
I feel terrible now. Yes, because I love this movie.
And
We were
yes,
just-
Kenneth Branagh was in it.
yeah, we were just
But I was
talking about this
thinking
movie
of,
the other day.
I was thinking of Denzel Washington. That's who I couldn't think the name of.
Can I just say I fell in love with Denzel Washington because of that movie and watched like everything he
Yes.
did until he just became a professional killer in films and I just wasn't here for it. Like, Denzel, I love you. Stop hurting people. Like,
But Equalizer is so good.
I know, but at a certain point, it's just like I just can't watch you break one more person's face. Like, I just can't. I need just like, can you do another romance or something? Just,
I, on the other hand, I'm just like,
just please.
oh, break his leg.
Because the biggest problem that I have is
Put him on the head.
because I have the PTSD for gunshots.
Oh,
Yeah. A lot of his movies have the kinds of action scenes that trip my thing. Like, at least if you're going to do action films, do a John Wick style. I can watch the John Wick movies because the gunshots are almost rhythmic, like music. So my brain hears them as like a drum beat rather than as a gunshot. So I'm fine with it. So just like sign up for John Wick 4. I would love to see you like team up with Common to kick Keanu Reeves' butt because yes, please. I need that.
What did Keanu do?
No, that's the plot of every John Wick movie.
Oh, I know, but I mean, like, you can't actually do it.
Well, I don't know. Common did a good job on really worked him
You're
over.
like, an
and-
attempt was made.
Kat,
Right,
who's the
like-
character in Leverage who doesn't use any weapons to fight?
Wait,
what's his
wait,
name
who?
again?
What? Leverage? Leverage what?
Yeah.
Who?
The character in Leverage who doesn't use any weapons to fight. Yeah.
Except he
I
does
love-
also occasionally use weapons. But Elliot
Well, he
is a
doesn't use
hitter.
guns.
Yeah, he doesn't like guns. There is one episode where he uses guns. And he said, and I said I don't like guns. I never said I couldn't use them. Because he can really use them.
Oh, honey, I would splint for Kate. You have no idea. Like, I will call her mistress. She can hit me as hard as she wants. Whatever that lady asks, I'm here for it, okay? Like,
Yes, that's
Yes.
what I was thinking of. I just
like,
could not make the thoughts come together.
do you know how they got Kate Beckinsale back for the last Underworld movie she did?
How?
They explained to her that her daughter is an actress and is age appropriate to take over the role if they want if she would rather, and she was just like, nah, mine. And, like they just like very subtly like, you know, your daughter's acting and like she looks a lot like a young version of you, so I mean we can just do that.
She said,
Just
no,
use
I'm
a little
good.
bit of CGI to a little bit of adjustments. And
You think I'm not going to kick some werewolf butt? I mean, girl.
Have you met me?
Like, I have to say,
Honestly, if they changed the actress, I would have cried. I would have shed real tears.
even
I
if it was her own child.
I can understand that. I can.
Did I mention that I finally watched both of the Mummy movies? Rewatched, I mean.
Nice.
It made my life better.
There's much rejoicing that has to be
I
done over
packed
that.
my DVD copies into a
Ooh,
really big
wait a minute.
box.
I need to look at something. I just had an idea.
You just put, so you're saying straight for Kate?
Oh yes. Like there are three actresses that I would cry all over because I know nothing else is gonna happen. But and yes, Kate is on that list. Kate is on that list. And if anybody has paid attention to my dialogue, you can guess the other three. They have all been mentioned on the stream. Like there's the scavenger hunt for Charlie's 1 year on Authortube.
Name the three.
What are the three actresses that Charlie would really try to go straight for if opportunities arose? Because yes, they have all been mentioned. What have I done? I should not have said that out loud. Dang it, it's not on there. I was curious if Underworld was available on Prime to do a Prime watch party, and I'd just be like, "Hey, y'all, let's just head on over to my Twitch channel and we'll do that." But they're not on Prime. But I will need to keep an eye out for that because
I'm
if
enjoying
they
that I
are-
can just slide over in my chair a little bit and like just have half my face.
though the Resident Evil movies are, and we could have
Or
some
what?
fun MST3K in those movies.
I worked on the last one.
Ooh.
'Cause-
You know what? I don't think I've ever watched them all sequentially.
I've never seen any.
I don't
of them.
think I've seen all of them. I've seen
We
sections
have,
of them.
because it's a problem. I may have seen every Mila Jovovich movie ever made because I have issues.
How did you like Monster Hunter?
Oh, I haven't. That one is. I haven't seen that one yet. I want to, but the hubby has been in a. Let's just say he's been doing a lot of space opera stuff lately. A very particular space opera with a very famous symphonic intro.
Oh,
So
doesn't have a year about it, does it? In the title?
it does have a. It's something, I don't know. It happened like a long time ago or something. I don't know.
Nah.
But yeah, he's currently in the middle of his rewatch of that. So, and has been for a while because he gets to the end and he's just like, I realized something watching that one that I think they talked about in the first one, and it just starts all over. And I spend my time either watching Star Wars with him or in here writing. We're in there writing.
Even
while watching Star Wars.
what is Space Odyssey?
Ooh, sidebar. There's a movie that's set in Scotland where the entire island is walled off, and I think Mila Jovovich is in it. And she has a prosthetic eye that she can remove, but she can still see the images. What is that movie?
Brain, why are you mean to me?
Also,
Tom,
depends-
it's because she stopped working with her speech coach.
that would make sense. Or and also if she is around people with that accent more often.
That would be my. That's a guess. Do not quote me on this. I know nothing. I just make things up.
What's up, Tessa?
Unfortunately, I don't know if you heard it, but I didn't hear it. The smoke alarms were blaring out there.
I was wondering what that noise was. I was like,
Yeah.
I hear like a metallic noise. I don't know what this is.
I could hear something, but I didn't know what it was. My neighbor just came in my door, and then I took the headphones off to hear him and realized the smoke alarms were going off. So
I didn't hear a thing. Where was I?
So I'm sorry
It was
if,
so
if
faint.
that was coming
No.
through. I didn't realize it was on.
No,
Is
I was
everything
just
all right?
like, what is
Yeah, I guess so. Nobody came. They turned it off. It's not
Oh,
going
then-
off now.
Were they just testing it, maybe?
I don't know. It's a heck of a time to be testing the. And there's usually a warning when they're going to test.
Oh, okay.
So this is just going
maybe
off.
someone
And
just burned some popcorn?
the exit. Yeah, maybe. It wasn't me. I made sure.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
What's that?
I was going to say when I was in boarding school, they had to run a certain number of tests per year. And I think a certain number of them had to be like unplanned. So whenever one of the girls would like burn her hair with the iron or something. And when I say iron, I don't mean flat iron. I mean like an actual physical iron or burn popcorn. They would count them as drill.
We had the fire alarm go off at work. Somebody was trying to microwave a potato and it blew up and fried the microwave.
So I only lived in the dorms my freshman year. Thank the
Same.
Lord for that. But I'm pretty sure it was February. No, it was like right between warm and cold, but it was really cold and like there was ice, like water turned to ice, and it's 1:15 in the morning. The fire alarm went off. So then we all had to go outside. And then
man.
after we all got inside, because it took a while for us to be able to go inside. And there were some people just standing outside in towels from showering. And
Man.
it was literally starting to freeze their hair.
Oh no.
We got to go back inside. And then, exactly 45 minutes later, the fire alarm went off again.
Oh no.
This sounds like the apartment that I moved from.
That was dorm life.
I'm pretty sure 95% of us
French fries.
were late to class.
Of
the
course.
next day.
Honestly, we had a lot of that till somebody got up there and taped a bag over the smoke alarm because everyone would always iron their hair in a specific laundry room. These are not safety tips. This is like 100% what not to do.
I apologize for all of this because you know how the Gmail app will, like, if it thinks an email is really important, will send you a notification like, hey, this person emailed you. Maybe you should email them back.
Mm-hmm.
Note to all people out there, if you're legit and don't want me to like flame you, scorch you, and burn you to the ground. Dear Dead Name, good day. I've been calling your number that we have on file, but you haven't responded to my voicemail recently. We are looking at marketing your books. We think that they could be very, 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 very successful if you hired us. First of all, don't know where the hell y'all got my dead name from, but do some research on it. Like, everything's been updated. So,
I had to try real hard to do that.
like, sorry, I've got like the rage. Like, the rage is kind of there, like just in the background, and somebody just put their hand up and said, "Could the lightning please strike me?"
So are we all going to make drunk emails to email him back? No?
Don't tempt me.
I could be wrong.
I'm just saying, the last thing I expected to see was, oh, this email is really, really important. Dear dead name. Hi. You know, if you want somebody to do business with you, especially during the Pride Month, somebody who's been very openly trans for quite some time, whose pen name doesn't have their dead name in it, so you would have to have actually looked that up. And none of my old marketing had my dead name in it either. So where did you get my name from? And why are you making me angry? Where's Glory at? I thought Glory was coming. I need Glory to write
She's
me one of them
fighting
letters.
laptop gremlins. But yes, she does need to write one of those letters because those letters are fantastic.
Because,
To respond? Are we writing it?
okay. Glory, you have arrived
Believe
just
what I
in
had
time.
to do to get here. I had to restart my laptop and went and load Charlie's StreamYard link. You would not believe my odyssey.
Oh, okay. So
My
I was
laptop
just,
is still claiming I don't have internet right now, and I'm like,
It's like, first of all.
You're here.
But Charlie needs a scathing letter.
oh.
One of your emails are
Is
required.
it a once
yeah,
upon a time?
I think I need to hire your services. Remember when I said I might need to hire your services?
Yes.
I just got a virtual assistant / book marketing company that sent me a letter to my dead name.
Oh. Yeah.
And I don't know how they got it. Like, it would actually take some research to find it. Like, not like a lot. Like, I podcasted for a long time using that name, so you can just go back to the podcast for a while and hear it. But like, all of my marketing stuff has always been under CE.
Yeah.
And
There's literally only one place I've ever come across your dead name still on the internet, and I told you about that.
yeah.
And there's literally no place else when I was using my research librarian skills did I come across it, because I think that's the kind of thing people would need to know. Like, hey, just so you know, your dead name is out here on this site, so if you want to change it, you can. But if you're just like, I shall use it for bait. Yeah, do that.
So yeah, I'm just like, this is not the way to get me to pay for your marketing skills, because you can't even figure out who I am.
Yeah, that's just bad marketing right there.
Like,
Like,
this is.
I keep getting messages about, we really think your content would be great for, what was it? The shaving product for specifically for people with dangly situations.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, what about my content is like, oh yeah, let's shave these tennis balls live.
I feel that. I
mean, like, I was like, are you saying something that my drag looks so good that surely? All right, I'll take that compliment, but I don't think they meant it that way.
I once got approached by a very confused marketer on Instagram that wanted me to be a brand ambassador for their feminine hygiene products.
Nice.
Which one was like a super boost to my ego? Like, girl, I've been doing this right. Like,
Exactly.
so
And I was
confused.
like, I guess I could take it as a compliment, but also screw off.
Yeah, but like, second of all, why do you want a brand ambassador for tampons? Let's ask the important question here. What about a tampon says brand ambassador? Because when I think brand ambassador, it's like, look at my makeup. Isn't my makeup awesome? I got this from such and such company, right? Because you want them to promote. How am I going to be an ambassador to your feminine hygiene product?
I
do not have a Pornhub account.
All my old articles, all my writing stuff the other day on Sunday. I came across an article I didn't even remember writing, but I had written about tampon crafts. You are welcome to have it if you would like to be a tampon ambassador. It is a lot about tampon crafts and the uses I'm aware of for using. Because, like, actually, a lot of survivalists will pack a whole box of tampons because they are fascinatingly useful for non-purposes.
Yes.
Now I'm curious. I just want to read it. I have absolutely
Well, they
no
were
need
originally
for
invented for bullet wounds.
Yeah.
Tampons
Oh,
were
ow.
originally
Oh my
not for women.
gosh.
They were invented during the Civil War. Well, technically they weren't. They're actually like from the Nile. They're thousands of years old. Cleopatra had opinions about them.
Yeah.
But our modern cotton versions were invented during the American Civil War. For bullet wounds, you just,
Glory, will you do me a solid and do a video podcast for YouTube called Lady Business?
Lady business.
Can I share a random story that's like a few sentences long about something that actually happened at my family reunion involving a tampon?
Oh, go on.
Yes, while this happens, I'm going to get my bagel.
Just one
My
second.
aunt. Okay.
I just want to co-sign onto this because I was watching somebody the other day who was just doing products to us. Oh, you think this is about you? Let me explain how this actually came into being. And all of the products that are feminine or for any other non-cis hetero white person that had other origins that are just like, wait, you did what now?
I mean, like pads. You know what pads
really
are actually wonderful for in a dormitory? Writing holiday messages and sticking them to your friends' doors, the outer doors in their dorm rooms. Because that way you can be sure that everyone will notice it and no one will snatch it off the door in order to use it or to repurpose that Christmas card. Or nobody's going to take Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Yamiha, El Mubarak. Nobody is going to take it if you write it on a pad and slam it on someone's door. Nobody's going to repurpose that.
You're not wrong.
Nope.
So, and that is also in my Tampon Craft article that I'm like, I don't know that I ever published this one.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Okay, Kat, I can't wait to hear this story. Do you want a full screen or just stay where you are?
I can just stay where I am.
How dramatic
It's
is
really
this?
short.
You need
It's
arm
really
room
short.
to gesture.
It's really short, actually. So there's a lot of drinking at my family reunion. Disclaimer: lots of drinking. So my great aunt, who has since passed away, one year somebody thought it was a great drunken idea to make a necklace out of tampons.
Of course.
And then my aunt proceeded to wear this necklace that was made up of more than one tampon. Like it was like like one of those like the jewels should be hanging necklaces.
You know,
she wore it. The
tampon medallion
reunion.
necklace.
My family reunion is 3 days long. This happened the Friday night. It goes Friday, Saturday, Sunday. She wore this necklace, this tampon necklace, all weekend. And the thing is, like, most of the people in my family, they go to bed drunk, they wake up drunk, and then they continue to be drunk for the family reunion. Like, they get sober around lunchtime, and then they start drinking again.
Oh, this is so relatable.
So, and like, of course, they were all like brand new tampons, of course. But like, so, and there are pictures of my aunt walking around our family reunion with a drink in each hand and going like this with a tampon necklace. And that was my crazy Aunt Bonnie, who if I ever have a child, will be named Bonnie after.
So my personal favorite, not used not as intended. We had a friend who drank way too much, and so we started buying tampons without applicators as a year cutoff for the bar, because we would all keep them in our pockets, and if they kept ordering drinks after we told them not to, we would just throw one into their drink and watch it just like swallow the drink. It's like, you can still have that drink if you want to squeeze it out of that. And let me just say, Queenie would get gaggy and like just couldn't, and that's how we kept him from having alcohol poisoning. Because he would just buy the shots. He would just continue buying the shots.
This is not the time to mention alcoholic tampons, right? But that's how a lot of young women during various time periods in life, because it's not, in other time periods it was inappropriate for women to drink a lot or they didn't want to pay. So you soak your tampon in the purest of alcohols and you get drunk anyway. I do not recommend, because you will mess up the flora and fauna you have in there, and you don't want to do that. But I'm just saying, some people don't care. You can also stick it in a different hole as well. It is, I've been told by,
especially if you're from Tennessee,
many people, that it's very effective with Everclear.
Very popular there.
I have never been that committed to drinking in my life. However,
Right?
also, I believe in the 20s, cocaine tampons were a really big
Yes, they
Whoa.
were.
deal, both for medical and recreational reasons.
Can I just say, if you want to just sit back and go, the world is not what I thought it was, just look up Women's Health 1920s and buckle
rather
in for the
not.
ride. Just buckle in for the ride because, they had ideas.
Oh, they had opinions, and they were uninformed opinions, and were
I have
fast.
one
No
word for this.
female was no
Lysol.
female was insulted.
Yeah, like there was just my heavens, so many things. However, the lovely uninformed, unscientific opinions of the 20s about lady bits did help, revitalize the American Medical Association to the patriarchal monster it is today.
Yep.
And that is where we get vibrators. So, It's a mixed bag. It's not people. It's nuanced. It's
Because
nuanced.
women would go to their doctor to have their hysteria treated.
So you know how like you had a bad day and you're like, I'm so tired of people, but also if one more man so mansplains one more thing to me, I swear I'm going to take this hat pin and I'm going to stab him. And so instead you go to the doctor who used to manually help your uterus come back to its home. And you
Because they
pay
thought it
your
wandered.
physician to make you feel better so that you wouldn't be likely to stab men who kept mansplaining everything to you. And then the doctors were like, I have like carpal tunnel now. So they invented the vibrator.
Yep.
And let me tell you how popular the physicians, they had them literally lining up. And it really saved doctors from going out of business. Like literally America was about to no longer have physicians.
Yeah.
Because nobody was paying doctors. Suddenly everyone had a reason to keep their bill current with their doctor because, to feel better, to feel good. Like you can only feel at the doctor's office.
Yeah.
And then they made them smaller so you could buy them from Sears and, help your uterus find its home again because they used to believe that the uterus actually would wander around everywhere. Fun fact. That's not as weird as you think because while the uterus doesn't go wandering around, sometimes women's ovaries can. And we found women's ovaries in their arms before.
Wow.
Like you're thinking wandering, sure, in this area, right? No. Like they found it in her one woman's underarm. She had been in a car accident and had a very serious, blow to the body and had recovered over 18 months. And then she noticed about 2 years after that, a lump that was moving from here and it moved through and then it ended up there. And they thought, oh, well, maybe it's like an inflamed lymph node. They did a biopsy. No, my darlings, it was an ovary.
Oh my God.
And they were like, we're thinking we probably shouldn't remove that because it was still putting out hormones. So it was still regulating her system.
Oh.
So they just tried to like gently push it further up, but it didn't want to go too far. So they're like, just leave it.
That's horrifying.
Let it just be a little thing. It's just doing its bit. It's still keeping you, regulated. So, hey.
Human anatomy is a mini splendid thing. I think that's the only proper response.
Who said, like, they weren't that far off about wandering uteruses? No, uteruses do not wander, but uterus adjacent can. So, yeah, the human body, wild, y'all. Like, truth is stranger than fiction. Just roll with it.
Yeah. In every
just roll with it. And when you're feeling like you're just so tired of the mansplaining, just take out your medical device and allow your uterus to find its happy home again.
See, I realized that I was going to make a career writing spooky and messed up fiction when my sister's first husband had a pimple on his shoulder that he couldn't quite reach, and he asked me to deal with it. And when I did, a baby tooth popped out.
Oh, yeah.
And I was fascinated, and he was horrified. And that's when he found out that his twin was right there, and then suddenly decided to start developing.
Yep, a lot of people absorb their twins.
Yeah, I knew that, but I didn't know the teeth thing.
Yeah, they ended up finding quite a few in a crescent shape. On his shoulder,
there's a word for because regular people can have stem cells that become teeth in their mouth even in adulthood. Tom knows the word because Tom used to work for a dentist and was thinking about being a dentist many years ago. But we've always been kind of fascinated with stem cells. People think, well, only fetuses, right? Or babies have stem cells. No, my darlings. We all have them everywhere.
Yep.
Some people more than others, but you've all got stem cells. And sometimes they're like, let's just grow another kidney or let's grow an extra tooth. It'll be no problem. And you're like, why do I now have a tooth embedded in my upper gum that I did not need? And the dentist is like, don't worry, we'll just remove it. We'll stitch it up. And we'll never tell.
Supernumerary teeth.
Thank you. Yes, that is it. But yeah, that's a real thing for everyone. And it's not unusual like people think. It's just people don't talk about it.
Oh, there's a lot of things that people think are unusual that
Are a lot more common than you think.
Also, teratomas.
Yes,
there's
absolutely.
just-
Mia wants to know if the raid worked.
I didn't see it work.
Oh, did Nia do a raid?
I don't see a raid.
I do not. I've got the Twitch screen thingy over here. I do not.
But I agree with Tom. That used to be the liquored up or cocaine up tap dance was considered how a proper lady enjoys libations. And I actually read ads about that. Dated vintage ads.
Wow.
It's an interesting interpretation of femininity. I'll say that. Yeah.
I rather enjoy, like, for all of the horror purposes, like reading old medical thingies.
Very nice.
Because, oh my goodness, like if you're working on a horror story and you don't know where to go with it.
This Bud Light Seltzer Lemonade is packed.
Okay, I'm trying to make sure that I've got everything set up so that
Yeah, I was going to say, Charlie, did you change the settings so that Mia was allowed to raid?
Well, it's anyone should be able to. I took off the.
Oh, okay.
Because I had a couple people ask me, and I'm just like, I don't know why it's not working, so I just set it to anybody can. And
living on the edge.
I don't understand how the Twitch work. Like I want to, but
do it work though?
I don't know. I don't know. I have plans for over there. I spent all this time setting up my thingy mabobber because I
Twitch
tried
Studio?
OBS, y'all. Yeah, I tried OBS and I'm old and no. So I decided to go with the training wheels and I'm playing with the Twitch Studio beta.
So I tried to use the Twitch Studio this morning, and it actually warmed my computer up more than OBS did. So
Really?
that's why I ended up doing it in StreamYard.
Really?
Like I ended up like just cutting it off. And like, I'll see you back in like a minute. Hold on. And stream immediately started a stream using something else.
Huh? That's really weird.
Mm. You know, Nia, it might not be you or Charlie's account because
it might just be
Twitch.
It might be Twitch. I mean, people have been having problems since yesterday with the internet.
Yeah, Twitch went down yesterday, and it may not be completely back up.
Also, Twitch is like sending out some stuff that like how Twitch is actually this time of year gets really busy.
Yeah,
because there's a lot of game announcements, game releases, and different things. I actually got an email about it. Because apparently I get those fancy emails now. I'm like, hey, do you want to be part of these things and have your voice heard? Because this is an excellent way to get more like people in your community. No, but thank you.
Though I am wondering if it did work because our viewership just jumped.
Maybe it actually worked. It just didn't.
So
I just saw it. Yeah, it did jump.
Yeah, the viewership has jumped a lot. So maybe I don't. Hi, hello. I don't know. I don't know where you came from. We don't know how you got here because all the internet is broken. That's not really a tune, so don't DMCA me, YouTube. That was as random and as off key as I felt comfortable being. Alrighty, I think I might dare try another sprint because I want to just like, I don't know, pretend that I will figure out something to do with this this thing because
The
yeah,
music?
yeah, because I really like it and I want it to be
Timer.
something. And I don't know, I might just stretch it out into a long period of time as just in kind of a pseudo infinite loop and just send it to somebody who can do timers better than I can. I really like it, and I just, there are times when you just wish that you could like call up like Sharon Denadell and be like, "I need this from you. Like, can you please just like, I need your voice right here." That like that high pitched whistle singing that you do that is so beautiful. Like, can I just have like some of that for right here, please? Just like, But I'm not that person. I can dream. I have aspirations. Actually, I really don't because I make music for fun and. If I actually took it seriously, it would
No longer be
destroy
fun.
me. Yeah, it would destroy me on the inside because it's really hard because I love writing, but because that's how I have made money over the years, it's very hard for me to separate I'm doing this because it's fun from it needs to make the money in my head.
I keep turning expecting to see Logan, and he's gone.
Though I have to say that was one of the biggest thing in Camille Myrick's old Authortube, new Authortube T video thing that I really agreed with is, I don't think a lot of people talk about their more professional stuff on Authortube, but also I think there's a space that doesn't want to hear that.
What do you
on
mean more
Authortube.
professional stuff?
Yeah.
Well, like she was talking about, like when she was working for the paper, she couldn't talk about a lot of what she was doing because of her deal with them. So
Gotcha.
it never made it into her vlogs. It never made it into any of her content. And so like a lot of that stuff, because of NDAs and other things that people have to sign for working, there's a lot of things that people do that just don't make the YouTube. And yeah, there's been a lot of stuff that I've done in the past that I would love to talk about, but I signed away my life and my soul, and so I cannot.
Yep. But my parents came up to Canada and signed NDAs, so I can talk to them.
Oh, I've been very clear because I need to talk to somebody. Like, the poor hubby has had to sign quite a few NDAs because when I've had to do a project that I knew I wouldn't be able to talk about, but I was really excited about, I was like, "You're sending me 2 copies of that," because he's signing one because I need somebody to talk to.
Exactly.
That is fair.
I need someone in my life that I can be like, ah!
But also, like, it can be a very important part of the creative process to talk things out. So you.
But I don't know. I've noticed in certain circles on the Authortubes when I have talked from my actual experience in the industry or literally citing friends of mine who I don't like name dropping because I don't want it to be like that. But like, if you're in writing spaces a lot, you will make a lot of friends with writers. It's like, what happens like this, but like with a bunch of people and get brushed off as if I'm some naive summer child that just doesn't understand the real industry. And I'm just like if I told you who told me that, like you could say this, but like, I know the contract that he was signing with Simon and Schuster that he was mad about when he was saying that. And okay. I'm an idiot.
It's interesting how small professional circles can be.
Oh yeah.
Like at my last job, I was working with the lady who animated, textured, and lit and rendered the Howler Mrs. Weasley sends in Harry Potter 2.
That
I was
is
like,
awesome.
Cool.
What childhood? Thank you.
That is awesome.
I love all the paper crinkles in that bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's those little details that really make it feel like it's not just a cartoon insert, but rather like it's a real 3-dimensional thing that exists in that world.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
also,
like, I have coworkers who worked on Harry Potter. I have coworkers who worked on Twilight movies and Cats, and like there's the whole breadth of everywhere. Like everybody's worked on everything, and we all just
the
cycle through
Howlers are in
studios.
Wizards Unite. Also, some people call it Harry Potter Go. I was playing it for a while before my phone started really getting slow.
Yeah.
But I think it's with the Weasley twins. Like sometimes they'll have a howler running around them, and it's sounds really funny, but.
Make all the pride. Make all
Because
the consolation.
sparkle.
Yeah, yeah, all the sparkles. Like this is what we. It is the one thing that I have come to realize. Like I just have to accept about my people. And I will say for Pride Month.
Speaking of
I just heard
sparkles,
I just heard.
Hey!
We're also squished. Hold on. I had to move over. Oh, there we go.
Now
we
it's
go.
all over you. I got some room to stretch out.
We got a full Brady Bunch.
And you can see
I know. Oh, how are you guys doing? I was like, I was flying through my sprints. I'm like, we are going to work because I'm not writing anymore tonight because I'm going to go hang out with Charlie, and I don't know if we're chatting or what.
I'm having such a bad mental health week that like I want to be doing sprints, but like my heart's not in it, and unfortunately I'm fixated on this stupid song that I've been working on for like 3 months. That like it's got a nice groove to it. Like I really like it. Like I have just put it on repeat in the background. Like I'm not gonna lie, like I've done that because like I really like the groove to it, but I feel like it needs something. It feels not finished. So I went from like not feeling good to just being obsessively compulsively just like listening to a song I'm trying to write over and over and over again, which I don't know if that's healthy, but it's where I am.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a year of like freaking out that I'm still here. Like it makes no sense that I am like still doing this at all.
Glory, were you doing the?
Yes, I was being silly. I was like,
Well, I'm just saying, in all honesty, you kind of need to be the Alice because you are the stir. Like, if anybody's gonna like stir, like it's yeah. So you need to be the Alice. And oh yeah, Cindy's where Cindy needs to be. There you go. See you down there.
Bye, Tom.
Bye, Tom. Have the fun with, I'm assuming, deliveries.
yep, food deliveries.
Yes.
Oh my
Yep.
goodness. Yeah, it's been a
The one nice thing about being in this frame is that I don't have to like try to figure out where to wave anymore. Because we know how I struggle.
And you can see all of the colors on my flag.
Yes.
Very nice.
Nice.
Very pretty.
And you can see how I killed my.
Well, I guess I could.
my
Is it dead or is it? Is it?
It's petals.
How's
Isn't that
how's
what
it
orchids
doing?
are for?
Yeah.
It's in an in between. So
You can still save it.
yeah,
It'll come back.
something about misting, and I was like,
I am such the kiss of death to any plant that comes into my house. Like, I apologize. Like, I'm sorry. I did not hurt you. Somebody's decided that you should be in my house and you're going to die because there's nothing my husband and I can do to keep you alive. We'll try to find you a home before that happens, but I'm sorry to all the plants. Like, all of them. Like,
I
Only
know
thing I
can't.
did with this
really
rose
cute,
bushes.
pretty. It was a gorgeous orchid, and all you had to do was put an ice cube in it every like couple of days, and I forgot, and it died within a week.
Oh no.
I can't keep my own
There's
plants
an ice
alive.
cube in it.
What if it's somebody else's plants? Oh, those bitches gonna thrive.
but I feel like
yeah.
they also have handwritten instructions, and they're like, well, you need to turn it 1/2 degree every 3 hours, and you're like,
My mother killed every plant she ever had. The cactus, the succulents, the lily pad.
How did you?
Killed a lily pad by overwatering it.
I killed an aloe plant.
That's talent.
I've killed the elephant
It is.
before because the pot didn't drain. It drowned.
Oh.
That's
Oh,
not
yeah.
necessarily your fault, though.
Okay, so my
I didn't
grandmother,
realize the pot was that bad.
my grandmother had this pot of hen and chickens that is just gorgeous, and because
I
of the
love
place
hen
where we live, all I had, she was like, they're so easy to take care of. Just put it in the south side of your house, right out in the front. The rain will water it. It'll be fine. I have not touched that plant in 25 years. I'm just like, okay. I did exactly what she said. She came over to the house, checked that I had placed it properly. Everything was fine. That plant was dead in a week. Like, it just knew. It's just like, I have come to the place where it's my time to die. The plant abattoir is here. Let me go. Like, it just could not. It just could not.
How long
And I felt
does it?
so bad.
Sorry,
I
I'm
have
reading
not
your
tried
thoughts.
with outdoor plants, and I really want a lilac bush because they bloom in May, like around my birthday, and they're so pretty. So I'm hoping one day.
So
if it
we
does
can-
that,
Yes, I think like
Nature
once they're
will help me.
planted, you should be able to just set it and forget it. But then you can also go out and trim the blossoms and have like lilacs inside, and that actually makes it grow more. I know this because I was a personal assistant to a librarian, and she had like very specific instructions for everything. And no, like one time, my assignment was to clean the carpet. She made me read the manual 3 times before I was even allowed to touch the shampooer.
Hi.
Hello.
You're still muted.
Nia, you're still
Yeah.
muted, baby.
I thought I hit. There you go. She's 20 years old.
Aw, hello.
That's my mini me.
Mia, you do not look like you are old enough to have a.
No, I think she had her children at the age of 3, and we're just all trying to be real polite about it. I've teased her several times about this. I'm like, we know that you had these children at 3. You could tell me whatever. It's witchcraft. I get it.
You're not
I'm
supposed
a
to tell the magic
vampire.
secrets.
That makes so much
And
more sense.
my vampire story is actually my story. It's my life. No.
Okay, so I have always wanted to like meet a vampire. Like, I've got some enemies. Can we like? Can you set me up? Because like, some heads
I
need
was
to be
only
ripped
a
off.
vampire in
Some hearts need to be
college.
ripped out. Like,
What about like the how Dinah ripped the dude's head off in chapter 1?
Oh
Do
yeah.
you want that?
Yes.
Did us the clunk?
Yes, all of it.
Yes, isn't it the best wave?
I can't do it
Like,
actually. My wrist.
I can't either.
No, I can't.
I have
Someone
two-
told me pretend you're screwing in a light bulb.
But it's like this.
I have too much dirty.
Because you
drag
have to
queen in
curve
me.
your hand. It's like it's not even like forward. It's like the curve. It's so perfect. There's nothing
Feels
like
a little
it.
I can do this one. I can do the Princess Diaries wave.
I'm all, hey.
I can do the Princess Diaries wave. Thank you. Thank you for coming today.
I'll be honest. I've got too much dirty drag queen in me. I cannot move my hand while cupping it without making obscene gestures.
Challenge.
You know, misspent youth will show. So for everybody who thinks, they're just going to grow out of it someday. Honey, it has its revenge. I got a friend who's a paralegal who pretends that the goth was just a phase, and then I'm just like, and then bats on your stockings. Well, I mean, and your desk decor, but, and may I see your most recent playlists, please? Like, you can try to say that you're all classy now because you got some school in you, but girl, I
My
know.
most recent
I know you-
playlist I've curated is songs for villains.
My playlists, I thought about, I made them public. I think, I don't know. I hit buttons that said that. They might be. I don't know. But I feel like they're just problematic to anybody who tries to listen to them other than me, because my music taste is so eclectic that, like, if you're not ready to go from like UK grime to like Norwegian folk music, don't hit play.
I have to
So I
say,
was just
I
on
understand. Go ahead, Megan. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I was just on Spotify and they had one of those little things where they're like, talking about your musical interest, and they're like, only you would mix. Who was it? It was like Italian rap music with like classical music, and just like I felt so called out. Like I know I listened to weird combinations, but like, did you have to call me out on it?
Yeah,
I'm specifically not allowed to make playlists or run the car stereo when I'm with my friends because my music tastes are so bizarre. Like it'll go from like Eminem to like Nordic chanting.
Which, by the way, I've recently got into Bulgarian choral music. If you have not heard Bulgarian choral music, it is a trip. It is a whole life experience that I did not know I was missing out on. I highly
that
recommend.
What they use for Brother Bear?
It's very. I don't even know how to describe it. It's a lot of fifths and seconds in harmony, and so it's very. It could be very dissonant to your ears or like heaven that you've been missing your entire life, depending on what kind of a person you are. You'll learn a lot about yourself just by checking it out.
This is the playlist I was listening to when I was out Saturday. It's just called Driving. I've got Madonna. I've got a song called Another Irish Drinking Song. I've got Broadway musicals, Billy Joel, lots of 90s boy bands, country, musicals.
We've been trying to break Apple Music because they now have the infinite play, which every service should have, where it will just, whatever you were listening to, it will try to find more like that based off of what it knows you like. And so we have a playlist that's just called Tonight that we will sit down and each of us will put together a couple one song each or a couple songs each. And depending, we both have such eclectic taste. And you can like almost hear the robot cursing at us when it's trying to figure out like, okay, so you did hair metal and he did garage music. And then you did this weird Estonian pop music, and then we added in some Madonna. Like there are times when it just spins. Oh yeah, there are times when it just like starts spinning, and you can almost see like the face of the robot bleed through the screen. Just why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? This is not what I'm here. Oh, just why? Like because. We had a night the other night where I was really into show tunes, so it was like some show tunes, some death metal, and he was all into his feels of like 80s power ballads. It made for an interesting playlist, and we found some artists that are oddly at the intersection of those three things that like I didn't know existed, but I need to know what this genre is called because apparently there are bands that's all that they are. It's like Amaranth, if you're familiar with them, where they just went, why can't you have a death metal singer, a metal singer, and a pop singer all in one song with every element of those genres mixed together? And that's the band.
Okay. So, Spence, I'm sharing this link for everyone, but I think Spence would probably enjoy it the most of anything.
Same.
And here we go. Also, this is a YouTube composer.
My best
Peter
friend's
Gundry?
kids, they're almost 15, 12, 9, and 2. But her boys were listening to Weird Al Yankovic, and Phony Calls was playing. And Luke, the 9-year-old, ran up to me, Auntie Carrie, there's a clip from The Simpsons in the middle of this song. I'm like, I know, dude. This song has been out since I was like before I was your age. She's like, no. I'm like, yeah, Weird Al's been making music since like the 1970s.
Yeah, another one.
No, he has. I was like,
Yeah.
He was my first
Mind
concert.
blown.
It's like my son who insisted that the second round of Disney movies could not have possibly come out when I was in school. He's like, no, not Mulan and the Little Mermaid. He goes, you're too old for I'm like, no, because he saw my husband and my prom the theme was A Whole New World from Aladdin, and he's like, how did y'all know about a whole? I'm like, that was like middle school for us. That was cool.
When
And
Joe
my
and
son's
I
like,
were
you can't be that old. I'm like, yeah.
Joe and I were teaching
Or he
Sunday
thought,
school,
no. He was like, no.
and that's when they re-released The Lion King. And so this one of our students was absolutely obsessed with it, watched it every day that she possibly could. And she'd come in and she'd be half asleep and she'd be like, I stayed up all night watching Lion King on repeat because I love it. And I said something about like growing up watching it. And she's like, what are you talking about? It just came out. I'm like, no, sweetie, that's a re-release.
Yeah.
It came out in like 1993 or whatever.
Yeah,
that was.
they keep thinking that
It's not new.
because I'm like, they watched the original VHSs because my mom bought them all. So when my kids were watching it, I don't know why they thought that it was their generation. I'm like, no, those were out when I was in school. Granted, middle school and high school, but still.
Yep. My father
that was on and popping when we were kids.
On a summer matinee to see The Little Mermaid. It was literally an entire movie theater full of children with no adult supervision. There was not a single adult in the entire. It was just like it was pandemonium.
Yep.
And just children screaming the whole time. And there I am in like third row from the front, just singing along because I already had the soundtrack. That was back when they would release the cassette ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like singing the whole thing at the top of my lungs because it didn't matter because it was just pandemonium in there. And when, the movie ended and I went outside and I sat on the steps waiting for my dad to pick me up, all the children stream out. My father eventually shows up. He's like, so how'd it go? And I'm like, it was great. And he's like, your mom and I got an opportunity to go to dinner with some friends and they offered their babysitter for your brother. So if you wanted to go back and see it a second time, we could sweeten the deal with a popcorn and maybe a drink. And I'm like, can I get candy? He's like, we'll go to the store and get candy. And I'll just put it in your coat. How about that? And I'm like, I will accept your offer, Daddy. So I went again in the evening show, unsupervised. Did not say at the top of my lungs that there were actually some adults there. And again, it was before adult supervision had been invented. Nobody blinked an eye when Dad bought me the ticket and then went, bye, let's go get the
I remember
food.
that, yeah. I remember those days. Spence, oh, okay. I don't know if you've heard of the album I'm going to say, and this is one of the few times I feel like it's okay to say an artist's dead name, because when Heather Alexander realized that she was going to transition, she recorded an album called Duets, where she laid down the female track, and then after her transition, Alexander James recorded the male vocals.
Ooh.
And so
that's actually really cool.
He duets with himself, and it's a song about it's an album of fairy magic, Celtic music, and change. And so Heather's voice is very predominant in the early album, and at the end of the album, it's predominantly Alexander's voice. It is an amazing, amazing album. I do believe it's just called Duets. If you can find it, definitely check it out. Like, I love some good Celtic fairy music. Heather Alexander has a lot of great music if you've never checked out that. Alexander James also has some really good stuff. They're the same person. But there's this one album where they are both on there. And it is such an amazing thing to hear. So if you can find that, definitely check it out, because it is amazing. And yeah,
So for that link I shared, I don't know if it came through. I don't think it did.
I don't see it.
Oh, you know what it is? It's probably because I don't have the blue.
What?
You don't have a wrench?
What?
I feel like I said that like.
And I thought I
It
fixed it.
didn't show up to approve it or anything. I was looking in the.
I thought I fixed it.
You
How did
probably
I-
deleted it because I don't have the.
Just
I
say
don't
hi
have-
in the chat.
Yeah, just say hi in the chat.
I will get you a wrench.
I don't. Un momentos.
Because I feel like I thought I had fixed this.
How do I live without? Nope. Chandra, stop it.
Okay.
I,
I can't find it. Well, I'm struggling, y'all.
well, I'm in here. I might just throw some wrenches at some other people.
I mean, if
just
you were
'cause
talking about it, I don't think I have a mod thing in Twitch. But Charlie's editor
I
of my Twitch stream.
I thought I fixed
Yeah.
that on. I
I
you know what? I
realized
may have
Glor-
set.
Oh, go ahead.
You have too many channels, Glory. I may have modded one of your other Twitch.
I
Okay,
have
did
too
it.
many. I literally have 2 Twitch channels and 1 YouTube channel, and I
That's
have
too
2
many.
channels.
That's too many.
If that
That's
isn't
too
the
many.
pot.
Have you met me?
Yeah.
Have you met me? Like this is my entire
Charlie,
career. Is pot
I
kettle.
have had
Like
to like trim stuff in my classificate my description on YouTube to fit all of your links in before.
I said,
Like
have you
trim
met
all
me?
the C's in everyone's YouTube address. Trim all the C's out in order to fit your stuff in there. And I have too many channels.
Charlie, you need one of those thingies like the link trees
Yeah, I
or
need to
the
set up a link
thingies
tree.
that Doll said like they have that's like a link tree.
Yeah, I need to set one of those up.
You need to get you one of those.
Yeah, I really do because I just wait, especially now that I can like send my Canva stuff directly to Tumblr. That may be coming back just because I have some really cursed thoughts, and Tumblr seems like the appropriate place for those.
Tumblr probably is the place where you can pretty much put anything and nobody's gonna. Yep, that's fine.
That's normal.
I
I should open up my Tumblr and just tell you one of the things that just pops up. Hold on.
oh, I know if I open mine, it's going to be some naked something.
Oh,
Because-
actually, probably not.
Well, I know because they took that away, but
But
actually,
the thing is,
mine
so-
opened up directly to Sage. It's just Sage. Like I went to tumblr.com and it's like Sage. Behold,
yes.
Behold the glory. And it's like, yes.
I see Chandra's hay, but I don't see a wrench with her name yet.
I hit mod. I hit it. I did it. I did the thing.
Chandra,
And
say
it
hi.
won't change it. It won't change it for earlier ones. But from that point on,
Really?
Yeah, it won't change the back ones.
yeah, it won't
It'll
change the
only
previous
any
one.
New ones. Be the mod.
I have the power.
Now, yay.
Okay, here's the link. Also, there's
Yes.
a song on their channel that I have to specifically recommend. It is on the album The Witching Hour, and it is The White Witch.
Oh no, somebody went to Tumblr.
Oh dear.
We may have lost Cat.
I was about to say, I think we may have lost.
Oh my gosh. Hold
You
on.
okay?
Can I just
Nope.
share my screen with this on it?
You're not gonna get me taken down, right?
I don't know. You know what? I'll
Make
just
the
send you
promise.
the link.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just saying, like I do. Like
And
it
now
would be
everybody wants
so
to know.
on brand for me to lose my channel on the 1 year anniversary of me being on Authortube because something happened on that. That would be so on brand.
Like,
I put it in the chat, and then I also put it in the private chat as well.
Like,
Push
that would-
the volume on.
that, I'm just saying that would be so on brand for me. It would not.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that poor baby.
Do you have the volume on?
Yes.
No, I don't have the volume on mine.
Oh, there's a song.
Oh,
Go with it.
Yeah.
There's a beat going.
There's
Oh,
there's
no.
sound.
oh boy.
There is sound.
Okay, let me mute myself. And
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Because YouTube has come after me for weird things.
Me too, Charlie. It's like so random. It's like, what? For that? Really?
Like,
Okay, well,
there's
you
one
know-
Authortuber that lost her whole channel for a video that there was nothing even wrong with the video. I'm like, why? But I guess maybe her information was depressing. She was basically giving a life update, and they took away her monetization, and just she couldn't get it back.
I think I know who
she's
you're
the lady that
talking
does
about.
the Authortube, the Facebook.
Lily.
Yeah, I'm like, that is crazy. That freaked me out. I'm like, literally, they can just decide, your stuff is just not making us happy and not what our advertisers want. So you're done. I'm like, they could just do that.
Yeah, I've got a friend in another market on YouTube who has a channel with like 40K subs, and he woke up one morning to his channel just being gone because the video got mass flagged by people that were mad at him. And he was just like, if you were to check the video, it doesn't have anything that they said it did. Like, all you would have had to have done was actually watch the video. Like,
yeah.
And
just like if they actually went through and watched any of my content or any of my streams, they would note that I did not violate anything minor protection.
I mean,
You showed off your invisible, non-existent child.
Yeah. Or I'm 12.
You might be 12. I mean,
Because I obviously can't be 13 because a 13-year-old can live stream alone.
Sorry.
And like, how long would you be 12? Like, by now, are you still?
I literally had a 23rd birthday party live stream on Twitch. I showed up drunk to one of Charlie's streams.
And it was amazing, and I loved
it. Yeah.
We all started talking very quietly so we didn't wake her up. And it became like the ASMR stream because everybody was very whispering and quiet. It was wonderful.
Because I work at a bar, and so I got drunk at a bar.
Oh, Charlie,
Chandra, do we have puppy or cat?
Puppy.
Do we have puppy or kitty cat?
Puppy.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, she just decided she wanted to play.
It's so cute.
She never wants to play, so I had to play.
Charlie, if you're wanting to get into content creation in any way, shape, or form, realize that you can be the platform for the stupidest things on any platform. All of my books were taken down from Amazon about 2 months after my book Shine Like Thunder came out because I upset somebody because, I never say things that make people mad ever. And they mass flagged the book as being pornographic, which I laugh because there's literally no sex in the entire book. But they mass flagged the book as being pornographic, which is technically against the rules of Amazon to sell pornography there. Technically.
But,
Have they been?
Sorry. Have they seen their content?
It is, if you actually read the rules, you cannot post pornography. Erotica you can, pornography you cannot.
Yeah.
And this book got mass flagged for pornography, and I woke up to an email simply stating that because of the pornographic nature of Shine Like Thunder, I can no longer sell books through Amazon. Which, after I stopped laughing and started crying, because like literally my like 12-year-old niece read everything that I wrote, whether I sent it to her or not. So like there's not going to be anything more than intense eye gazing and hand holding in anything that I wrote until she turned 18. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do not need my sister coming after me. Like, no, I have too many scars on my body from fighting with that woman. We fought it, and luckily at the time I was on a fairly sizable podcast. I was running the Confessed podcast at the time and had a fairly good sized audience for that. And we were able to raise enough stink that they brought me back, but they would not respond to my emails. Basically, we had to socially shame them to get them to even look into it. So bear that in mind. don't put all your fish in one basket. If you're wanting to make money as a content creator, you should be podcasting. If you're a writer, you should be writing. If you can create merch, have work wherever you can get it, and have as many streams of income as you can get, because robots don't care about us. Like, they really don't. And if enough people get mad at you and flag your stuff, you can go away tomorrow. And it's, so on brand for me to be so upbeat and, uplifting on my streams. But you need, that's why never put all your eggs in one basket, because I don't know what I would have done if I couldn't convince Amazon to let me be back in the store, because, there's my writing career pretty much over, I mean, you can be other places, but let's be honest, in the United States, something like 90% of books get sold through them. So
we would never say anything about the lovely corporation that is Amazon, like the last comment that Spence put up.
Yeah.
But it's not something that we...
All of these platforms that we are on are actually wonderful.
They're wonderful.
Oh,
They're wonderful.
Platforms that help
They are
us
great.
be our true selves, well-adjusted and loving.
The only
Thank you.
platform that I have a problem with is Wattpad, but that's why I'm not there anymore. Everyone else is great.
So, I mean, technically I could have tried that, but because of the way that I was banned, the exact wording of it and the way that I violated TOS, I technically was not allowed to have a KDP account with them. So I could have tried to have gone a traditional route, which at the time for queer fiction was, yeah, that wasn't happening. Mainly because I didn't write coming out stories or stories about people dying slowly from AIDS or people struggling with drug addictions, which was basically all that TradPub was doing at the time. Yep. So yeah, it's a scary thing, but I do have to say, our benevolent Lord and Master who guides our fate, the Master of Amazon, will be going into space just to flip Elon Musk off. And while I have no horse in this race, anything that upsets or hurts Elon Musk's ego, I'm kind of here for, because it needs
it feels a little good, doesn't it?
Just a little bit. So, like,
honestly, I'm just annoyed that I'm not going.
Right?
Yes,
you know
this
what?
too.
I say, let all the rich people go first and find out where the leaks are and where they outsource things inappropriately. Let them find out where all of the oxygen leaks are.
That's the thing. If you go on with one of them, it's much safer.
And what about what is it, space herpes?
Wait. I couldn't have possibly have heard that right.
Don't have
Did you say space?
Yeah, is there something like some sort of STD you get from going into space?
Oh, space herpes.
Yeah.
Space herpes is real.
Space herpes is
and,
real.
Space herpes is real. If you go into space, you end up with a kind of herpes you cannot normally get here on Earth, but every single person who's ever gone to space has come back with this form of herpes, and they have it for life. They have found no cure. And interestingly, several people who've gone into space, people that you would know and trust, like Buzz Aldrin, have theories that aliens are giving us space herpes while we sleep, or drugging us while we're in space to give it to us in a more human way. The people give each other the herpes. And yeah, so apparently it also affects people's brains, is all I'm saying.
So up until 1 minute ago, or actually, I wanted my daughter to go
I
to
learned something
space
today. With the
No,
opposite sibling.
I do not want my lovely daughter that you guys have just met. I do not want her to go to space anymore.
You don't want her to
We
live
were
in
like,
space
join
herpes?
Space Corps, join Space Corps. You've got the brains for it. You've got the. She loves this kind of stuff. Now I'm like, no,
Yeah.
we're good. You can stay here.
No, I think
Stay
not.
here. Go be a doctor. It's fine.
Yep.
We'll go to space.
Just saying, it's real.
I'm just going to say, the application that I filled out to go to the moon, they definitely didn't say anything about that.
It's funny how they don't mention that till like
Not in the disclaimer.
plan, you quit your other jobs, and they're like, oh, by the way, when you come back, you'll have space herpes, so you can't have unprotected contact with people
Forever.
for the rest of your life. Yeah, because you can transmit space herpes. Actually, they're not sure, so they don't know, but they can experiment.
Is it echoing? Am I echoing?
I'm hearing an echo from
It
somewhere.
comes in and out.
Yeah, it's coming in and out.
Yeah, I
don't know
hear
where
it
it's
coming in and out
from.
too.
Okay, I thought it was crazy.
I know it was me. That's why I'm doing this today, because
Yeah, I've got mine in too.
my computer's been very echoey today. Well, for the last month.
Well,
I noticed that it's been picking up on people's computers more often. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know if they've changed something.
But okay, so Charlie,
They would never change anything without telling us. Anyway, sorry.
Insert maniacal laughter here.
I feel like half of my job on Authortube is to scare the crap out of people, because while I love the hope and optimism, I've been a published author for 15 years, and I have either seen, experienced, or had friends go through all of the bad things that can happen, and we don't talk about those enough on the Authortube. There are a lot of reasons why people don't like putting their stuff up on Amazon, namely, you will be punished if you're not exclusive to Amazon. I know they say they don't do that, but considering every page read seems to count as a sale in the algorithm for a Kindle Unlimited book. So that's why you'll notice a lot of Kindle Unlimited books really high in the sales rank over there. You are disadvantaged if you are not exclusive to them. But if you are exclusive to them, you will never get on the USA Today bestseller list, which actually tracks actual sales. Unlike the New York Times bestseller list is a hoax. Do not pay attention to it. It is willfully and knowingly fraudulent. Even if you don't understand that, load it up, look for every dagger that you see next to a book's name, and know that means they bought their way onto the list. Every time you see a book on the New York Times bestseller list and it's got a little dagger after it, they've actually got a couple different symbols so that they can confuse people. Those are people who literally bought their way onto the bestseller list. So they bought 100,000 copies of their own book, and the New York Times editorial board's fine with that.
They didn't used to be. That one
it's called
chick got
Money?
busted.
Oh,
I don't know
no.
if you're familiar.
Oh,
But
no,
the one chick got busted and got kicked off after
She didn't
24
do it
hours.
the right way. She didn't do it the right
She
way.
didn't give them the money.
Right.
She circled it back through her publishing company, which sent it back to her.
Yes.
So she cut out the New York Times from their revenue stream. That's the problem.
The USA Today actually uses BookScan, which looks at how many books you've actually sold. But you have to have sold books in at least 3 markets to even be considered. So you could sell 1 million books just on Amazon, and you will never make the USA Today bestseller list unless you've sold at least 1 book in 2 other markets. So this is where you need to ask yourself, what do you want? What are your goals? If you want that bestseller title, 1, become friends with somebody at the New York Times or with one of the, I think it's 7 bookstores that they work with, because that's how they pull their data. They call up 7 bookstore managers and say, what's the scuttlebutt? What are people talking about? What are you seeing sold? And based on those conversations, what makes it on the list? This is widely known. I think Alexa Dunn actually did a video where she goes through the whole process for the New York Times bestseller list.
Yeah, I think she did do that.
Yeah, that was so good.
And it's been widely known for some time. It's a prestige thing. And so it's you get in good with a couple people at a couple bookstores and a couple editors, and you're good. But so if you want that bestseller label, you need to be wide. If that's not something that matters to you, then you have to look at your financials and what seems like the best fit for you. Because that's really what this comes down to. What do you want out of your writing career? And by the way, if you win a Pulitzer Prize and you think you wrote a book good enough for it, it's a $500 entry fee. That's it. It's a contest like any other contest. You fill out the form, you pay them the $500, and you are in the running for potentially winning it. So,
but that also means that you could put in that you were in the running for it.
Technically, yeah. So, you know, the Pulitzer isn't like the one award that I would dream of winning someday, which would be either a Nebula or a Hugo. Those are voted on through a blank ballot that then goes through a couple rounds of balloting to pick who should be on the final ballot, and then the winner is chosen from those. Because I just would love to say Hugo Award winning or Nebula Award winning, or I don't know that I'm a good enough gay person to get my Lambda Literary Award, but glad I try. I try. But I guess I need to do more fundraisers.
I'm nodding like you can see me.
Yeah, I think that's the moral of the story. I need to do more fundraisers. But you need to ask yourself what you want, and then build your career accordingly. Because there's
all the accolades.
Yeah.
Yes.
Am I a weird person in that I don't care?
No.
I just want to publish a book.
Same.
Like, that's all I want to do. I just want to become a published author.
No,
unless you talk to my parents, and then technically, in a way, I'm technically a published author because I have fan fiction published. But I'm not counting that.
No, and this is why, like, I like with all the videos going out and all the conversations about new Authortube, old Authortube, and what are we changing into. This is something that I want people talking about more, because not everybody wants to be a professional writer. Not everybody wants that to be a career, or like for me, like my ultimate goal is, you know, that 5 seasons in a movie. Like I want an adaptation from one of my works. Like that's what I really want. And that does actually color a lot of my choice in what stories I'm working on. Do I see this being a TV series? Like, would this make a good series if it was adapted? Would this make a good movie if it were adapted? Because I want an adaptation. Because, honestly, I've tried writing screenplays. I don't enjoy it. It's not my process.
I'm sorry if I seem a little distracted. I'm still thinking about space herpes.
It can do that.
I know. Understandably.
So one of the, I swear I bring this book up all the time because it is one of the writing books I have read, or from an author that is a well-published author. So in Dear Allie Carter mentions that she either before she even outlines or before, like, her first draft is actually a screenplay. Like, that is her first draft. And then she takes that and turns it into her novel.
I tried that.
Mine's kind of like that.
But that's her process. She
I'd like to try
specifically
that.
does it. That is the one thing she said is in common in her process every time. At some point, it will have been written as a screenplay.
Because to me, the most toxic, not because there's so many. How can I choose just one? But one of the most toxic things that we have in the Authortube community right now is just this focus on the editor or the agent. Not everybody wants that.
Yeah.
And I've heard come out of some people's mouths, and I'm not going to name names, but I'm sure you all have heard it too, that if you're not trying to get an agent, you're not a real writer.
I've heard that BS.
I
did not subscribe.
Right? And that kind of
I've been hearing that
toxicity-
BS for decades.
Right. Like,
But
you
guess
need-
what? An agent relationship is very personal. I would not say intimate, but it's very personal because you're in a business relationship with someone where you're both intertwined, which means whatever's going on in their personal life is suddenly affecting your business life and vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
And they can be just as toxic as any marriage.
Yes.
I mean, that's why you see so many people like, I'm getting a new agent, or it didn't work out, or like, not to call people out, but sometimes there's just the personality dynamics that do not work.
Yeah, and you need to ask yourself, what do you want out of your career? Because that's the greatest thing about being a writer right now is, one, the stigma against indie writers is starting to diminish, which is great because we have realized, oh, crap, I can take this really, really seriously, not publish my first draft. Dear God, please, people, stop. Like, that's what Wattpad is for. Like,
Yeah.
Charlie knows my horror story around that.
Like,
It wasn't my first draft, but
But
yeah.
you know, if you take the craft seriously, you can pretty much build whatever career that you want. I think that we are at that point in time where the middle class artist can exist. It is not easy. I mean, you are going to have to hustle. If you want to make money, if you want to make your living off of being a creative, I think it is much more possible now than I've ever seen it in my life. I have friends that do it. I don't have they are fortunately not burdened with some of the depressive problems that I have, so I'm not able to pump out stories at the rate that they are, which is probably why I have the little demon in my head screaming at me that I need to be fast drafting everything for rapid release, because, again, friends that make quite a good, nice living doing that. But, you know,
But those are also usually romance, and that's a different audience.
Right.
Yeah.
It is a
And
very
if that's
different.
not how you work, then that's not how you work.
Mm-hmm.
And so you need to ask yourself, what do you want? Because, like, I grew up wanting to see people like me in fiction. That's what I want. I want to see people like me. I want to see the queerest stories that have ever queered in the history of queerdom. Because I'm tired of getting the secondhand role. I'm tired of seeing, oh, look, we have representation. We're that person that showed up and died in the first 5 scenes. I'm sure no marginalized community can identify with that.
Always.
To Maggie's comment, Wattpad really helped me when I started writing, but this was also when Wattpad was relatively new, and you could still actually have conversations in the forums. Now they've pretty much killed any ability to have an organic conversation with people. And like that's part of what made it so good. And you could really get to know people and really get some deep advice. For me, I mean, I edited my first chapter of my first draft probably 150 times because it was just that bad. And it's still bad. But I improved so much from that process. And if I hadn't gone through the process of writing that first draft, I don't even think I would have made it through college English.
For years, when I would do like a nano, I would publish like the dailies of what I'd written up there just to put it out there. And it would be great because people would read along and they would realize like, oh, trashy first draft. But they would like, oh, this character, this plot line, this thing. And like, really like having cheerleaders there, like, oh, okay, so this idea is working. Maybe I can get that 50K in a month, you know? It was such a wonderful thing to do. And then that culture, I'm not going to say it changed or it went away, because I'm sure other people are having that. I'm not going to speak for everybody. But I noticed for my own stuff, I would just post it up there and it was just like nothing. And then I would post the revisions. Like as I was doing revisions, I would just post them up there because that's right, Faroon's not available anymore. Anyway, Faroon originally came out as a serial, and it very quickly got pirated online, where people scanned it in and put PDFs of it places. And people bought more because they heard about the story and they wanted the next issue, and it hadn't been pirated yet, so they bought the next issue of it. And so I got very comfortable with the idea of people seeing my drafts, seeing early versions of stuff, because, you know, marketing is, any marketing is good marketing. You know, getting people to know that you exist is the hardest part of the business, right? Though I want to know who's making money, if they are making money off of my books on Scribd. Scribd, please answer my emails, because I doubt anybody's buying them, but I want to know. I'd like to know. But you know, and then just follow it. I miss having that relationship with my readers. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the things that I was hoping Villa might give back when they said you can build a relationship with your readers. I have seen nothing that says that the readers can comment.
Yeah, that's been concerning.
Wait, I thought there.
they can give you those like stickers, and you can put a 200 character tweet at the bottom of your story as an author note. But nothing said that they could actually comment, or that we could comment back and actually have conversations.
I saw the author note thing and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like being on fanfiction.net.
Well, so
But much more restrictive.
Yeah, the author note thing makes me nervous, but I'm ready.
And you don't have to do the author note. So I come from fanfiction. I started writing fanfiction in 2012. That's when I actually started publishing it. I was probably writing it long before. And
Yeah,
I started on
cloud
fanfiction.
should still.
.net.
But I have a
where
lot of stuff on cloud I need.
I need to you have to manually make your author note sections, and then when I got to Archive of Our Own, I was like, they give you an author note section.
Yeah.
I don't have to argue with the formatting to be like, this is an author note. Here's where the story begins. Type of thing.
Yeah.
Where
half the chapter is an author note. Darn it!
Because the author note shows up at the bottom of each chapter. Because I've actually put several chapters up of the urban fantasy now. They show up at the bottom. It's very restrictive on its character count. I want to say it's like 300 characters. It's not a lot.
Oh, cow.
It's a hefty tweet. I think it actually may be a word count that you're allowed rather than a character count.
Yeah, there's nothing. It says nothing about comments.
It says nothing about comments, and I would
stamping on it.
I would like. Yeah, I'm muting you because every now and then I'm forgetting random words. So next time you want to talk, you need to unmute, sweetie, because I feel like we're eavesdropping, and I ain't dropping no eaves. Oh, I just Samwise Gamgee. Why am I like
Yeah,
this?
you did.
Why am I like this? Like, straight to Lord of the Rings. Like, let's just run over there.
Oh, Sam, my sweet Sam.
I've been dropping no eaves, Mr. Gandalf. Oh, Mr. Gandalf. Can I just say Ian McKellen is my hero, and I want his voice at some point.
Don't turn me into
I've been
anything
working.
unnatural.
Don't turn me into anything unnatural.
Which, by the way, Chandra, I realized that Clem is very much a Samwise Gamgee character.
Yes.
Can I just say, I
Hence
hope
those jokes.
I accidentally realized that two characters in one of the stories I'm working on are Merry and Pippin, and I killed them before they came into existence because I'm like, I do not need a Merry and Pippin in this story.
Oh, but I love Mary and Pippin. They're
No.
my favorites.
No.
Aww.
I just no. It broke the mood so much. Yes. It
One of
broke
my
the mood
sisters
so
is
much.
totally a Pippin.
I love Mary and Pippin. They're so adorable. I mean, I would be tempted to throw a carrot at them in real life, but since they're in fiction, I can just enjoy them.
Well, they just catch that carrot and eat it.
I know, that's why I would feel that bad, but still, it's like, Gloria, please stop throwing enormous carrots at the little hobbitses. And I'm like,
all the hobbitses.
Y'all, Yins, I am actually, I'm going to need to drop off for a very
Alrighty.
I gotta go to the gym because I promised myself if I go to the gym, I can eat Taco Bell for dinner.
I mean, it's about priorities, right?
Which I bigly want.
Yes.
Go to the gym because Taco Bell.
Yeah, go have some cinnamon
Yeah.
twists and think
Yes.
of
Go,
me.
go to the gym. Have all the good things.
I'm
I
getting
would tell.
2 cheesy fiesta potatoes. If y'all want anything, text me or order.
Oh, that sounds so good.
How
If
will
I
you
could-
get it to us, though?
I wish it was close enough.
Oh
Wait
no,
a
I'll
minute.
eat it
Do you
for
have the
you.
teleporter?
She will eat it and take pictures so you can vicariously live her life.
Oh.
Sorry, I don't know how the wires got crossed there. That was weird.
Just say cinnamon twist. Crunch all the cinnamon twists. Think of me.
Yes.
Those Doritos Locos Tacos. Oh.
Send you an ASMR voicemail of just me eating cinnamon.
A chicken chalupa.
So,
Yummy.
Try not to laugh too loud, just putting it in a bit.
just say a little prayer for me while you're having anything that's wrapped? Because I want to have, I want tortillas back without PTSD screaming and tears. I want my tortillas back. I want my tortillas back. So just say a little prayer, just like when you're having any of your food in tortillas, that I can one day.
One day.
One day you'll be able to eat it with us.
Dobby wanted to say bye.
Goodbye, Dobby!
Bye-bye, Dabbers.
He also wants to say, Mother, put me down!
Yes, that's the believable content.
So cute.
I'll see y'all later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, I was going to say
There were
something. So I wonder if a way for like, in like the Vela thing would be like to send people to your website, because my website, I accidentally have a forum on it.
I just tripped and there was a forum.
I don't remember. I don't know how I did it. It was an accident. I was pushing buttons and I shouldn't have. But
Where
I
is
have a
this
forum
website?
on my website.
Like, where are you hosted that you accidentally found a forum? Because I might need to
Wix.
check that out. Oh, yeah, I'm not on
Yep.
Wix accident. I'm like, forum?
I
What
may
are
have
you?
a new website. It exists. I've done nothing with it. I may have even bought a domain name for it and everything.
What don't you
but-
have a domain name for?
Is it the non-binary writer?
Yep.
Booyah!
It's there. It exists. I have not done anything with it because I keep saying, like, I'm going to get back to blogging because I miss doing actual weblogs. Like, how was my day? Like, stuff nobody cares about reading but me. Kind of blogging, like, not caring about, is this going to get me an audience and, like, fame?
I
and
miss those
fortune?
days of the internet.
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
totally
I'm-
normal to blog that way.
Right?
And everyone would read everyone's blogs and
I
be
miss
okay
that.
with that kind of content.
And so I told myself, like, here's a gift that you can get for you. Like, get this domain name. I can't believe nobody owned it already. Like, I was like, really? Nobody has nonbinarywriter.com? Okay. Mine. Like, yes, I will add that to the... Just get on the bus. And, yeah, it exists. I have also registered a podcast of that name, and I've gotten stuff... I did a theme song for it. There's a theme song. It exists.
You have all the things, just you haven't given them.
I
to
just
us.
haven't. Yeah, I just haven't done it because I'm okay. Like the realistic real talk for all writers out there. I feel guilty doing things that I enjoy, like so much. Like one of the main reasons I hired Rose City Editing to edit my epic fantasy story is I feel so guilty working on it because I love the characters. I love the setting. Like, it really is Charlie's childhood fan fiction. Like, it's everything I loved as a child, as a teen, as an adult in one world with original characters so I don't get sued. Like,
Are there
that
mecha?
wrapped up. Yes.
Oh.
They may not come into play until book 2 or 3, but yes. Yeah. The Okun are a machine race, and they do have mechs, and yes, that is
I
a
just
thing.
realized that all three of my book projects, like Shadow, started out as a mega crossover fanfiction character where Lavinia was going to be an OC. And anyone who doesn't understand fanfic language, it's original character. So she was going to be an original character in that. And then I'm also using original characters I've made for previous fanfictions in it because I created those characters. And I'm just going to alter their storylines, their backgrounds and everything a little bit. And then Blood Rain started out as a fanfic, technically, because Dracula was originally going to be her dad. And then...
I love that story. I'm just saying.
I don't remember if I'm calling it the Common Royals or the Uncommon Royals. Also started as a fanfic, actually.
So, I mean, if...
It's not surprising.
It shouldn't be. I think I have like 15 fanfics I'm writing or something.
if nobody's noticed, I mean, this is as Final Fantasy art comes, except for original characters. Like, this is the cover that I did for, this is the book that they're editing right now.
Nice.
And like, it's all my childhood loves. There are pirates, there's magic,
Nice.
there's weird, like, anthropomorphic animal critters. I think it's all the things that I love.
That's hereditary.
And I feel guilty. I feel so guilty working on it because, and this is what led to my unscheduled mental health vacation and why I like talking about it so other people don't get in that place. I had gotten to such a place that, like, if the work isn't for the monies, it's bad. And, like, people think I do a lot now. Back then, I was hosting 7 podcasts. I was writing for 17 blogs, and I was putting out books as well as serials and doing writing for other people's stuff as well. Not to mention contributing to other podcasts. I got up in the morning, I worked, I went to sleep, I got up, I did it again. Work, rinse, repeat. And I did that for about 7 years. And I really, really enjoyed it because I am a workaholic at heart. And it paid the bills, and yay for that. Until the day that, like, my soul literally shattered into tiny little pieces, and I woke up and nothing worked. Thoughts didn't work, brain didn't work, nothing worked.
Spence wants to scream
Yes,
together with
Spence.
you.
I have so sometimes if I get a ride home from work
Yeah.
from certain coworkers, we will get in their car and they'll be like, "Okay, are you all ready? We're going to scream now." And then we all just scream in the car, and then you'll see customers or coworkers leaving the building and just going, "What the
Yep.
fuck is going on?" And we're all just like,
Yep.
Love it.
and then we stop, and then we leave.
You need to do that. Like, you got to let it out somewhere.
Yep.
And this is the
Yeah.
problem, you know, I'm a lot better. Like, I've gotten over a lot of the problems that I had. Like, I am capable of having human emotion, which is amazing, other than why am I not dead yet? Like, that wasn't fun for years. But I still have that demon in the back of my head that's like, you're enjoying doing this too much. This can't be work. And so my solution to that is it has to be work, because I've paid some people to do stuff to help me edit it. Like, I got to make the monies off of it now, right? Shut up, you stupid little judge brain. I'm done with
One
you.
of the things I noticed back when I had the video store, and then this correlation continued with the home party business. But what I realized with the video store, because I had it for 4.5, almost 5 years before I sold it, was the days, the weeks, and the months when we were all as a group, all the clerks and myself, were having a really fun time. Maybe we were, testing things on the customers, like we tried different sales. We were doing little experiments. We were hiding products in the back room to see if they could still find it. We were doing weird stuff. But we were essentially being mischievous little people trying out different experiments on our customers. When we were having fun, that is when we made the most profit.
Right.
And it was same with the home party business. When we stopped worrying, because I started with just myself. And eventually it grew to that we had 20 salespeople, and we were bringing in gross more than $1 million in sales a year, just 20 of us doing this part-time. Nobody was full-time. And like what we, everybody eventually would realize, as I would tell them, is when we're having fun, everything else seems to take care of itself. It's kind of odd. It's exactly the opposite of everything capitalism and the Protestant work ethic tells us. The Protestant work ethic is all about, if you're not miserable working, then you're not doing it right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Versus I was like, look, if you're not having fun, you're not doing it right. So if you are miserable selling adult products, that is not how you sell it. You're probably not even doing much in the way of sales compared to if you were having fun. So we would just be cheeky, silly, talking about, we'd literally get up there and instead tell a story that had nothing to do with the product, and then turn it on, hand the buzzing the thing around, and then go on to the next thing. When people are just having fun and having a good time, everything else fell into place, worked out. Everybody's word of mouth worked. It all just worked on its own. And it was like we'd found a little miracle situation, because it was exactly the opposite of what everyone else around us was telling us. And I still think about that of, this idea of you have to be miserable to be profitable or to support yourself. You have to be sacrificing your happiness
and your health and your well-being, your mental health, and it shouldn't be that way. What I was thinking was, isn't that how it should be? What if we could all just do the jobs that made us happy? And you would think, well, who's going to do the farming? There are people who love that.
Who genuinely love it.
Who's going to do the cleaning? I literally know someone who left their job to open up a cleaning business.
Yep.
They loved cleaning. They loved cleaning things. Yes, someone will do all the jobs. People who love to cook will start out in fast food, maybe to learn how to do things very quickly, and then move on to being a chef or working in a restaurant or owning their own. If we could just do what we love to do instead of doing what society tells us that we must do. And if you're not working hard and like just sacrificing all of your health and well-being, and then you're not doing it right, that's unfortunate.
And it was so easy to fall into that, because when I say like I was doing all these podcasts, like you got to remember, like podcasting was new. Like I've been podcasting for 15 years. Like I remember the first time I heard the term podcast, I was like, tell me more. What is this thing? How do? Right? Like I did work with, Adam Curry over on what was it? Pod Show? What was the name of his thing? Back in the day. And like, yeah, it was so much fun because you didn't know what you were doing. You know what I'm saying? Like it was this whole new thing. What is this? And so it was easy to get into that mindset. And once you got there, it's just like, oh crap. If I stop writing these blog posts, the CPM is going to go down on the sites. And if the CPM goes down, that's going to mean we can't buy the ads that we need to get people to know that we're doing this, that, and the other thing, which means we're not going to make money on that. Like, all the cascade failures. Like, I just felt like I was just sitting there with a switchboard, no. Everything's going to keep running. Everything's going to keep running. And I wasn't the first person to realize how bad we had gotten into this. And so people started dropping out because they were like, I need to take care of myself. And now I need to do their work so that we can keep this up to the level that we were at. And one on top of the other, on top of the other, on top of the other, until just crash. And it's easy to get into those cycles, which is why I don't have space for the toxic productivity that I see on the internet. Like, nah, been there, done that, got the t-shirt, got the scars on my body and soul from it. Nah, we're not sending other people back there.
That's right. Yeah, no. All right, guys, I'm going to take off, but I'm going to keep listening, and I'll be in the chat. But I need to do dinner and all that good stuff. But I'll be listening, and I love the conversation, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
Yay.
How are you doing, Tessa?
I cooked something, which I don't normally do. I spent hours on the phone. You may have seen me disappear, with people calling me to make appointments for tomorrow. And like my whole list is full of appointments, and I get a new aide starting tomorrow. So there's a lot of startup stuff, nurse stuff, all that, plus my home health care nurses from my hospital stay. So like my day tomorrow is just like full of stuff. But hopefully having an aide to help me with things that I haven't been able to do will be helpful, and hopefully I'll get along with her, because I had one aide for a year and I was used to her, and now I'm getting somebody new. I don't know how we're going to get along. I get nervous around meeting new people.
I know that feeling.
So it's really hard for me right now, and like I don't know how much I'll sleep tonight because I'm going to be really worried sick about everything tomorrow. So I don't know. I just, don't know what to do. I'm trying not to be anxious, but I am.
Anxiety is really tricky like I really like to do noting practices. They help me a lot. I've heard them called fourfold breaths. I've heard them called square breaths. I've heard them called a lot of different things where you inhale for 4, hold for 4, and exhale for 6.
I heard something about that, but I've never tried it.
Do that several times. That's actually a trick on your autonomic system. It literally resets parts of your brain. It's kind of a half on off switch. Like, it's a way to reboot yourself. And just don't do it for too long. You will get lightheaded.
I usually fall asleep trying to do it. If I'll do it laying down in the dark.
Yeah.
And usually I fall asleep before the 6th round. Because like around the 4th time, I'm like, I'm never going to sleep. I don't know why I keep doing this. And yeah, like really the next one, since the 5th round is like, it's all better and I'm gone. And then I wake up going, oh, I must have fallen asleep while I was doing that hours ago.
Yeah. Spence, I wanted to say something about this before I forget. I feel this. I wish I could scream more often. I would advise you to learn how to do a death metal growl or how to do Norwegian throat singing. It is extremely cathartic, and once you learn how to do it, you can do it at variant volumes and get similar catharsis to just screaming but at softer tones so that you don't wake people up. It can be really handy. There's some really good tutorials. Make sure that you're doing the vocal exercises. The method that I used, you literally jump, and when you land, you bark. You do a full throat bark. So when you land, you and you do that until you can start feeling the muscles in your throat, and go from there and build from there. And you can it is extremely cathartic to just, whenever you need to turn that on to do that. So that's one of the things that I've used, because sometimes you can't yell at people, but you can creep them out when they think you're demonically possessed, because you just look at them and all of a sudden you're talking to them in a way that they don't know how to deal with. Because they don't know what to do when that voice suddenly comes out of you and they leave you alone. And that's stress too.
It's nice.
Why? Like, it's fun. It's easy. Everyone should do it. The hubby has focused more on throat singing, and it takes me longer to warm up to do that because it's a much finer control of the throat muscles to do that.
I love the band The Who with the Mongolian throat singing. So cool.
So much.
It is not as hard to do as you think it is. Just make sure that you're being very careful, and if you feel pain, you didn't do it right. You should not experience pain. You will feel a soreness that's much akin to like when you haven't walked for a long time and you feel like the muscle soreness, but it shouldn't feel like sore throat soreness. It should feel like a muscle soreness, because you're starting to use muscles that you normally use, if that makes any sense whatsoever. If you feel like you have a sore throat, like a scratchy throat, be very careful, because you haven't done the technique right. But it's really handy. It is really handy, and once you learn to control your volume, like, as loud as that may have sounded, because I'm really close to the mic, the dog didn't even look up. Like, it wasn't that loud in the room, and it can be very cathartic.
Has anyone ever watched the documentary Genghis Blues?
Yes.
It's so good. It's about a blind blues singer's journey to Tuva to learn more about Mongolian throat singing. And his combination, like, he had only heard it once, and he started incorporating it into his blues singing, and it is the coolest documentary. I highly recommend if you get a chance to watch it. Definitely enjoy it. I've watched it so many times.
I have so much respect for throat singers, because once we started actually doing the practice, like I said, like, that is not something I can just turn on and turn off, because you really have to warm up for that.
Mm-hmm.
Because it actually uses the same parts of your throat that you use when you cough. You have muscles there that are just designed to move things. but you can learn to flap them, and that's how you get those extra tones in your voice. That's how you get the overtones and undertones into your voice. And it's amazing, especially when you hear a really good throat singer. Like, oh my, like it is phenomenal, and I highly recommend. So that is the thing that you might maybe try. Anybody who is playing the drinking game, the chat just jumped. It hasn't jumped all night. With like all the chat that's been happening, now is when it decides to. Yeah, I don't know why I heard it called a square breath, but I have the technique. I've heard it called a square breath, but it's 4, 4, 6. You know, in for 4, hold for 4, out for 6. I don't know why it's called that. I'm sure that somebody had a reason, or it's got a cousin technique.
I get, like, what do they call it? White coat syndrome, where if you're in the doctor's office, your blood pressure will go up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me too.
So my mom had read somewhere that if you're getting your blood pressure taken, you just try to relax as much as you can and kind of like do a motion on your leg that's not getting your blood pressure taken, like you're petting a dog.
Mm.
And that helps. So I just pretend that my mom's dog is.
When you said white coats, my brain envisioned red coats, but they surrendered. So they're turncoats. So they're white coats.
But yeah, so I'll sit there and I'll pretend, because I had blood pressure. I still have high blood pressure now, but I really had it bad when I was pregnant. And so I would sit there and I would pretend I was petting my mom's dog.
Nice. I like that idea.
And it helped.
I'm definitely going to try that the next time I go to the doctor's office, because I have serious white coat syndrome. I've had so much trauma, literally from doctors and nurses, like really stuff that I later told people about, and they're like, "Oh no, that's bad. Those people should have gone to jail," kind of levels. And so it's just at this point I have to just tell every new doctor, it's not your fault. You've done nothing wrong, but my body will react as if you are torturing me just because you're here. So, and they're like, "Oh, thank you for letting me know." It's like starting any relationship of I've been traumatized by previous relationships, and now you have to deal with it. And so, yeah, my blood pressure shoots through the roof, like crazy levels. My veins shut down, the whole thing. They're like, "No, we don't need to live. You're in the place of death. Get away. Just run."
I know that feeling.
So I'm definitely going to try that. I'm just going to pet my leg. Just there, my sweet. It's going to be okay. Who's a cute puppy? I'm a cute puppy.
Roy's a cute puppy.
Counting breaths is a very handy technique. I do highly recommend that one as well. That's actually how I generally fall asleep. Is my brain just keeps throwing what if terrible scenarios at me. Like this is like nighttime is I hate trying to go to sleep because it's nothing but I'm in a dark room and all of the what if terrible scenarios that are extremely unrealistic. Like extremely what if the town floods again and sharks get into the house? Completely unrealistic, but a very visually focused anxieties. So counting fills the mind. So those things can't happen. And yeah, I can. I'm better at it in the morning than I am in the evening. Another thing to learn that you learn when you start doing vocal exercises. But yeah, it's. I could try to do warm-ups, but it takes a while. Speaking of the devil, hello. I was just bragging on how good you've gotten at throat singing. I was just bragging about how good you've gotten at throat singing. Somebody's home. And the dog is very, very happy because he's completely snuck in. Here, we're going to try this and see if I echo. If I echo, I will go back to the headphones.
I can't wait for Roy to show up. Tom and I have been debated, do you think Laura's parents will actually part with Roy. Or if they will find a reason why Roy needs to stay, it'll be like 2 years later. And they're like, let's get you another puppy because Roy really needs us. You know, like
Right. So my parents are coming up for 3 weeks. So 2 weeks we're going to be quarantined in my 1-bedroom apartment. And then 1 week they're going to be in a hotel so they can visit to just like, it's okay, Roy. Aww. It's okay. And then I'll be on my own completely with the puppy.
That's so exciting.
So Canada will allow your father to enter
if my mom brings the marriage certificate and her birth certificate saying she was born in Canada.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
That's excessive.
I remember back when you could go to Canada without even a license. Like you could just be like, "Hi, I'm American," and they'd be like, "Good enough." Literally, that was how I have crossed the Canadian border in the 90s, where they're like, "Hey, go on," and they were like, "Oh, do you like fudge?" And I'm like, "Why, I love fudge." And they're like, "Be sure to stop at such and such in London, Ontario, you know, like, and then pick up this, and they've got some excellent chocolate fudge as well as maple fudge." And I'm like, I didn't know you could make fudge with maple. That's literally how I found it, by the way. And they're like, "Oh, hey, yeah, just enjoy." Still did not show a license. Nobody showed a license. We were in Canada, and it was like, this is great.
We took a trip just before I started high school. We went up to Niagara Falls. And we stayed in New York, but we were jumping back and forth the whole weekend. And every time my dad drove. And on the way back, my mom drove home. And they're asking the questions like, how long were you there? Blah, blah, blah. She starts stuttering. She just starts getting nervous. And they're like, "Those your kids in the back seat?" "Yeah." Asked to see their driver's license. Ran them through whatever to make sure they weren't criminals.
Oh no.
Because she was nervous and it kind of was like,
Yeah, whenever we drove down to Mexico, because we were like an hour and a half from the border, my dad would be like, "Okay, like no sunglasses, no hats, and they'll let us through. Don't be a drug lord. You'll be okay." And then the border got real bad with all the drug lord activity that was seeping into San Diego. So,
and then there was
our
the
trip
time
stopped.
that I went with my ex-boyfriend and his family, and we stopped at the duty-free store, and he got himself a container of Cuban cigars. And we're in the car, and we get to the border, and they're like, "Did you bring anything back from Canada?" And we're like, "Souvenirs."
You know, as you do.
Like you do, you know?
We got past the gate. I turned around. You were so lucky they didn't stop us randomly.
Oh, no. Like, our parents were very much, since, you know, we were a whole, you know, bunch of autistic kids. We're like, our parents were very much like, remember, you just act very wide-eyed and innocent. And we were like, okay. Hi, everybody. I mean, it was just, yeah, like it was, I think Dad used to call it, all right, you're on Captain Kangaroo. Everybody wide-eyed and bushy-tailed. Okay. And that was how they trained us, just be the most innocent children ever. And like, we literally used to practice. Because if it's possible for our family to pick the wrong mode, we will. So yeah, they used to coach us.
My nieces and nephews are getting in trouble.
Oh,
My
no.
sister, so my sister, like, because she's also a foster mom, plus she has 4 or 5 kids of her own, and the kids like refuse to help clean or do anything. So my sister actually hired a housekeeper to help her out, and the kids must have taken it as a challenge to be worse. So my sister is taking their phones and the Wi-Fi completely away.
Ooh.
No.
Completely disconnecting them from the internet. My niece lives on her phone. She lives on the internet.
So
and they're about to get a
I
life
can't even
lesson.
imagine. Like, I remember a time before the internet existed, and I can't even imagine what I would do without the internet now. Like, I
Yeah.
can imagine if I never knew a time before the internet. Like, oh, that would
Yes.
You
be
used to have to
so much.
write things down on a notepad to go look up when you go to the library. Do you remember
Yep.
that? That's
Yep.
how old I am. And it's like everybody's got their pieces of paper for all the things we want to look up when we're at the library. Like, and you wouldn't be at the library, but like maybe once a week, maybe every other week if you were lucky. It was so infuriating to wait and then forget. I don't remember why I wanted to look this up.
Right.
Does anyone else remember why I had looked this up?
And Diana, I love this song. First of all, it makes me really mad because why can't Jacoby Shaddix actually sing in his own band? Because he's featured on quite a few songs and showed that he can with the voice work. And then Papa Roach. I mean, like, I have so many emotions about this. But also, for anybody who is into metal music and is curious about dipping your toe in, The Who did a cover of Sad But True by Metallica that is really super good. And it's entirely in Mongolian. So you will have a sense of what they're saying because they just translated the song into their language. So if you want to dip your toe in to this world, that's a song that you probably are familiar with. And it is such a good version. It is such a good version.
They also did a song in a alien language for Jedi Fallen Order.
Yep.
That's really good. I've had that on repeat for days.
Nice.
I was so excited to see them put an album out a while back. A friend of mine sent me a link because they won. I can't remember what it's called. And I'm terrible for that. But it's basically the Chinese equivalent of like China's Got Talent. They actually participated in that and won. And it was like they sent me their victory performance. A link to it. It's up on YouTube. And I was just like, who is this? How do I get more? Please? How can I want all of this now. Because the one thing that really I want to change, especially since we have the internet and we're talking about the internet and all the good things the internet has brought, can we stop region locking stuff? Because I don't understand what the point is in that. Like, a couple of my favorite bands are from Japan, and I have to buy CDs for some of their albums that I can then rip and listen to on the music thing because they're not available outside of Japan. And why? Well, why do like? I'm glad that like they have albums that are out here, or I probably wouldn't have found them. But like, why region lock? Like, I don't understand this anymore. The internet, like the internet is a thing.
Yeah, it's the 21st century. Why are we still doing this stuff?
Right. Like, why is this?
The
like,
world has shrunk.
It really has. And like, there's a Within Temptation album that I want really, really bad that only came out in Denmark. And I half understand because it was part of some like partnership they had with a Danish radio station. So like, okay, but like, can I have the whole album, please? Because they messed up. They actually put it on their Spotify and Apple Music. So I got to hear the whole album. And then they were like, no, we said no. And they had to pull it all down. And it's just nothing but Sharon Denadell and the boys doing covers of all kinds of amazing songs that you would never imagine Within Temptation doing. Two of them, they were able to license from themselves because copyright's weird, y'all. And so if you've heard their version of Crazy or their version of Radioactive, those were actually two of the songs from that album. But like, why are we doing this to ourselves? Like, why?
Why the
like,
thing? Yeah.
Like I don't even understand. Like, I don't mind if somebody buys my book in English in Germany, because if I release a German version of the book later, then the people that didn't want to read it in English will then be the market for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't see how that, because that's usually the excuse, especially in publishing, right? That, well, what if you want to sell a Spanish language version of your book? Then people that don't want to read the English version can now read it there.
Yep.
Like, why say, oh, you're willing to read the English version of the book? No. Like, I don't understand this. I really don't.
People don't make a lot of sense to me either.
So much. Just so much.
Relatable.
I feel like Tom is meditating right now. The Who are amazing. Yeah, I have no idea what... Like, I started learning Hindi because I listened to a lot of Bollywood music, which technically means I need to learn Hindi. Now, take this with a grain of salt, because this is something that a Sikh friend of mine told me, but that the differences between Hindi and Urdu are slight, and they are technically intelligible to each other. So you can pick the one that you're most interested in and kind of get by on the other one. Like reading, they use different alphabets and whatnot because the British Empire was a mistake. But I want to learn so many languages because I want to know all the things. It's like all the things. Like I want to learn Mongolian so bad, just because one, I've looked into it a little bit, and the grammar. Like, you know that you have a problem with language when you're just like drooling over learning a language because you're like, the grammar. I need this in my life.
I have a hard enough time with English grammar.
I need it so bad. Also, the first time you sit back and go, I'm going to construct a language, you know you've gone too far.
Yeah, I have never had that terrible temptation, so...
I have constructed 7 languages so far. One of which is going to be up on the Dragons of Night site in the not-too-distant future if I can get all my ducks in a row. Because I did the whole Raphaim language. Let's see, I have to have TV when I fall asleep. Yeah, that's a whole thing. Yeah. When you're not in a depressive episode, you can't. There's so many things that are needed for the distraction. Like, yes.
Beef short ribs.
Practically perfect.
I'm very jealous, Spence.
The temptress!
You have succeeded.
All I want to do now is go in the other room and just walk in there, look the hubby right in the eyes, and say, "You have failed this city." No, wait.
Oh, hubby.
You have failed this
He did
city.
nothing
And then
to
come
bring
back
on
in,
this
like, not
amount
explain.
of disrespect.
Not explain. Just come back in, sit back down, and continue with the stream. I feel. Oh wait, I think he's doing Korean tonight, so maybe he didn't fail. I think he's doing a Bemby.
Have you failed the city?
Yeah. Have you failed this city? Which, by the way, my biggest problem with Arrow is simply this. I watched him when he was doing gay softcore porn a lot, and I keep seeing him as Adam from the first thing that I saw him in, and I keep waiting for him to spontaneously just be in a G-string for no reason. But Arrow was fun to watch. I'm just saying. It was very different in my head. It's a very different show.
Can I read this thing I saw on Tumblr?
Go for it.
Go for it.
The Aeneid is Augustan propaganda. The Aeneid is anti-Augustan propaganda. You fools! The Aeneid is homosexual propaganda.
You fool.
God.
I feel this.
Also, I highly recommend following Tegamemnon. It's very entertaining.
Actually, I'm really curious what we're having for lunch. So for dinner. I'm really wanting to go in there and ask. So, do you want to just talk amongst yourselves while I do that really quickly, or do you want me to start a timer thingy? Do people need to get up and walk and excuse themselves, or talk while I'm gone?
Men in the ancient Mediterranean were like, I'm gonna show some thigh right now, and no one stopped them.
Not a single person.
Right. Be right back.
Nobody's like, keep that thigh contained, sir. No one.
That sounds fantastic.
So I have a microfiction I wrote, and I don't know if it's too much alliteration. It's like,
There's such a thing, but okay.
have I gone too far?
Read it. Read it.
Okay, it's called Midnight. The sliver of silver light slices through the opening of the defiled sarcophagus, showing nothing but ragged remains. The midnight moon, illuminating where the mummy's head should be, watches on the wrists of the archaeologist stop, both hands straight up. The mummy groans. Men scream. Minutes later, the restored pharaoh closes the tomb once again, no more to lure outsiders for parts. The corpses of the glory seekers stand withered amongst the ranks of the eternal servants, forever amongst the sand.
Ooh, not too much alliteration.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Just enough alliteration.
Yes. Agreed.
Stabs you through the toga 23 times. 5 check.
Maggie says, I live in an area where we can point at the steer we want in the freezer and say, I want a quarter of that one. That's it.
Yep. I would like a side of beef or a quarter of a side. Okay, thanks so much. You want the front half or the back half? Take the front half. Apparently it's more kosher.
So how is everyone doing today?
I'm super excited. So,
But what are you excited about in particular? There's a couple things.
Is it about Roy? Is it, let's be honest, is it Roy?
no, but yes, but no.
Yeah.
I'm working on my collection of my stuff to publish.
Nice.
I'm at 37,820 words of microfiction, flash, and short stories.
Nice.
So I'm hoping to hit 40K. And I already have a cover designer, and I have an editor, and hopefully this will be ready by 2022 sometime in there. And I have 2 illustrations, but I want a few more. And it's just like, I'm so excited.
Are there going to be any like Laura specialty drawings, like original Laura original drawings?
Inquiring minds want to know.
I have one that I could put in there, but it would be a different style from the rest of them.
That's true. So then you just need to make more. And then
So what I'm hearing is we're also going to be getting the Laura Nettles art book. I didn't hear a no. I did not hear a no. I want that stated for the record. I did not hear a no. So,
Y'all, I am so looking forward to getting the Laura Nettles horrific Christmas cards to be able to mail to people I love and don't love.
So I got some back from Zazzle that actually are decent.
Ooh, yay. Ooh,
Like, I mean, y'all, look,
How
when
Laura
it
is
comes
getting
to
those.
food horror, I'm here. Like, let me have that marshmallow melting, the little marshmallow
Yeah.
man just melting in the cocoa. I'm like,
Well, Laura is getting those. Socrates, is it true that the wisest man knows that he knows nothing? Citizens of Athens. Aw, Socrates, you made me think!
death.
The image from
Death.
Nemo. The image from Nemo. Oh, you guys made me ink.
So, what I hear you saying, Kat, is that you would like me to send you all my historical memes that I collect over time, because I keep posting them in this one Telegram group of my friends, and just crickets every time I like make
don't
them the
appreciate
to
it.
Greek stuff.
Ooh.
Look at it! It's so gorgeous.
So I love that the mug kind of reminds me of the Kool-Aid Man.
Yes. So exciting!
Yay.
Still
I love it.
candy canes.
Love it.
is
Love it.
awesome.
The Mallow screamed in agony as his flesh softened and melted into the steaming hot cocoa he was currently drowning in. Monstrous eyes peered over the rim of the mug at his predicament. Methodically, they submerged him over and over with the cold metallic tip of a spoon. His lungs filled with the chocolatey fluid, melting him from the inside as well. His sense of self disintegrated along with his body. Foam became his headstone. Happy holidays!
I am, let me tell you, I am going to be the most popular or most hated person in my region for Christmas this year.
Oh, wait.
Because I'm about to send these out for Christmas. Let me tell you, people are going to love or hate me.
My boyfriend's family is going to think I'm so weird. I'm so excited. I'm just so excited.
I am a twisted Christmas card per kind of person.
I kind of need you to give me your return address, because I will say all of these will be going to a friend of mine who runs a horror imprint. That's one of the people that is definitely getting these.
Awesome.
And I want to be sure that I put your contact information in there. So
when I finally so many of those. Ship off the package to you, I'll put my address on the box.
Because I know that M is going to love your stuff and is always looking for writers. So
awesome!
Exciting that I can be a part of this.
And there's definitely a thing what must happen. And by the way, we are having the Bimini Bop tonight, so he has not failed because he is doing the Korean. But I did tell him that make sure that all of the vegetables are properly pickled. Because so excited. It's gorgeous, right? Right? I mean,
it's so fun.
Like, here, I'm sorry, we're doing this wrong. Yes, it is amazing. Like, all of this is so cool.
Look at it.
Like, this is where I wish I had to put up this is now a sponsored stream thing. Not that I'm getting money off of it, but that she would, and put the link here, you can buy them here, but I don't think she's gonna let me do that. Because they're amazing. Like, we can totally go QVC for this.
So
I can
print,
put my draw on and everything.
The print is on Redbubble, but I have to still sell the cards on Etsy or somewhere because they just sell blank cards. So if I want the story inside, I have to get them printed myself and sell them. So you can actually get pins of the melting marshmallow and the gingerbread man.
Awesome.
Yeah. And of the Easter bunny being devoured.
Yes.
Ooh. Nice.
So those are fun.
I'm just saying.
So many exciting projects everyone has going on.
Right?
I love it.
This is the artist collective that I live for, because I love that everybody, we're not doing the same things. We're not and we understand that we're not competing with each other. Is that for public consumption?
Yeah.
Because there's nothing worse than a catty artist who thinks that they're in competition with other people who make the art. So
people promote each other.
More than one thing.
Because rising tide raises all ships. That's very, very true.
I'm sorry, I'm just spamming the chat with Tumblr links.
What I'm hearing is I need to add a new channel to the Discord. That's what I'm feeling right now. My Discord.
I like it not to actually comment to Kat. Can I interest you in some foot?
So the one I just shared it's Greek gods as strange stock images part 1. Look at it.
So that one is the one that we are talking about. And there are times that I forget that I'm over there too, and then I see that other face because it will not let me upload the other artwork no matter what I do to it. That face will haunt me forever.
Zeus.
Zeus.
Excited. I love it.
The hair
you
one.
have to admit, some of these are really strange stock images. Why? But why? But why would you?
Why are these stock images though?
Okay, Aphrodite, I have so many questions. Like, can you imagine being one of the like models on set? And they're like, okay, I have this brilliant idea. You two are going to be doing the naughties, and there's just going to be a random woman, presumably the wife of the dude, I guess. Or
Oh, that's the
somebody's-
Hera one.
That's Hera.
Oh, is that the Hera?
Hera,
Oh, the
excuse
Aphrodite's
me.
the one below it.
Yeah, the
Yes.
Aphrodite's
But
the one
still,
with the
like-
guy going.
Who thought?
Poke
Just
her
have
on
to
the
make the
shoulder.
Picture.
And the guy is just like,
I'm just saying, this is giving me all of the old time religion. I mean, let us worship Aphrodite. She's beautiful but flighty. She doesn't wear a nightie, and that's good enough for me. Give me that old time religion. But
Yep.
is it just me? Oh,
Give me that old time religion.
we once accidentally got Kathy Sands going for that, and it lasted for an entire convention weekend. Because when she was just done and stopped, somebody picked up right where she left off and continued on. Like, every pantheon was represented. It was an amazing, amazing thing. Like, there was just one room in the convention that if you did not want to hear the old time religion, you just avoided it, because that's all that was going to go on in there. They didn't realize that that's what that room was going to be used for, but that's what that room was going to be used for. And of course,
Every time I hear that song, though, all I think about is for my first pelvic exam. I was very nervous. I was 19. Charlie's like, I'm not available. And I needed everyone in the room to sing with me. And that was the only song they all knew to sing with me. So the OBGYN was holding my hand, and we were all singing together. Give me that old time religion. As I got my first pap. And that is what I think of every time is me up. And everybody harmonizing together. Because
Oh my
I
gosh.
was very, very nervous, like due to, being assaulted before. It was like, I just need you all to sing with me while we do this. So yes, my OBGYN just sang straight into the cavern. Like just, yep.
so the one person that
I
saw
could hear I could feel the speculum vibrate from her voice. And so that is what I think of, and it is a lovely memory that will remain with me till the day I die. It was in New Orleans. I specifically looked for an OBGYN who was young, who understood, like, I need you to be really nice to me. I'm very skittish.
Oh my goodness. So
She was
the one
very
verse-
understanding.
The one verse of that song that everybody should know, because if you ever come across the hours and hours that it takes to actually sing it all the way through, just learn the Loki verse, because you can interrupt at any time with the Loki verse. People expect it. So just bust into the room. And so let us worship Loki. He's the Norse god of chaos, which is why this verse doesn't really rhyme or do much of anything. But he's good enough for me. And it's easy to remember. It's easy to do. And people will be both mad and appreciative that you did it. So if you're ever at a convention and you hear it, just do that, and life will be fine.
so.
Or you
this
can
one
tell my
says-
story and just have everybody laugh their butt off. Everybody's welcome to distribute the story as you wish. But yes.
So this says, if she's your girl, then why is she ripping my body limb from limb in the midst of a Bacchic frenzy deep in the woods?
These are important questions.
Well,
Funny how that works out.
It's almost like everybody forgot I was a classicist.
oh, Greek mythology is such a thing. Like it's
So
just,
it's so interesting because I primarily studied the Greek myths, but I studied Latin. And then there are people who studied Greek, but they ended up studying primarily the Roman myth part. And then people got confused and they're like, wait, why? We're like, we got to choose. What's your point? They're like, couldn't you guys have just... No, we couldn't have.
I will say, as somebody who has studied both, if you have a choice between Latin or Greek, Latin. Just pick Latin. You will hate yourself
I'm
less.
dyslexic, and I didn't realize it until I was taking Latin.
Oh, that'll teach you real fast.
that you have dyslexia. Because I was like, could you repeat what order these are supposed to be in again, please? Thank you.
Yeah, Latin.
I knew I had it with like 4-digit numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know I had it with actual words. Because I couldn't actually read until the 2nd grade. I was reading at a kindergarten level then. And so they put me in a special education class. And nobody knew how to communicate in my school. So I was doing the same reading material like 3 times as much as everybody else.
Especially ancient Greek. Modern Greek is a cake. I mean, I'm not saying that any word. I learned where that phrase came from. No. Modern Greek is a lot easier to learn than ancient Greek. It's like the.
I think I know the phrase you were gonna use.
Yeah. So, educational moment. Cakewalk was a thing that slave masters made their slaves do as a part of a dinner festivities thing, where they would. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. I'm not going to go in the whole history. I'm not going to break it down. I did not know that was the origin until somebody sent me a thing, and I went, never.
I learned that in.
I have not gotten the ability to practice it because it's not a phrase I use that often. So every now and then when it pops up, I'm just like, oh, nope.
I took a history of American music class, and that's why I learned it. I think.
I'd never heard of that before. I've heard the phrase, but not the story behind it.
Yeah, they're
still doing cakewalks when I was in the 80s and 90s in Mississippi, up until the very end of the 90s, and then it stopped. And they instead did silent auctions for the cakes. And when all the older folks would grumble, like, why aren't we still doing it? Sometimes people would explain why, and sometimes folks didn't understand why even after they understood why aren't we doing it anymore?
Yeah, it is upsetting how much of the language has a past. Like, just English is a shady beast. I'm just gonna say that there's a lot of things that we say without realizing how like where those words come from, because once they're divorced from that past, it just I was not taught that it meant that specific thing. But now that I know, no. Yeah.
I must reblog this one, sorry. This says, I study Latin because I love language. I think Latin helps with the test scores. You fools! The only real reason to study Latin is because you are homosexual.
Okay, the main reason to study Latin is so that you can sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star in Latin.
I have that written down somewhere, but I think I lost the paper.
It's one of those things that
no,
will never leave me.
Not Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. It was Happy Birthday. Because my Latin class sang it to one of the members of the English department because he's actually originally from he originally that's what he wanted to teach. So he actually specialized in Latin, but he ended up an English professor. So we sang him Happy Birthday in Latin. It was very off key.
Sorry, I'm trying to get. There's a lightning bug climbing up my screen.
Nice.
We don't get lightning bugs out here. I've never seen one in person.
Okay, that's the one and only reason, other than the restaurant, you should come out and visit. Because
2019, I saw my first firefly.
Depending on how morbid you like to be, somebody released a bunch of tree frogs around here because thought they would make good pets, and it's tropical enough that they survived. So we have a lot of Amazonian tree frogs around here. Don't pet them. A lot of them are poisonous. But our front window is covered with them every year as they go after the bugs. And it is both a beautiful thing and a very sad thing when they eat a lightning bug, because they continue flashing in their bellies. Like the whole frog flashes for quite some time. And depending on how you feel about this, I rather enjoy watching the twinkle frogs as they twinkle on the thing. Like, I feel sorry for the lightning bugs because I love lightning bugs, but at the same time, the twinkle frogs are really pretty. So, you know, it is what it is.
Yes. Glory, this first thing that you sent me.
Yeah.
I feel like I have to check now.
I don't know that I sent it to her because I'm like, you know, I figured just Kat was the one who was into classic stuff, but I will post it for ever lovelies. Let's hold on.
Okay, so
like, let me find the right tab. Y'all know I am very ADHD, so I've got like a bajillion tabs open.
Okay, so the Ruby Rod thing, back in the day, I missed the Friday podcast when we were doing it daily because I had spliced together the whole Ruby Rod bit into an intro for the podcast that we used only on Fridays, and it was so much fun. And I cannot think of Ruby Rod without thinking of all the weird, wacky things that used to happen on Fridays.
Yep.
Because that was a random show.
Oh, hello there.
I felt that you would very much enjoy.
That would not surprise me. That would not surprise me at all. I'm afeared. I am afeared. And click.
That one is really cool photography.
Oh my goodness.
Like, no. This is like inspiring, awesome, cool, fantastic, amazing. Also, their fake fire is gorgeous.
The only one I have a problem with is Poseidon/Neptune, obviously.
5 seasons in a movie. I need 5 seasons in a movie.
I love the government that has 3 heads.
I love the shoes. What can I say? I'm that gal. I love the shoes, y'all.
Athena. Oh my goodness.
Yes. Yeah, baby.
5 seasons in a movie. I need 5 seasons in a movie.
Mm-hmm. I love what is it? Is it Mercury? It's the one that normally has wings. You know, so it's his hat, and they put the fire, the wing. I love that one. That's what I look at a lot.
Yes. 5 seasons in a movie. All of this. Yes.
I'm just saying, if y'all like classicist stuff and historical memes and pictures, I am your dealer. I will deal for all of y'all. I just didn't know where to put it under House of Blue Dragon, so I've just been like keeping it to me in my Telegram group. You gonna put a little place where Glory can put all the memes and the links for all the classicist
one
funnies?
Of the common rooms, or
I just created a common room called Classics.
Thank you.
It's right under General.
Yeah.
Okay. I just, I want to share all these, but we just, we've been just forcing our local friends to just pretend they didn't see it.
Have
we
fun.
post on
I
Telegram.
will look forward to all of that because, oh my goodness. For anybody who is listening who is not a member of the Discord, there should be a link in the description box below, an invite link. It is an amazingly fun community of people that I cannot believe I'm blessed enough to know and hang out with on a regular basis. Warning, we actually use our voice chat, unlike a lot of servers that I'm on.
Oh, yeah.
And we hang out in there a lot. So
okay, well,
that could be a little addictive.
I'm going to start by putting that Imager link so everyone can enjoy these pictures anytime they want to come back to it, because they are just so gorgeous. And also, I really think, get to know these kind of photographers that are really doing some amazing things. They're really pushing the envelope in a fun and exciting, inspirational way for writers and other storytellers.
And it's just making... Okay.
Yes, it is a Hellenistic plot. I mean... Tom and I joke about it because that's the story of Hanukkah, is it's a Hellenistic plot.
Yep.
So, It's a little jokey joke among Jews. Well, yes, it is a Hellenistic plot.
And I always get these. Yes.
Yeah. So,
I'm not
yeah.
saying. I'm just saying. But oh my goodness. So, open letter
Yes,
to Warner
please,
Brothers.
please join.
Don't mess up Black Superman. Thank you.
Please join Charlie and Kat's Discord servers where I will post the goodness as Tom and I come across it, because it was so nice to be able to enjoy it with more people than just the two of us being nerds together. I mean, you know, we've had each other for decades. We're ready to now like share the wealth.
Yeah.
Are there not more? Yes, I think one of the best things that happened, just going back to the 1 year on Authortube, is that the hubby does not have to put up with me constantly because I have the like.
I gave you
Because
my purple heart.
oh my goodness, like all my local friends escaped. The
Yes.
lucky bastards. They all escaped. And so, yeah, he had to put up with me for way too long. My new favorite tab. I really love the stuff that y'all put over there. I'm just saying, I did not think I would love Discord as much as I do. And on that note, open letter to Microsoft. Please do not buy Discord. And if you do, leave it alone.
Close letter.
It won't let me post pictures in
Everyone on
classics.
Discord.
Really?
Charlie.
Here, let me check it. It's probably I messed something up. I see the one.
Well, yeah.
That's an embedded
Yeah.
thing.
Links, files.
Try maybe if I leave it
There we go.
and then I come back.
No, it
There it is. Okay.
it did a thing. When it created it, it marked that no one could upload a file. It also marked that people could not do the likes and stuff.
Oh.
Because why would it?
Because
Yeah,
why would we want that?
Why would we want that? Like, why would we want it?
Oh, I love the grandma knitter story. Yeah.
But yeah,
Well,
we spend
artwork.
Story, but...
we spend
It's
way too
posted.
much time in there, and it's great fun. And we often do a clubhouse hangout on Sundays, and I say often in that like every Sunday we do.
Oh,
do
yeah.
it. Like the hubby wakes up and is like, "What time is the hangout start?" And he doesn't like people yell, so like understand how blessed, like
We
how
special.
wonderful y'all are. Like he does not like people at all. And he's just
We
like, when does the hangout
appreciate him playing Valheim,
Yes.
start? That too.
and we give commentary sometimes.
Open letter to the developers of Valheim. Don't promise us 4 major updates in a year and then have half the year go by and not drop one of them. And then brag about how you bought a horse. I don't care about your horse. Where's Hearth and
Give us
Home?
the updates.
Where's
me my
Hearth and Home?
updates.
Like, yeah, you have a horse. It's a pretty horse. Where's my update? You promised me stained glass windows. Where are my stained glass windows?
Ooh, that'll be fun.
Right? They've been very coy about what they're going to be adding to it, but a couple of the can you guess what this is images, like it's a stained glass window. If it's not a stained glass window, it's a weird box. Either way, I'm happy for this. Just let me build it. Because this game is my Minecraft. So please. Sorry, every time I look up, I see that and I just giggle and just kind of want to leave it there. So, let's.
When I realize I don't have a classics channel on my own.
I was looking, going, I don't. Yeah, that was where I was led astray by Kat. She claimed to be a classicist with, no classics.
It's my degree.
With no class. I like how you snuck that in there under the radar. Like,
My degree, y'all.
Night, Spence.
Good night, Spence. There we go. Now we have classics. Yeah, I have so much in this Telegram group. I'm just literally scrolling, y'all. I'm just literally scrolling, copying, and pasting because I love you all.
Do you see the little?
Do you see the such
I want
cute?
Oh,
So cute.
How can you
that is
stand
adorable.
I
it?
want to.
Might banish souls later.
I want to. We can banish those together.
Yep. Yeah, baby. Let's go banish the souls together. Sheep go to heaven. Goats go to hell.
Okay, I gotta show you this. Hold on. Let me find.
Now I get to react. Oh wait, do I have all the permissions on or no? No, I wonder if it's because we made them communities,
Ooh, that might be a thing.
and now we have to actually go in and do the things. Everyone can view it.
Ooh,
This
it's
is a Lego set.
Wait,
a
what?
Lego set?
What?
That's Legos.
Oh, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
How is that Legos?
Where there's a will.
That's awesome. I need that.
Where there's a whip.
No, Charlie! No!
Joe just said it's about $200. Don't know how
Oh
big
my
it is.
goodness.
It's
Oh
coming
my
out in
goodness.
July. 2,079 pieces, so it's
2,079.
so it's a decent size.
The dimension size is probably down there somewhere.
5 inches tall, 11 inches wide, 11 inches deep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kat, do you have a place to
A nice little spot right there on my table.
Okay,
Oh,
so
Glory.
I have my grandmother's antique typewriter that I want to find a place that can restore it because it was in the basement for like 40 years. But I had originally thought when we started setting this up, I would put it on one of these shelves. It is so heavy, the shelf tried to collapse under its weight
My goodness.
because it's solid
Yeah.
metal.
Yeah.
But I really want to get it restored because it's so pretty.
Hers are very small.
Whoa.
I named my typewriter Tolkien.
Oh, nice. I like that.
He serves me well. He needs more ink though, because I just go through it so quickly.
There.
It's like one page and you're done.
On your
I've been-
typewriter.
Okay, that's an exaggeration. I get more than that. I just like to type on it so much that I use up the typing reel in like an hour. I'm like, oh man.
I've been looking for a typewriter Bluetooth keyboard, but not getting it anytime soon if I want to go to the medieval fair this summer. I'm saving every penny.
I can't wait until you go. I want to see all the pictures in your dress and all that.
Yes,
Yes.
me too. Very much looking forward.
I didn't know it was going to get here. He ordered it on Friday.
That's fast.
Wow, that's fast.
That is
And
really
I
fast.
didn't think it was going to get here because customs and plague and all of
Right?
those things. But yeah, it got here in like 5 days.
Well, last night, the hubby got me you finished another story and it's going out into the world reward present that I didn't even know existed. And he got it for me and it's supposed to be here tomorrow.
That's so exciting. I can't wait for it.
Oh, I can't either. I'm just, because the very fact that it exists gives me hope and life. Like in so many ways. For those, I don't know if I even said it on the stream. I think I just said it in the
No.
pre-show. Okay,
Pre-show.
so for anybody who doesn't know, I am obsessed with Ghost. Like I love this band. And I have all of the Funko Pops. At least I did until they finally released a Papa 3 Funko Pop, who is my favorite little Pope Star, my little Pope Star, who is not dead. I don't care about the propaganda. He's not dead. And it arrives tomorrow.
Aw.
And I'm very excited. And they just need to make a Papa one and a Goulette. I need a Goulette. They're so cute and wonderful, and I need one. So, one of the I don't know that I'm actually going to hit play on this, but this is the great lie of today's celebration. So, this is my author. Did I share the audio? I don't think I shared the audio. I actually tried to start on Authortube in December of 2019, and I recorded exactly one video.
That's the start.
Which was my Authortube newbie tag. And then never did I post again. Until I got really, really worked up and started making videos. And
Well,
can you
it's
tell?
so different. Like,
Oh yeah, I was thinking I was going to be classy, like, but I'm in the living room because of course I am, and like, like, you can see my wonky eye really, really bad.
Charlie.
I have a lazy eye that at the time was really, really, really acting up. I actually have to wear an eye patch a lot so that my eyes will actually focus, and I can see my lazy eye looking off to the side while I'm looking forward, which is kind of funny.
Anna has a little bit of a lazy eye. We're trying to start correcting now. It
No.
kind of runs in the family. My brother-in-law has one too, or had one.
I
Not
do
that
love
young, but
that I've got my Nightmare Before Christmas shirt on, and I can't even hear it. So
It was very
that's not-
quiet.
Yeah, that was probably because I recorded it so badly, like volume all the way up.
But I decided today
Yeah,
to just
like
do it.
I've at least gotten better. Like you can hear my videos now, for better or worse.
Going to actually start. So, hello, my name is
Yeah.
Charlie, and
Yeah. Can you tell I got excited about doing a thing and then never did a thing after that?
Well, hello,
So-
Charlie. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah. So
Hello.
that's, and now no, I did not mean to go into studio habits. Why are you so hard to break? Channel. If you would have told me when I got this started that I was going to be here with like views and subscribers and stuff, I would have.
273 subscribers.
Yeah, it feels unrealistic. It really does. And the fact that I've done this, like, it actually has to catch up.
look at the style changes.
Oh yeah, like everything was like that was my branding. Everything's gonna be red, and that's probably my favorite video that I ever did because of that clip of like happy me. Like this is what I love about doing Authortube is like actually getting
perfection is the enemy. I should stop desiring perfection. I am
like I don't think it actually showed the audio, but anyhow.
I can hear it.
I can hear it.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine.
quiet.
Really self-conscious about being
I can't,
on
and I don't know
film,
why.
So I apologize for the noise, but if I don't record a video, I'm never going to record a video.
So yeah, and that's how it all got started. And then, like, how did camp go? That there it is, the clip of there we are.
Oh yeah.
There we are. We're all doing our thing, just
Aw.
writing away. And where is it? 'Cause,
I
like,
finished my last article.
where is it? Where's the moment? Like, this is what makes this all worth it. Is the excitement, the
Celebrated
happiness.
Anything publicly?
Like you can
before.
see, like, because
I've
we're just
never
on a
been
sprint.
camera.
So I recorded the
I just
voiceover
sat
later. So go away, voiceover. And you could just see, like, I suddenly smile. Like, this is what
Yeah.
Authortube has given me. I didn't know that I could, like, in my darkest moments, my mind tries to tell me I am never happy, that I've never been happy, that happiness is an impossibility. And that stupid grin on my face, right there, right? Like, I can look back and see, oh my goodness, I was actually happy. I was so excited, like, putting it up, putting it all in there. Like, the sprint's just going on. I did my celebration. Megan noticed what was going on and was like, oh my goodness. Like, And looking at this, and
I think I was watching that live stream.
Same.
you know, like this to me is what has made Authortube so valuable, is having these memory capsules that I would not make otherwise. Because I'm not somebody who has the instinct of, let's make a selfie, right? Let me record this moment, right? I'm not that person. I don't think like that. And I wish I did. I would probably be happier because I would have so many more of those moments, right? But all of these little things, like going all the way back to when I first got started, and there's Abigail, like literally one of the first streams I did, there's me and Abigail and Jules talking about imposter syndrome. And there's the first interview I did on the channel when I was thinking of doing more interviews with Cash, and she so did not have to do that, you know, and like, and then my mental health deteriorated and that stopped for a while. But like, it's so wonderful to be able to look back and see all of the stuff that I did, like that.
And this
like,
isn't even showing like all the streams.
No, this is just the videos. Yeah.
This is just videos.
Yeah. This is just the videos that I've done. But like, I will forever be so proud of that story that Orla, and I say this in the kindest possible way, conned me into doing, because it sounded, it's that moment, like when I say, like, I feel like my entire life is the rock biter. Like, they look like such big, strong hands, don't they? Like, this looked like such an easy, simple thing to do, didn't it? Like, it just should have been such an easy, simple thing. But no, yeah, I'm going to run in and overly complicate and make it all, like, very me, right? I mean, I never would have done any of this. Like, I wouldn't have discovered that I enjoy doing voiceover like I did for that, or any of the conversations that we've had over time, like making these silly little videos, like the Crimson Wyvern trailer. Like, I never would have done any of this if it wasn't for like all of the support of this community. Like, this is the one that gets me the most, is Vlogmas. Like, I cannot believe to this day, like, I know I did it and I'm looking forward to doing it this year because I am insane and stupid. 25 videos in 25 days. Like, why? Like, if you would have told me a year ago, I would have done that. I would have very cruelly mocked you and laughed at you. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, there's no way I would do. Yeah, but I did. And there it is. And like, yeah, and that doesn't even count all of the streams, because we're like, wow, I have done so many things. But like, that doesn't count all the other stuff that we've done together, and like this, all the stuff that this community has brought me over the years, like over this year. And I say years because it feels like forever. Like,
it does.
It really, like, I joke around a lot about how, like, this is going to be one of those ADBC moments in my life, you know, when I talk about like the many lives I've lived. But I really feel like this is really one of those, because I cannot imagine, like, I think back to me a year ago, that I'd be sitting here comfortably in, like, I wouldn't have this office. We never would have done an office for me to write in if it wasn't for this, because I just wrote in the living room in a very uncomfortable chair. And it was more of I wanted to up the video quality. So I wanted lighting behind me. I wanted better lighting for the videos themselves. I wanted a set. And like,
did it also help your writing?
Yeah. Because I have the space that I go to. Like, I live out there in the house. This is my job. At 12 o'clock every day, at 12 noon, I come in here and I start my workday. I put in an 8 to 9 hour workday, which again is very healthy for me, because remember earlier conversation about workaholic?
Yes.
But being a workaholic's really easy to do when my laptop would be sitting right in front of me in the living room. So we'd be watching TV and, oh, well, I can get a couple of blog posts done. I can get another chapter done.
Mm-hmm.
My laptop is back here. I hate typing on the computer that we have out there for the games. I hate it. I hate that keyboard so much. And I will not replace it because I hate that keyboard so much. I don't like working on that computer at all. And so, I hate the term work-life balance because just no. But like having a place, like I would not have this place to work if it wasn't for Authortube. I wouldn't have the confidence to sit back and go, oh, I'm going to do 2 ongoing serial projects. I probably would never have met Meadow and Jace and went, oh, they're editors that I trust that I can actually work with. Because I've been burned by editors so much in the past that actually getting to talk with them and get to know them and be like, oh, you realize that if you mess my book up, that's going to hurt you because you actually want me to tag you as the editor on it. So people know that you did it and not just like take my money and not actually help me at all. Because I've been burned by editors so many times. Like just the thought like makes my skin crawl. But thanks to Authortube, I got to meet them. And it's just, I don't think my life would be nearly as good as it is right now. I recommend it to anyone. If you think you might like doing it, try it. There were some times where I did batch videos because like I knew I did not want to work on Christmas Day or Christmas Eve because of family stuff. So I got those videos done ahead of time. And there were a couple other things where I knew I had stuff and I got videos done ahead of time. But it was so much fun.
And you just did videos. You did like a video for each day. You didn't do vlogs. Where some people are like, no, I have to record like my entire day and edit the entire day. And it's like, no, you don't. Just a snapshot. Because
I'm bad at it. Like I've tried
thing
that.
In your head.
Like I love Kate Kavanaugh's like, here's what I did in a day vlogs. Like I love that. Like, I follow a lot of YouTubers that they do videos like that. I have tried. No, that's not me. Like, again, I forget to pick up the camera. I forget to turn it on. I'm not going to have those moments recorded. When I was trying that with the audio thing, when I was doing what I was calling my audio vlogs, where I just recorded audio throughout the week and then edited it together, that was so hard to remember. Oh, I should talk about my, I need to get that thing recorded. And if I hadn't made myself do it, it wouldn't have gotten, it was so hard to remember. Like it would literally be like, it's time for bed. Oh crap. I haven't recorded audio yet for what I did. Here, let me just do this real quick and like get something, do a recap of what was going on. Cause I'm bad at that. But that's the thing. Like I loved all the things that I talked about in there. I loved the interaction with I always thought it was half a joke when I would hear people on YouTube talk about the community in the comments. Like I've blogged for a long time. I've podcasted for a long time. And yeah, I know some of the people that listen to my podcast because they contact me through DMs and stuff. But like, I don't have that like great sense of community. You know what I'm saying? Like that's something that I never felt doing either of those things. And so I just thought it was that buzzword for YouTube. Like just call that thing your community.
Oh,
because it's good for branding. You know what I'm saying? I just thought,
when I would see the cosplayers doing that, and I'm like, are they really?
Yeah,
that just seems cute. Like, but are they? It's not like they're going to go visit each other, and it turns out they are literally showing up at each other's homes in other states and sewing together or duct taping together. And I'm like,
that's so fun.
It's real awesome. Yeah. And then once the pandemic, it was like, we're Zooming, y'all. We're going to Zoom
this for moral support.
As they will surely need, because at some point in any costume making, everything
need my
falls
hands
apart.
To hold something?
Yes, I'm going to need a bust support. Just uphold it right there while I
Just hold
tape it
this
in. Just let
while
me
I do this.
tape the
It's kinda
support
like
in.
So my dad, my dad builds things. He also when he wraps all the gifts because he wraps beautiful presents. He also can make ribbons. Oh, my father could wrap professionally. In all honesty, he could.
My mom used to.
My dad cuts it with a knife.
Oh.
And a clean. I'm like, how? So I've grown up my entire life is I can't actually do these things, but where do you need my hands? Do you need me to stand on top of something? I can stand on top of something. Do you need me to sit on it? What do you need me to do to be of assistance to you so it can make your job easier?
I used to see
I
people's
did
bows
not.
and wonder how do they do that without a third hand to hold it.
Right?
It's called having kids.
Well, it turns out florists have a device that they made out of wood dowels.
Yep.
Oh no.
And that's how they make the bows. And I didn't know that for the longest time, so I was like, oh, is that why florists have to always work with someone else?
I have tried to wrap presents like my dad. I can't. I am a terrible. You see a present my dad wrapped, and you're like, "Oh, that's stunning," and then you see what I wrapped, and they're like, "It's wrapped." Is that duct tape?
I just need a picture of your dad for my altar. I really feel like I should be praying to him. When I'm praying to all the other saints, I feel like he needs a shout out. I really do. This needs to be a thing. This really needs to be a thing. But yeah, when I see all of the old Authortube, new Authortube, how we're changing, I think we're growing. I think we're developing. I think we're becoming more diverse, which is so important.
It's so good. It's heartwarming.
And I'm not going to say that they were all straight white women when I started watching Authortube videos, because there was a lot of that.
The most promoted ones were.
Yeah, I mean there were a couple bi women in there for spice, but that was primarily what it was. And I love all the different people that we're seeing here now. And I don't think it's fractured that we're in our separate communities, because we all have our different interests, we all have our different tastes, and we all have our different goals. And I think that's where I want to see Authortube go over the next year. I'm one of these days I'm going to get over the little voice in my head that goes, the algorithm hates it when you, because I look at my analytics, y'all. I know what the algorithm hates when I do it. But I love talking about stories in books, movies, TV shows, sometimes songs. Those videos don't do well on my channel. I know they don't do well on my channel. And I know it's not because people aren't watching them. I know it's because people aren't getting shown them. I don't know how they would do if people knew that they existed, because if you go into your analytics, you can see your funnel where it shows you how many impressions. That's how many people they showed your video to. How many people could have potentially watched your video.
You have told me that there were videos that you posted, and I was like, what are you talking about? And then I actually had to go to your channel and be like, I would have watched this.
It's like the Bad Batch video
instantly.
that I did. I only did one, and I think it's got 12 views on it. Nobody saw it. And I know nobody saw it, because every time I brought it up, people were like, you did a Star Wars video? Yeah, it's okay. And then you look at the analytics, oh, you should, it's 125 people. Okay, fine, whatever. But I want to talk about those stories. I want to explain why I like those things. I'm not right, but I'm not going to do a straight up music channel, because I've thought about this a lot, because I have a music channel. But I'm not sitting here with my instruments. I can't I'm not Adam Neely. I can't just noodle on a bass guitar while I'm talking about music theory. I didn't go to school for all that, right? That's not the channel that I have there. I didn't go to college. I'm surprised I graduated high school. And it's not because I'm dumb. It's because I had a whole fight with the like school board, and like it was a thing. Like, my senior year was an epic adventure of, fine, I won't drop out, but I am putting in the minimum amount of effort. Because to hell with these people. Because that was also the year that I got outed at school. So, yay. It was all kinds of fun. It was just all kinds of fun.
Sorry. Glory keeps posting things.
I know.
I'm being a terrible person, and I love you all. I hope you.
Oh no, I'm here for
my
it.
subversiveness, but obviously I'm in a very subversive mood tonight.
Oh no, I love like I'm giving a weird monologue, and
I just want an image of me standing on top of a whale going, ah! In place of that cat.
I can't face the like bright light of like, were you being subversive? Maybe I'm a terrible little subversive librarian.
But no, I mean, but this is what I'm saying, though. You know, that doesn't.
I am
bother
listening,
me.
though.
Yeah.
Look, the
I know.
ADHD, it makes it easier to listen to
Oh,
you
yeah.
by doing something else to like distract the fingers with the copy
I
and paste.
completely understand, because I am one to.
Great, because my library didn't. But anyway.
I am one to monologue. Like, it is a problem. I know this. It's one of the reasons why I found making videos and podcasts really, really easy. I get worked up about something, monologue for about 2 hours, and edit it down to something I think people will want to listen to. Because I have opinions. And
Curious to see how I will do podcasting, because I'm going to do it eventually.
I love
Someone just has to
podcasts.
make me.
I love podcasts so much. I love that I figured out how to use the Discord stage to do podcasts. Thank you, Kat. Because I've been wanting to play around with that, and I am so excited because it's an easy place to get everybody in that's talking and get clean audio out. I'm very excited for this. So group podcasts may be a thing again, because dealing with YouTube's audio, like one of the reasons why I stopped doing group podcasts is when I would download the video, because I would download it twice, because I would download the one that StreamYard records, and I would download the one that YouTube had, because the audio was not the same. And neither of it was good. And I have a background in audio engineering, and it just broke my soul that I could not get a clean audio feed. Like, even like, I don't care if it's got some background noise or something, like that can be fixed in post. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just need something that's not suddenly robotic for no reason. And I'm not saying because somebody Cyloned, like happens sometimes, like it would sound, especially the YouTube one, every now and then would put this filter on that sounded like somebody was talking into a metal bowl and being recorded from behind. And I don't know why that would happen, because if you actually watched it, it wasn't like that when you watched it. It was just the weird thing that it was a thing. It was a whole thing. Yeah. But yeah, I love podcasting. Like I said, I have been in here from the beginning. When I started my first podcast, podcasting was not a part of iTunes yet. You had to download a separate podcatcher that would add it to whatever library you listen to music in. It was a separate,
yeah, it was really complicated.
standalone app.
You have to be like really dedicated to wanting a podcast.
Yep.
It was so much trouble, so many steps. It was like, maybe I'll just listen to silence. It'll be okay.
And I have
I've
played
been known
around,
to do that.
and I've been here like through the whole thing. You know, like I was there at the really early stages. I have been working through the technology, and I love it. Like, I love audio. I love messing with audio. I love doing that. I really think, especially for Aphrodite and anybody else who, because I know I've said this to other people on screen in private, but I have not got to say this to Aphrodite. If you need any help with audio engineering, I will gladly do, like, we can set up a time and do like a group chat on the Discord, and just like I can go through things. like how to clean up your audio, software that you can use that's both free and not too expensive, and if you're willing to shell out the money for it, because
Like the fact that I have all of Adobe.
Actually, I will not be talking about Adobe products, but they are not bad. But there are stages. They're just things that you need to know. Like, you need to know the difference between audio compression and file compression, because people confuse those two, and it makes me very, very angry, and I want to punch people in the face.
Doesn't file compression make the file
Yes,
smaller?
file compression makes the file smaller.
And then audio compression, doesn't it mess with the You explained it to me is the problem. I didn't take notes.
It's basically like it's a way of kind of sort of, the easiest way to think about it is it's a way of equalizing sound so that the loudest sound and the quietest sound get pushed together.
Okay, that's right.
It
I was like,
evens
it's
the sound out.
It's something
so
with
that-
these.
Yeah, it evens your sound out so that really loud noises and really soft noises are at the same level, which is why for anybody who's listened to my podcast, you'll notice that I go from being very exuberant and yelling to sometimes it's a whispering, but the audio is all at the same level. That's compression. That's how compression works, and that's also knowing how to play your mic. And I would love to do like some classes on that if anybody is interested, because I'll have to SoundSoap's the only one that I don't know about, if it is or not. That's the only one that the only tool that I don't know how accessible it is. I would have to look. They just recently sold. That's why I'm very up in the air on that one. But the pro recording software that I use is has a lot of accessibility features built into it. So,
that's a grilled cheese.
But yeah, we can work out some way to.
It's got like a garlic
talk about
aioli
that.
sauce on it.
Ooh, it sounds awesome.
Yeah, it will also do that. But when you hear an audio engineer talking about the compression, it's really about evening out the sound.
I don't know where Tom is hiding, y'all. Supposedly he's somewhere on the property.
Under the couch.
Laying down to sleep.
I suspect he's still sitting in the car, quite honestly. He's like, I'm home, but it's like a loose interpretation of home. Walk up the hill. No,
But yeah, I really love doing audio, and there's a lot of fun stuff that you can do with it, and it's really not that hard. It's intimidating. And if you don't mind cuss words, well, I feel like I have to be honest, because like really upfront about this, because I love this dude's channel, and he's got a lot of very good tutorials to help people deal with all kinds of sound. He's mainly talking about how to do they fixed it so I can scroll easy. Because it's Signal, right? That's the name of his channel. I'm trying to remember the exact name of the YouTube channel. I'm afraid I confused him with somebody else. Yeah, I'll do this on the computer. But Glenn Fricker's channel, if anybody knows it, I think it's
Aphrodite claims to be a sailor.
I am always the same. I'm just a pirate. I'm gonna be like straight up honest. Oh, where are you, Glenn?
Ahoy!
I subscribe to 2 of the channels on YouTube.
Those are my sailor words.
Anyway, I will find his channel and I will send a link out.
Bleep.
But
Bleep,
Glenn,
bleep, 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 bleep. Those are bleeped out sailor words.
Oh. Avast you, scallywag.
That's a pirate.
I have been known to make merchant marines blush with the words that I said after coming home from teaching.
okay.
And then I was not nice when he criticized me. Like, yeah, he turned around and left the house. I'm like, man, don't let the door split you with the.
Don't let the door hit you with the good Lord split you.
It was, yeah. Oh, he was mad. I'm like, why are you coming into my house? I don't even know you.
Spectre. It's Spectre Sound Studios. I had him confused. I had the
Men
channel
folk
name
in my
confused.
life used to be a problem. I do not have those in-laws anymore.
I will let you know right now, Glenn is an acquired taste. You will either love him or you will hate him, but his tutorials will be very handy. I've showed them to a lot of people, because if you need to know how to record a voice, you need to know how to record drums or guitar. Like he's much more for musicians and such. I've learned a lot about audio engineering for the music I'm doing from him. His channel is really, really good, but he cusses like a sailor and screams constantly, which I personally enjoy, because, you know, that's what I want my metal producer doing. Like, honestly, like if they're not yelling.
I don't know any audio people who do not, like, normally they seem so quiet and soft spoken, and you get him in front of one of the boards and suddenly it's like,
right?
And I'm like, is that how you romance the board? And they're like, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's certain curse words that can only be heard by DAWs. I firmly believe this, and they will not respond adequately if those words are not incanted above them. Truly believe this. DAWs are evil. I do not like them. They're a necessary evil, but I do not like them. But yeah, I do recommend his channel, especially his recording voice videos for anybody who's getting into podcasting, because he's got some really good tips on how to use mics. He also does really good mic reviews, because he realizes most of the people that are following his channel are like garage musicians who are like 16 years old and have no ability to afford expensive equipment. So if you're looking for a mic, he probably has a very brutally honest review of them. I like my Yeti mic. It does fine for me. I actually like its tinniness, because it is a very tinny mic, but I have audio
mic. No, baby.
I have auditory dysphoria when I hear my voice, and I like hearing it back at a slightly higher pitch than it is in real life. It makes me happy.
I put a bow on mine because
My
Tom
mic's
said I
in my
was stroking
closet.
it too much.
But yeah, if anybody wants any help with any of that stuff, like, definitely don't be afraid to ask. They are the incantations you have to say in order. Yes. I'm not kidding. I have one piece of software that I absolutely love. It is very, very handy when doing certain audio tasks, that if I do not say the C word to it very, very aggressively at least 6 times with a couple F-bombs thrown in for spice, it will not work. It will export an empty audio file. I do not know why this is. It is fueled by anger and rage. It has nothing to do with the silicone actually in this computer. I'm convinced. I am absolutely 100% convinced it just runs off of anger, hatred, and frustration.
I wonder if Monsters Inc. people ever had that idea instead.
You gotta wonder, because I think they did, and they went and did a test pilot run in Washington State and founded a company named Microsoft.
I used to record, videos for my friends when they wanted Roz to answer the phone for the messaging. Hello? You've reached Tammy's phone. She's not picking up, honey. Leave your message or don't. I don't care.
Oh my god, I need this so bad.
And so I would do that for people, presents, are you ready for your Roz recording? Because I guess for everyone else, I don't know. To me, it just sounds like me honestly doing my cousin Marilyn. But to everyone else, all they hear is Roz. We're ready. Is this rolling? I have a lunch waiting.
So this is why I cried at my second wedding. It's not because it was romantic, but it was because we were getting domestically partnered in the state of California. And I swear that's who was the notary that we went to. Because you filled out the form, you took it to a notary, they basically stamped it, wrote your name in a book, and like they had to ask, they asked you one question, like, are you sure that you have filled this out to the best of your ability? Yes. Congratulations.
I mean,
You're domestically partnered.
I'm a notary, and that's literally what we ask everybody, whatever they wanting notarized, not just partnered, but you know.
But that was the whole ceremony. Was just that, except for in that Roz voice that I will never forget for the rest of my life, because I'm pretty sure she was one of those 90-year-old, 45-year-olds. Like she seemed very prematurely bent over and aged.
Yes.
Like,
well, cousin Marilyn, like the whiskey and cigarettes. I mean, it was there.
Back a day for 22 years.
If anybody needs me to do voice work for them, I'd be happy to do, because I can do it where it doesn't hurt. I can do it for a while. It's just since obviously cousin Marilyn could do it, and she didn't actually drink or smoke that much. Like it's just our genetics. There's a little place that I go to at the top of my throat.
Yeah, I can do this voice all day.
You almost sound like my ex-mother-in-law.
Oh my god!
It sounded like she'd swallowed Kermit, and I just could never get over it.
I almost heard fish.
I mean, I loved Kermit until I met her, and then it was like, well, Kermit's been ruined.
I have tried for 2 years to learn how to do a Boston accent just so I could mimic my mother-in-law's voice, and I have not this talent within me. Because she's one of those wonderful people that's just like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have an accent. Like she's got such a stereotypical Boston accent. I can't even do it.
Yeah, I had a roommate like that in boarding school of like, have it yet? Like, are we going to get the stat? Like, she's like, yeah, we are. What? Are you making fun of me? Yeah. Like,
hey, where we going?
I want to be able to do that.
On my channel with the terrible accents.
Aphrodite, you hit me up, sugar. We totally need to collab on something anyway. When am I getting you on my show? Let me know. But like seriously, y'all need me to do my cousin Marilyn for you for anything. Random lady at the DMV, admitting angel in hell. I'll happily do this for you.
There's an all-powerful immortal that may wake up in the story that I'm working on. That voice would be very, very good for the audience.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to record for anyone, anytime. Because what am I going to do with this? Nothing.
Be careful, Aphrodite. You got to realize, Gloria and I are people collectors. Like this is what we do.
It's like, here's my basket. I have them, and I have them, and I have them.
We fight awesome people, and we're just like, hi, contact information? No, this isn't a cult, I swear. Come on.
Unless you're Gloria, and she just hunts it down.
It's a village.
It's a village.
It's not a cult. It's a village, my darlings. You can come and go as you please, and then come back and stay.
Make your home here. You can leave and go on vacation, but we want you to come back. Always.
We shall wait with patience, compassion for your eventual return.
Okay, Kat, I kind of need you to record a clean audio of that so I can put together a trailer for the Discord.
I'm like, do we need to clip that on the Twitch? We could clip it. If I had editor option, I would clip it myself.
How do you... Okay, Lindsay.
I'm just saying.
How do you know?
Kat's been mentoring me on Twitch, y'all, so I have learned all sorts of Twitchy
Kat,
skills.
you failed me. Where's my mentor classes?
So, do you remember where you moderated people?
Yes.
You make them editors in the same location.
Yep.
I thought I did.
Kat shows me all the things.
I have behind the scenes shown several people all of the Twitch things.
Yes, and I've already promised to also show Nia all the things Kat has taught me, because Nia's like, wait, what? Other people could be running this? Like, yeah, if you made me editor, I could do your tags while you're streaming, so you don't have to worry about these things and all the other stuff.
Bam.
Aphrodite, there should be a link in the description down below of the Discord. If it's not there, let us know and somebody on screen can get you the link.
It's the second link down.
Megan got you.
I don't even care anymore. I'm just going to put this up here because, no, that's my face. No, that's my face. I keep clicking the camera thing instead of the share screen.
Share screen!
Huzzah. Clear rights abuse. Blues. Editor. Moderator. Get the writing. Editor. Moderator. If it did not take, it is not my fault.
Glory, are you logged in on the correct?
What about me?
Yes, ma'am. I am logged in on Twitch under Glory Writes the Blues.
Also,
yes.
are we on my channel tomorrow or you?
Yeah, wait, I thought we were on yours.
Are we on mine?
I really thought it was yours.
Let me check when the last Collie Bunny Crafter got it. Yes, it is mine because you were in charge last time.
Yep, and that's why I was looking forward to this one since I'm not in charge. And so my only job
really
is
enjoy
to crochet
being
and run the ads. That's my job when I am on Cats. Is all I do is I crochet, and every half hour I look up and go, "Is it time to do an ad?" Since I get to click the button, and I like that.
I am really bad at doing ads.
Yes, and I'm like, let's pay Cats
That was
rent,
me
everybody.
This morning. I was like, is it time to do an ad yet?
Yep. I was like, let's pay Cats rent. And what size ad should we do?
Y'all, if I could just like get enough money to like pay for StreamYard again, that'd be great.
Oh, I think we can make that happen.
We can figure something out.
Absolutely. Oh, by the way, did you see that I only need 19 more followers on Twitch to make affiliate on Glory Writes the Blues?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm already following them both.
Yes.
Yeah. I need.
I'm already following them.
So close. Like,
I just
y'all,
need to get my watcher.
I
watch
think I
up.
only had 14 a month ago, so I am super thrilled at the progress.
Woo!
Yes.
Nice.
But
yes.
Wait, what's the Twitch link?
this has arrived, which means I can game from this laptop now.
Ooh, yay!
So-
Here, I can go get you some links, Aphrodite, for the Twitches.
Because I really want to do more on Twitch. Like, I kind of,
all of us,
not so secretly want to move all of my streaming over there. Because
it's easier to get to things.
Well, not only that, but I realized my channel got punished if I did not unlist my live streams, which is why if you go to my channel, you'll see that I have a playlist on the front page, which is all of my live streams. They all go on a playlist, and then I unlist them so that my channel does not get punished because my channel would not do well in the algorithm was not happy with them not being unlisted.
Oh, we both did it at the same time.
So,
here's Charlie's Twitch. You already got your Glory Writes the Blues one. I can also grab the Glory's Wondercraft, which
thank you, sweetie.
Is where we do the Coffee Bunny Crafter Cafe on the week that it's not on mine.
Silly me, I didn't even bookmark my Glory Writes the Blues on this one. I mean, my Glory Wondercraft. I didn't even bookmark it.
With the glory corns.
Yes, onward, glory corns.
Into the wild strands of Yarnia.
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 I love it.
So can I call y'all Leonites on mine?
I'm fine with that.
I like that.
Except I really want like a cat that's a knight.
Oh,
I might have to talk to somebody that I used to live with now. Oh my god, I used to live with her.
Oh,
wow.
We don't live together no more.
Someone's having a moment.
Damn.
But yeah, I'm wanting to do a lot more around Twitch. I did not have a mouse for this computer, and I've spoken at length about how much I hate the other one. Doing things on there, I don't want to move stuff. So I'm gonna try to do more. This is my thing. We are a bunch of streaming fools.
Mm-hmm.
Like we stream a lot, like a lot, like all the time. And so every time I'm just like, I kind of want to add a stream in.
Where?
Same problem.
It's like playing reverse Jenga. And like, how do I slide this in without
Also,
knocking something
you
over?
technically want to overlap with someone so you can raid them.
Yeah, that was like that's kind of what Nia had a sprinting thing on the Write-a-thon on Sunday, and we all wanted to do a reunion of a 10K day since everybody's got Twitch channels, and I was like, that way we can all just keep raiding each other and nobody has to worry about a playlist. Because it's like loading all the kids up in the minivan and taking you from one daycare to the next.
Yeah, and then as long as you know, you can already have it typed up.
I think it's brilliant.
And just copy and paste your raid.
Yep.
In.
So my solution is that I'm going to probably start doing some shorter chat streams over there from 2 to 4 Central. Because nobody seems to be streaming at that time, kind of, sometimes, usually. And then when I'm done, when whoever starts at 4, because a lot of y'all start at 4 my time, 5 Eastern, I can then be like, and we're all going over there.
Yeah. Like, because you did that when I was streaming on Monday, right?
Yeah.
That was because I saw that you'd rated me, and I was like, "Aw, that's how you know someone loves you."
The only problem with using StreamYard is you can't see any of the stuff. You have to have the things all open.
So that's what I started doing is having StreamYard and the Twitch creator dashboard open whenever I'm streaming and I'm simulcasting, so that I can see that and do the things.
I brought the iPad Pro in here and found out that unlike StreamYard, it doesn't eat the battery. I can have it running through the stream. That's what the test was last Monday. And so I can have it running. It actually charged because it was at 60% when I plugged it in, and it actually had 70% battery when we were done, which means it could charge while I was streaming.
So I can run ads and stuff actually from my phone for my Twitch if I want to. All I have to do is be in the actual Twitch app to do it. Or like to run ads, I have to do it either from my phone or from the browser, which is a struggle. And then Streamlabs and Twitch Studio did show me like when people did alerts and things, but Twitch Studio this morning, it was really heating my laptop up, and it didn't like it.
I'm probably gonna have to figure out how to use OBS, but I figured because Twitch Studio is pared down.
Also, I was doing a really long stream, so it's my fault.
That it would be a good place to at least start playing around with it. Also, I want to do more Let's Watches over there because I really do want to do that. But anyway, if anybody's interested, make sure you're following my channel over there because I'm thinking of just slipping in until I can set up a schedule that feels comfortable and doing like, I guess that would be 3 to 5 Eastern time streams. Just chatting, no productivity, just the chatty chat and all the stuff because I've got a lot of things that I would like to get off my chest. So I think it could be a fun place to do that. Plus, I miss doing daily podcasts. And the nice thing about this is it's less work than doing a daily podcast because I don't then, when I'm done saying the things, have to package it, upload it, fill out for
it'll be up for like 15 days. If you reach affiliate, it's actually longer.
I have to get up in the morning, and it's almost 28 so.
Oh my!
I was just noticing that we've been doing this for quite some time. So I thank you all for being here. I'm glad this kind of devolved into a chat stream because I had so much fun. I'm not going to get too sappy, but thank you all for like showing me that this community exists. Like, I've gone through a lot the last year, and I try not to talk about my troubles too much because it's wearing on people. Like, I am a medium depressive. Like once you get to know me, you will be able to tell from the tone of my voice how I'm doing that day. But like it's been so much easier to get through the day knowing that I've got a wonderful community that I can hang out with and do stuff with, and like not even like that's supporting my work, but that I get to support y'all's, because like I see some of the stuff that you all are doing. And for all the people that say I blow smoke up people's asses, I just want to say that that's complete and utter horse shit, because I don't have the energy to do that. Like, I really don't. If I give somebody a compliment, I mean it, because I don't have time to be, I don't have the energy to like try to be fake. I just don't. My brain does not allow for that. So
I already
I
gave
mean
you
the
that.
things that I say. So you all are amazing and wonderful. And I can't believe it's been a year. Like I just can't. Like, I can't wait to see what we do in the year to come. Hopefully there will be a lot more fiction and amazing things, because I say it a lot about a lot of you that I can't wait to say I knew you back when, but I really, like, seriously, Glory, your work, like, you... Glory is the comedy writer. Like, please don't take this as anything but sheer and utter love. Like, if you put your heart to it, you are the next Mel Brooks, honey. I have not laughed as hard as your fiction makes me laugh. Like, since, like, the glory days of Mel Brooks movies. Like, it takes a special humor to, like, just... There's a reason why I have to turn my microphone off and disappear when I'm on Glory streams, because I start laughing so hard, like all you would hear is me gasping for breath.
I have warned a few people of like, do you have like, you know, an absorbent situation before you come on? Because I grew up with two bipolar parents. I very much enjoy making people laugh. It was the thing to like help brighten people's day who were suffering. And I can't necessarily fix people's suffering, but at least I could like bring a little joy.
And I mean, Laura and her horror writing, like I live in awe of all the stories, like literally all the stories that you just
Laura
like
and her
write on the drop of a hat. Like, oh my God, I do not have that power. I would love to have that superpower. I would love to know who I sell the soul to. Well, actually, it's already gone, but who I could take a
Like
timeshare on my soul out to get access to some of that. Like, that would be amazing. Like, it really, really would. And like, y'all don't know how good a writer Kat is, because she hides her fiction and doesn't tell people. And she's going to get all uncomfortable with me saying this, but I've read some of her stuff, y'all. And you just don't know what amazingness is coming your way there. And oh my God. Okay, so Megan has a couple choices in life between being the next Dr. Seuss, because I'm sorry, the Expanded Adventures of Itchy just needs to happen. Like, there's a children's book series there. Like, or just... Okay, let me say it this way. I hate contemporary fiction with a burning passion. My life is messed up enough. I don't like reading it. I really don't. The fact that her fiction keeps my attention shows how good a writer she is. Like, this is a genre I avoid. Like, just
Same,
absolutely
but not
avoid
Megan.
like the
No.
plague. And
Her writing is so good.
her writing is so good. Carrie has yet to share with me any of her writing, so I can't truly embarrass her the way I want to right now.
It's got
But-
Her plot.
We have had some heart-to-hearts that are just phenomenal and amazing. And while I missed the grace period for getting comments in on the beta read, I may have snuck in and read some of a certain somebody at the bottom of the screens. Thriller, which again, a genre I typically don't read. And Miss Tessa like, we are a powerhouse and we don't know it. Like, it is so easy to sell yourself short. I do it all the time. I mean, all the time. And I see y'all doing it, and I may not be able to stop the trash that's in my own head from telling me bad things about myself, but God help me if I'm going to let y'all do it to yourselves. I'm going to intervene as much as I can because y'all are amazing, and y'all really need to know that. Because, like, thank you so much. Just everything that y'all do. Like, I really can't. I can't say it enough. Like, y'all are just amazing. Yes.
Yeah.
The master for making masters of like, seriously. Okay, so for her Pride and Prejudice story, she sent me like this 5-paragraph thing. And I got to the end and I'm just like, what the hell you did fit it? Like,
I don't know how to end it.
Like, and then
and then there were babies.
Yeah, and then the teasers. Like
and then there were babies.
And I'm going to trick Carrie into sending me a draft. I don't know what I'm going to have to do, but I'm going to trick Carrie into sending me a draft at some point. Like, she's not going to know what's going to happen, and she's going to be like, I had a weird dream last night that I was at my computer sending Charlie in. Oh, no!
I'm actually pulling up my Scrivener file, and I'm going to put a snippet of something I was editing that has remained in my first book since I wrote it 7 years ago. So it's a dream sequence.
Nice. And I don't want anybody to feel. I really don't want anybody to feel left out because I don't know who else still in the chat, but Maggie's stuff. Oh my God, the werecow y'all, the werecow y'all. I mean,
yes.
I didn't even read the story, but that poor werecow.
And the cat with Ghost, like.
Oh.
Yes.
The fact that she can make me laugh and make me cry, that is a rare thing to do as a writer. Like, Maggie is amazing. Like, so many amazing writers. Like, I just, y'all astound me with your talent. And if you need a booster, trust me, I will be there for you. And by the way, I know people think I'm really, really nice. Maybe think about that again if you send me something that you actually want me to critique, because I am an asshole. And like, I'll point stuff out.
I'll just what is this? This is very confusing you, and you lost me right here, so we need a new hook. Let's, but not in a hateful way, but just how can we make it where it keeps, my attention span? That of a goldfish.
And for somebody like me who likes to write these really obnoxious mood pieces, I came to terms with a long time ago, I'm probably never going to be famous for my writing, but I already have a small and committed audience of readers that I love them so much. They have stuck with me through all of the nightmares that I have been through. And that for me is what it's about, is getting them new stories. Mm-hmm. And maybe growing that group, because I love being able to talk about. I love talking about my the chain with people who don't ask me questions like, well, is he going to end up with the serial killer or not? No. Did you not read the end of the? It's not. And like I said, I will never be ashamed of yelling at people who were really publicly shipping them on Amazon. Yeah, it was a stupid business decision to make, but dang it. No, you're not associating that with my name. Yeah, I have a mode that I get into. There's a certain someone who's now on my list that I'm working my way through, that I asked him very upfront. I was like, what level of critique do you want? Is it worth writing or not? are we just A/B testing this, or do you want me to dig into it? And I kept getting a lot of, what do you mean by that? And
yep. I mean,
he went away for a couple weeks and thought about it, and then came back to me the other day. I was like, okay, what's your email address? So
Eva, when she edited my Mabel story, I was like, oh gosh. And then when I saw it, I was like, oh, she gets it. And like somebody who's not going to over grammar it, but like understands flow and humor, like it's so hard to find a professional editor who gets it.
and that's where I'm excited for working with Rose City, because I've talked with both of them a lot about what I'm doing, and I feel like they understand what I'm trying to do, like where it's trying to go. And I'm really curious to hear back from them, because there are a few structural hills I will die on because like the story falls apart. Like I hate that there are some things that, yes, you might not know why that paragraph's there, but you will wonder where it was in a couple chapters if it wasn't, because hopefully I rewrote it in such a way that made it better. But yeah, there are some structural hills I will die on, but we have to stand together. Yes, because that's all of what I'm doing is like I want to see the super queer superhero. Like,
yes,
Ellis is my non-binary protagonist who has several love interests and is not a Mary Sue in any way, shape, or form, and is not an Arthur Insert character. They have all the problems, and I love that they have all the problems, because that's what I want. I want to see people like me, and I want kids to see people like them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I care about right now.
Because I didn't see anybody like me growing up in fiction. Nothing I could find as a kid, a teenager, even in my early 20s. I was like, how is it possible I'm the only person like me in the world? Everybody keeps saying, like, you're not that special. And yet I'm like, but I'm also that alone? What?
I appear to be that special. All right, before we head off into the wild blue yonder, does anybody have anything that they want to say? Because I will totally compliment Bondage Y'all again.
Kat and I are crafting tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern on Kat's Twitch.
On twitch.tv/CatLeoWriting.
Yes.
3:30 p.m. Eastern. I might do a pop-up stream in the morning. I don't know, because I'm pretty sure I'd have to double check, but it's possible that VTM Mysteries is canceled this week, I think. Yes.
Yeah, Jace had a lot going on.
Yeah, it's canceled this week. So I might do a pop-up productivity, because I did not be productive today at all.
Same.
Though emotional turmoil is happening in my brain. So
I feel like we need to write a serenity prayer for writers. Like, I was not productive today, and that's okay. Like, kind of modeling it off of the bad guys chant.
I was about to say, like, are you thinking of Wreck-It Ralph? Because that's what I'm thinking of.
I was not a productive writer today, and that's okay.
I packed a box.
Look,
and it
that
wasn't
counts.
a small one.
Still counts. It's still a box that wasn't packed yesterday.
So all of my DVDs are packed except for Leverage and Soul Eater and Host Club. Those are the only DVDs not packed.
Those belong in the carry-on.
That's because I'm going to watch those. I have plans for those.
And then I have a chronic illness and disability tag if you'd like to check it out and maybe do the tag yourself if you have a chronic illness or disability. I would love to see your video and add it to my playlist. So check it out.
On my list.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
It's on my list, but in a
videos.
chronic illness way, I will take a while to get there. Because I've got I'm slow. I'm very slow working.
It's been so hard being patient, like waiting for everyone's videos, because I'm just like, I can't wait. And, like
I honestly thought about recording it yesterday in my Eeyore voice, because I was in such like the depression had me, and I was just like, hi, I'm Charlie. I am a medium depressive. Like, I was just like, no, this sounds like I'm doing a bit. Like, I watched it back and I was like, this sounds like I'm just doing a bit for the lulz. Like, nah.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Okay.
You to be able to
snippet this up on the general chat.
Nice.
I had to do it in chunks because character max.
So, Laura.
Yes.
Do you have anything that you want to say other than go follow her channel? It's amazing. It's wonderful. She made all of the wonderful timers that we watched,
Also,
except for
check
that
out her
one weird random one.
TikTok.
Yes, I'm on TikTok at Laura_Nettles, where I read some of my microfictions, my micro horrors. They are re-uploaded here as shorts, so you can pick your poison. I am working on my first ever collection of my horror all together. I just came out in an anthology on the 3rd, and I'm coming out in the Mutation anthology. This one.
Nice.
And then I will be in.
I'm slow. That is so cool.
Yeah. And then I will be in Twisted Pulp next month. So
Nice.
But yeah, so
And-
follow my journey on compiling my stuff and publishing it.
And when does the podcast come out? The podcast episode?
Monday.
Monday.
Between Lewis and Lovecraft is the name of the podcast that interviewed me.
I can't wait for it. I'm waiting.
Yeah.
That is so exciting. Okay, so we did Glory. So Carrie, your turn.
Hi, I'm Carrie. I write stuff, and I'm a mom, and I try and stream when I can. And I was doing a vlog for a while, but then my batteries
Vlogs are
died, and
hard.
I've had a pack of batteries sitting in my bedroom for like a month and a half.
Relatable. Like, oh, I feel that.
Charlie, you need to get Nightbot so you can do the commands like I've been
I
setting up
do.
on mine. Because I have it where I have a command Charlie brings up some of your links, command Megan, Glory, Carrie,
Yeah,
Laura.
I still need Kat to teach me that stuff. I was hoping
I've started setting up
tomorrow.
Nightbot. I'm just
Kat could, like,
bad at
help
it.
me do
I need to
StreamYards.
get that finished.
I can try. I'm still figuring out the Nightbots myself.
The
It still
one
gets
time I
infected.
the one time I tried to turn Nightbot on, it started like putting people in timeout in the chat for using emojis, and I'm like, I thought I turned moderation off. What the hell?
I remember that.
That was right.
So, yeah. Like, as somebody who has scripted bots in the past, I should be so much better at this than I really am. Like, like
Very
I just should be
relatable.
better. And last but certainly not least, the great Zadine.
Well, I've cut down my streaming hours again. Now they're going to be normal 2-hour streams 3 times a week. I spent 2 hours the other night all by myself. I'm like, no, I'm going to cut these down to 2 hours later in the evening because it's too close to dinner time, I guess. And so Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturdays starting from 9 to 11 Eastern Standard Time. We are working in between Laura's Mondays and Wednesdays. So, still working on the first novel. I guess I'll finish it. I don't know if I'll write a series anymore, but I guess I'll finish the first one anyhow. Since it's so far along. And I got some more help on POV characters, so I'm rewriting again. I feel like all I do is rewrite that thing about 1 million times now.
Right? That's how you know you're a real writer. Like, once you have editing fatigue.
When you're
To hell with
tired of
anybody.
reading your own story.
I am so tired of reading the same thing. I could probably recite it without even looking at it anymore. Yeah.
And for anyone within the sound of my voice who isn't following Vixens of Fiction, Nia is amazing in every possible way. Like, I cannot say enough nice things. Like, definitely go follow her channel, and C Chan Wright, I believe, is the name of Chandra's channel, and that's where she is everywhere. Definitely go follow her as well. Links should be below, but I'm bad at it. I don't know what's down there. I really don't. I copied and pasted, and sometimes it doesn't do things right because I don't know. I don't know whose fault it is anymore. I'm just going to accept the blame because it's probably mine. I don't know. But thank you all so much for being here.
Emoji breakfast intent for its knife.
Oh my. Okay.
Lets me see the food. If there's food, I want the food.
Yeah, put the food. Put that in the food.
Yeah, I'm like, where's the
Okay.
pictures?
Let's go.
Oh.
I don't want to hear about it. I want to see it.
Food.
I want to
Alrighty.
taste it.
Also, I wish I was there so I could eat
Oh,
I know, right?
I want to eat it.
Such a good cook. All right. And I do all kinds of things. I'm currently working on 2 Vela projects. I have 3 channels here on the YouTubes, and I promise they are going to be getting videos soon. I am not sure if I like what I may have made a response to a different channel for the spirituality and meditation channel, and I'm not sure if I want that to go live. Like, I did make a video last week. I've just been debating, is that really who I am on this channel? And it might be. It might be. So it might get spicy over there, y'all. Only time will tell, because
Spicy.
some people do stupid things, and yeah. But definitely check this out. The Project Shadow podcast is ongoing. Season 5 is going on. Caitlin, her former roommate, made the cover for that podcast, and it's beautiful, and I love it so much.
You can check her
And-
art out at Kate Who Paint. She's
And it's
currently
so-
working on getting a commission sheet going. That's not the one that I'm not going to mention because I
Yeah.
promised I wouldn't mention it connected to her actual. Yeah.
And it was so worth it. She did that, and she did the cheerleader for me, and so worth it. Where are you? There you are. Cheerleader.
Yay!
And I promise it's not going to be all heavy stuff, because honestly, even if something bad happens this week, I don't have the energy to talk about it. So it's probably going to be something either Star Trek or Star Wars related, because I have opinions. A lot of them about many things, mainly over that new Nickelodeon show that hasn't quite started yet. But I watched the preview. Did you watch the thing? I have feelings. So it'll probably get a bit more pop culture over there. Just search for Project Shadow wherever your podcasts are found. And yeah. And if I get my butt together, I was working on a Star Trek podcast with Tom, with her brother Tom, and the episodes were really good. I really liked them. And then I kind of had a whole breakdown thing, and I was just like, why do you do this to me, Paramount? Why do I love you? Like, abusive spouse moment, and just was like, no, I'm done with you. Star Trek is dead to me, and I know who I am. I will always crawl back for more, because
I'm waiting for the 2nd season of Lower Decks.
yes, I am really looking forward to that.
I have binged Lower Decks, the 1st season, so much.
It's
played 24 hours for me before, and I'm not sad. I'm not sorry I did that.
I love that it looks like they're actually going to let Boimler be on the other ship, at least for a little while. Because, one, I need more bisexual crazy Riker man, because this show completely, if you've not watched Lower Decks, I will never watch TNG the same way again, and I know this because we just did a rewatch of TNG. And that show made Riker my new favorite character on TNG. It rewrote everything about him in all of the most glorious ways. I was always gonna like Riker. I could take a no. Riker is one of my favorites. Just absolute love. All right, so I think that's just about all my stuff. Yeah, and in a month from now, I'm going to be doing another celebration stream for my 1-year stream, because I thought I would do that too, because I don't celebrate anything that I do, and dang it, I'm going to start.
Yes.
Alrighty. Did you have anything you wanted to say?
The Surtlings invaded and the wolves fought them off, and the battle was epic. 11 wolves.
Valheim.
Can y'all just start recording you playing Valheim, and then we can just
want-
give you a channel?
Talk to him. I really want this to be a thing, because he is so funny. Like, it really needs to be like his channel that I guest on because he is so much fun. Like, it needs to be a thing. Like, y'all have. Well, some of you who have been here on the Friday for the
Doesn't have
Sunday
to show
things,
his face.
like, yeah, you don't have to
Yeah.
show your face. We can make this work.
You could do
it's
a
it's
Twitch
up.
stream and then you can download those videos and upload them to YouTube.
Yep.
Yeah, 'cause I was just moving portals, and then the Sirtlings attacked, and the wolves fought them off, and it was carnage.
You're so proud of your wolves.
we are. Alrighty. Have the fun, y'all. And I'm going to say good night. Ciao, adieu, auf Wiedersehen. Good night. Remember,
Here's
the
your
world's
lettuce. Don't be a dick.
Yeah, here's your lettuce. Don't be a dick. Everything is terrible. We can make it better. Because you know what? Y'all have proven to me it's not a waste of my time. Bye.
Bye. Bye.